I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, June 26, 2024. The time is 9:19 in the morning, and this hearing is being held in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. Many of the witnesses will be testifying in person. Some will be testifying via Zoom, which has been our practice for a couple of years. The subject of today's hearing is the topic of student absenteeism and discipline, and more particularly on four bills. The bills are Bill 25-740 entitled Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act of 2024. This legislation was introduced by Councilmember Robert White, joined by a number of other council members, introduced on March 4th of this year. It proposes that the Office of the State Superintendent of Education publish absenteeism data monthly as opposed to annually. The second bill is Bill 25-754, entitled Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Amendment Act of 2024. This legislation was introduced by Councilmember Allen and four other council members on March 25th of this year. It proposes to amend the uniform per student funding formula to create a weight for chronically absent students alongside the at-risk weight. School principals, in collaboration with local school advisory teams, would devise public spending plans for these additional funds. The bill requires the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Human Services to report on attendance referrals and program outcomes. Further, schools are required to proactively share student attendance records with diversion program operators and vice versa. The legislation also mandates the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program to designate priority areas around schools with high rates of chronic absenteeism. And the bill would extend the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement's Leadership Academy program to schools with the highest rates of chronic absenteeism. The third bill is Bill 25-758, entitled the Showing Up for Students Amendment Act of 2024. It was introduced by Councilmember Parker, joined by two other council members on March 28th of this year. The bill would revise absenteeism data reporting and intervention program requirements. After schools fulfill their mandated responsibilities, the legislation transfers the responsibility for attendance interventions from the Child and Family Services Agency and from Court Social Services to the Department of Human Services. OSSI, rather than school staff, would use already collected attendance data to refer students to the Department of Human Services, or DHS, after seven unexcused absences in a rolling 120-day period or 7 absences in a school year. If DHS interventions prove ineffective, they will report students and parents to the Office of the Attorney General and Court Social Services or Child and Family Services Agency, respectively. For Child and Family Service Agency's purposes, the bill also clarifies the definition of educational neglect, and the legislation requires a DHS caseworker or a student support team to provide a home visit to students with 20 or more unexcused absences before the next school year begins. Similar to Bill 25-740, the first bill I mentioned, the bill requires OSSI to publish reports monthly rather than annually. It places responsibility on OSSI for publishing analyses of attendance data and to work with local education agencies to adopt data-based attendance interventions. OSSI is also tasked with expanding the range of possible excused absences. The bill would also require the Deputy Mayor for Education to review absentee data and coordinate across government agencies and community organizations to address root causes of absenteeism. The fourth bill is Bill 25-791, entitled Utilizing Partnerships, Local Interventions for Truancy and Safety Amendment Act of 2024. This legislation was introduced this year on April 11th. At the request of the mayor, it focuses on attendance interventions, student discipline interventions, and juvenile crime. Like Bill 25-758, it removes the responsibility for secondary attendance interventions from Child and Family Services Agency and Court Social Services and assigns it to the Department of Human Services, along with adjusting the number of days absent required for a referral. The Office of the Attorney General and Child and Family Services Agency would retain intervention responsibilities following failed DHS interventions. Additionally, the Office of the Attorney General is required to take certain prosecutorial or diversionary actions and report their activities annually. Regarding student discipline interventions, the bill provides the District of Columbia Public Schools, or DCPS, the option to suspend students for 11 to 45 days to an alternate education setting, an alternative education setting. And that is intended to be a formal program. It also requires families of students charged with a dangerous crime to meet and develop a rehabilitation plan with the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. Regarding juvenile crime, the legislation limits the diversions and relief available to youth who have committed a dangerous crime or a crime of violence. So the committee had a hearing on this topic generally in May. I think it was May 13th, but that was not a formal hearing on these bills. Today is the formal hearing. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, July 10th. I'll say a little bit more, and I do not have these remarks written out, but I've given some thought to this. For most folks, when they think about attendance and the issue of attendance or unexcused absences, they think of educational needs. And it's true. Kids who are not in school are probably not learning, most likely are not learning. If we want kids to learn, we want them to be in school. That's a very important consideration when we look at this issue of attendance. But there is also a criminal side of this, and I can't emphasize that enough. So I think, for example, in 2009, Benita Jacks. Some of you may remember Benita Jacks, a mother who did not send her kids to school, and there was not the requirement that there be these reports to CFSA or to court social services. After many, many months of no one seeing the kids, finally, I believe it was when an eviction proceeding began, they discovered 4 dead girls in the house. Perhaps attendance reporting would have prevented that, or at least prevented that for some of the victims. Or I think of Relisha Rudd. I think many of you know that story. This was a girl who was in a homeless shelter. She did not appear at school. This was not reported right away. When ultimately it was reported, it was found that she was missing. There's every reason to believe that she's dead. She was age 8 at the time she vanished. There's a reason, a criminal side, public safety side, to the requirement for reporting kids who are absent. Not because the kids are doing something criminal, but because kids may be victims. And then there is the South Capitol Street murders, which was the genesis of the current law. And I'm looking at the committee report. March 30th, 2010, Brashelle Jones. Excuse me. But I remember some of these. Brashelle Jones, Devon Boyd, William Jones gathered with their friends to mourn the loss of another friend when they were gunned down. 4 of the 5 men convicted of the South Capitol Street murders also had histories of poor school attendance that would more than qualify them as having been chronically truant. I'm reading from the report. Their poor school attendance and chronic truancy were early warning signs. 2 of the perpetrators were brothers. Had their truancy been used to identify them as being at risk, and had they received services and interventions earlier on, their actions in March of 2010 may have been avoided. Thus, truancy prevention service serves on a broader scale as a way to prevent children from entering into the juvenile justice system, and as a way of averting a child from the adult criminal system when he or she is older. Addressing truancy is one of the few proactive strategies the government can take to reduce crime. So I just want to emphasize that this is more than just about attendance. This is also about public safety. It's about protecting kids from becoming victims. It's also about protecting protecting society from youth who are missing school and go on to commit violent crime. So we are not following our usual order of having all the government witnesses at the end of the hearing. Because of scheduling issues, we're going to hear first from Laura Zeilinger, Director of the Department of Human Services, and Paul Kine, the Deputy Mayor for Education. And then the other government witnesses from DCPS, the Office of the Attorney General, I believe the Office of the State Superintendent for Education, and the Director of the Child and Family Services Agency will come at the end. Before I recognize the two witnesses at the table, I'm going to turn to colleagues. I believe Councilmember Lewis George was here first.
Thank you, Chairman. I doubt there's anyone in the district who does not recognize our profound chronic absenteeism and truancy crisis. 43% of students were chronically absent, and 37% of students were truant in school year 22-23. And chronic absenteeism in school year 22-23 was up by 14% compared to pre-pandemic rates. That is well above the national average chronic absenteeism rate of 16% pre-pandemic and 30% in school year 21-22. As chair of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services, I adamantly believe CFSA's current role in getting kids to attend school is inappropriate and ineffective. While analyzing CFSA's data on educational neglect, my committee discovered a profound disconnection between the level of absenteeism and the number of reports CFSA receives, accepts, and substantiates. From school year 23-24 to the previous year, there was less absenteeism, but more reports for educational neglect, but fewer reports accepted, and more accepted reports being substantiated. Yet we are not seeing a reduction in absenteeism result in a reduction in educational neglect. The reason for this is several reasons. One, neglect is not why kids are absent from school for the majority of is not the major reason kids are absent from school. And two, the current educational neglect system is not effective in getting kids to attend school. Yet, under current law and practice, teachers and CFSA social workers must unnecessarily spend significant time and resources on these tens of thousands of educational neglect reports. The district has ample resources to help families get kids back in school. I believe the most direct way for a family to be connected to those resources should not be from an educational neglect report. The key to addressing absenteeism is determining the root causes of why a student is not in school and connecting families with the resources they need to address those root causes. The root causes generally fall into four categories. The first being barriers. Barriers include illness, trauma, transportation, housing insecurity, community violence. The second category is aversion. That means struggling academically, behaviorally, or socially at school. And that's where our individualized education plans come into play here. Disengagement, that means being bored, no meaningful relationships, or lack of support. And misconceptions, meaning doesn't understand the impact of absences on learning, lose tracks of total absences, etc. These are many of the reasons of root causes for why children are absent from school. So my question for this hearing is, if not CFSA, who can and should identify and address these root causes, both on the systems level and for individual students and families? And two, how will this important work be done? The good news is we don't have to devise the district's approach to these methods from scratch. There is a plethora of research and existing methods that prove what does, and maybe more importantly, does not work. We must not let ourselves get wrapped in rhetoric and focus on what will make us feel like we're doing something rather than actually doing something that will work. I'm committed to not letting us do a crack the whip approach that will do even more harm than students missing school, which we know will happen from research and studies for years and decades on this particular topic. So I'm looking forward to speaking with our witnesses today to get details on these core questions of who and how, so the council can lead on finally developing a holistic, effective government-wide approach to getting our kids back in school. As a sponsor of Bill 25740, Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act of 2024, I look forward to hearing witnesses' testimony on their feedback on that particular legislation. But as the chair of Family Services, with Child Family Services Agency, I'm deeply concerned and committed to making sure we choose the right approach in this direction. So thank you, Chairman. Thank you to all of my colleagues. We have about 4 or 5 legislations before us. I think that shows the commitment this council has to doing something and getting this right. And so with that commitment and that vigor, I believe that we will be able to find a solution that works. And when I say work, it means not making people feel better, but works meaning actually having the research and evidence that it's going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For holding today's hearing on the 4 pending bills related to our student absenteeism and truancy. And as I've said before, the persistently high chronic absenteeism and truancy rates in our schools, they are a crisis and they demand immediate and coordinated responses. I know I've cited this figure before and we're going to hear it a lot, but it bears repeating. For school year 22-23, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education had released data that showed that 2 in 5 students in the district were chronically absent. And when we look at our high schools, those figures tell a more sobering story. 3 in 5 high school students were chronically absent from school last year. Even more troubling is that almost half of high school students were deemed truant, with 11 high schools, 11, having truancy rates above 70%. These stats are alarming, and it's clear that we have a massive challenge in front of us. We also didn't just wake up and find truancy numbers like this overnight, though. I think there has been a failure by the administration to tackle this with greater urgency. And now that the council has put forward multiple proposals and ideas, I think the attention has been rightly refocused. But when we think about what our schools need and the resources to tackle tough issues like this, I'll just note we're just coming off a final budget vote yesterday where the council had to reverse proposals that would have led to significant cuts to school staffing, the very people we need to help identify the kids at risk and intervene to get them back into the classroom. Now, I want to be careful here and make sure that we're clear about the relationship between attendance and criminal behavior. Just because you're absent from school does not mean you're out in the community committing or engaging in criminal activity and causing harm. However, if you're out in the community committing or engaging in criminal activity and causing harm, the data tells us it's very likely you're not engaged in school and you're not showing up to class. We know that there are a whole host of reasons for why students might miss class, ranging from arriving late due to taking a sibling to another campus, lack of reliable public transit, could be trouble in the home, or violence in the neighborhood. But here's something I think we can all agree on. Students need to be in school. And because there are a whole host of reasons for why students miss class, our schools and the overall system need to be nimble and well-resourced to do the difficult work of providing students with a safe and welcome learning environment. The only way I think we're going to be able to address our attendance challenge is by pursuing a multifaceted and holistic approach. And that's because, as I just said, there isn't one single reason why a student doesn't show up to school. With that in mind, that's why I authored the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Amendment Act of 2024 earlier this year. You cited already, but very quickly, what it would do. Schools with chronic absenteeism above 20% would be designated as priority areas for the Safe Passage Safe Blocks program. A new additional funding criteria be added to school budgets specifically to address chronic absenteeism. DCPS would need to meet and intervene with a student after accruing 5 unexcused absences in a marking period. It would give school principals authority to use additional at-risk or at-risk funding for chronically absent funding allocated to their school. DHS and the student school would submit status reports to each other on a student's participation in a diversion program on attendance in school. And the ONES program would expand its leadership academy to the top 5 high schools corresponding with feeder middle schools where that rate of chronic absenteeism is highest. Mr. Chairman, at the roundtable you held last month, some witnesses expressed concern that by adding a new funding category to the uniform per student funding formula based on school attendance, we'd effectively be incentivizing schools to not improve their attendance rates so they can continue to benefit from increased funding that they would receive. I could not disagree more with that argument. First, I don't know of a single school that actually wants to make that trade-off, meaning getting more funding in exchange for students not showing up to class. And quite frankly, I find the underlying assumption that somehow school leadership cares more about money than students to be inherently problematic and certainly not reflective of the school leaders that I think we have here in DC. Second, I think we all need to be on the same page that our solutions to absenteeism are going to require resources. As I said before, our solution is going to have to be multifaceted. It's going to have to be holistic. We can change the legal requirement for the referral process all we want, and I agree we need to, but we need to be focusing as well on making sure students are motivated to go to school in the first place, and that's going to require resources. Schools are going to need additional funding to meet the needs of their students, whether that's by hiring a new teacher to offer a course that students find interesting, a guidance counselor, athletic, or after-school programming. Mr. Chairman, in addition, I do think we need to have a discussion about whether the at-risk concentration weight's at the appropriate level. We know from data that students with disabilities, be it physical, mental, or emotional, experience higher absenteeism rates, and I question whether the at-risk concentration weight really captures the true cost it takes to educate that student, and more importantly, have them show up to class. I raise this as something for us to explore as we consider the bills before us today. Also, Mr. Chairman, at the hearing, I want to explore with our government witnesses about the mayor's proposal to house a lot of the attendance and truancy prevention work within the Department of Human Services. We know from data that students experiencing housing instability and food insecurity are more likely to not show up in class. The placement of a lot of the attendance and truancy prevention work within DHS, I think, can make sense, but I simply can't ignore the fact that the agency faces a lot of budgetary, staffing, and operational constraints. Our solution to absenteeism has got to be well thought out, well-resourced, and be implementable. We can't have an agency learning on the fly. With that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for holding today's hearing. I want to thank our witnesses that we're going to hear from today. Given the failures that we've seen, the council has got to step up and find solutions to the district's absenteeism and truancy challenges. We just cannot afford to let this go unaddressed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to our conversation today.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I think that's all the council members at the moment. Councilmember Pinto, who chairs the Judiciary Committee and has a co-referral of the mayor's bill, indicated she would be at Criminal Justice Coordinating Council this morning and would give an opening statement when she arrives. Ms. Eilinger, Mr. Kine, you're up. Whichever one of you wants to go first.
Thank you, Chairman. I will. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Executive, on behalf of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, and on behalf of the District of Columbia Public Schools at today's public hearing on student absenteeism and discipline in support of Bill 25-791, the Utilizing Partnerships and Local Interventions for Truancy and Safety, which we refer to as the Uplift Amendment Act of 2024, and of course, the other bills under discussion. As you have noted, nothing is more important than keeping our young people safe in school and engaged. This belief guides the work of Mayor Bowser, the government agencies represented here today, and school leaders, educators, staff, and families across the district. This is why we are working every day to address the complex root causes of chronic absenteeism and truancy through tailored, evidence-based interventions. In school year 22-23, 43% of students were chronically absent and 37% were truant. At the same time, we are encouraged by mid-year attendance data published by OSSI this week that showed improvements of 4.3 percentage points for chronic absenteeism and 5.2 percentage points for truancy, which sustains earlier positive trends. The system is heading in the right direction, but we know that there's much more work we have to do. Schools, of course, are the center of our response to chronic absenteeism and truancy. We know from research that a positive school climate, engaging and rigorous academics, and safe and trusted relationships with adults and peers are key drivers of students feeling connected to their schools and showing up every day. That is why we are working across the education cluster to support schools in their efforts to strengthen student engagement. To build a positive school climate, we are implementing new social and emotional learning standards, introducing a district-wide school climate survey, strengthening our school support and accountability systems, and redesigning learning environments through programs like DCPS Becoming. We are accelerating learning through investments in high-impact tutoring and structured literacy, and we are building pathways to rewarding well-paying careers through investments in the advanced technical centers, dual enrollment, and career-aligned internship opportunities. Evidence demonstrates that engaging, enriching programming, including high-impact tutoring and the ATCs, improves attendance for participating students. But In order to benefit from these critical investments, more young people must be in our buildings. Outside of our school buildings, we are taking a whole of government approach to improve our response to chronic absenteeism and truancy through prevention, intervention, and accountability. For the last several years, we have convened the Everyday Counts Task Force, which brings together more than 15 government offices and many education stakeholders to collectively advance and coordinate strategies to increase school attendance. Just last week, we rolled out a set of new recommendations to dramatically improve our coordination and collective work on attendance in support of students and schools. Our Everyday Labs initiative targets over 50,000 K-12 students through evidence-based email and text nudges, and 48% of students who are included in the program improved their attendance rate in school year 22-23. Earlier this year, we convened the School Safety Enhancement Committee and connected with a wide range of local and national stakeholders, including students, parents, and guardians, and school staff, to identify 30 recommendations to increase the safety of the district's schools and our students. And through our work, we've learned about the acute and chronic needs facing communities, both inside and outside of school buildings. And these learnings directly shaped how we crafted the Uplift legislation. We understand that attendance is a complex problem with multiple root causes. Many young people we spoke with reported feeling safe in their school buildings, but unsafe during their commute. School and community leaders shared the need for more supportive case management for chronically truant students. And when it comes to keeping students safe within the school building, school leaders and staff shared the need for more and better tools to address the small number of serious safety incidents taking place in middle and high schools. We know we have more work to do in schools to make them warm and supportive places where every student feels safe and has a positive relationship with trusted adults, as well as work outside of schools to remediate external barriers like community safety. We are committed to learning from and responding to the communities we serve. And our Uplift legislation is just one step we are taking to better support our students and their families. I'll now address key components of the Uplift legislation. On the attendance provisions, we believe that once schools have exhausted their initial efforts to resolve repeated unexcused absences, the first interaction with a government agency should be supportive. This is why we have proposed making the Department of Human Services the initial referral for chronically truant students. DHS is well positioned to serve this function since many of the root causes of chronic absenteeism are due to resource challenges facing students and families, such as housing or food insecurity, that fall within the agency's purview. In addition, DHS has experience and success serving youth through their Parent and Adolescent Support Services, or PASS program, which in fiscal 23 served 290 youth. In fiscal 23 and in the first 2 quarters of fiscal 24, 97% of students served through the PASS program avoided involvement with the court system, and over 3/4 improved their executive functioning. Moreover, the new process proposed in our bill allows schools to refer students and families for services before making more punitive referrals. We see this as a necessary correction to our current law, where the first step outside of school support for younger students is a referral to the child welfare system, and the first step for older students is a referral to the courts. As multiple witnesses shared during the May 13th roundtable on student absenteeism discipline, the current process throws families into the deep end of the child welfare system before more supportive interventions have been exhausted. We believe the Child and Family Services Agency plays an important role for younger children when unexcused absences continue despite government efforts to remediate barriers, but agree with the experts who observed DHS is better positioned to serve as the first stop for families in remediating truancy. This approach is a new way for agencies to work together and an opportunity to rethink how we provide services to families. We also know transitions are difficult and that a phased-in process allows us to learn as we go and continuously improve service delivery. To that end, we propose the shift to DHS instead of court social services as a small pilot for a subset of 14 to 17-year-olds who accrue 15 unexcused absences during the upcoming school year. We have also created a working group to develop a referral process that is manageable for schools and results in better outcomes for students and families in the pilot, and beyond. We propose introducing referrals to DHS for 5 to 13-year-olds in the subsequent school year, 25-26, with additional referrals as needed to CFSA after 20 unexcused absences. Under our proposal, all students whose absenteeism persists despite more supportive interventions would be referred to the Office of the Attorney General at 25 unexcused absences. To strengthen accountability for government agencies, the OAG would be required to pursue one of 3 options: mandate a family session with the Youth Division of YRS, refer the family to diversion programming, or file a case for violation of the district's school attendance requirements. Our approach is deeply grounded in prevention and support. But when chronic absenteeism persists, we have a responsibility to young people to hold adults accountable. Throughout Uplift, we position schools to make referrals to different agencies as students meet unexcused absence thresholds. We do this for several reasons. First and foremost, we believe schools hold important context on their students, including background on school-level interventions and other relevant information that agencies need to tailor their support. We also need to operate within the data infrastructure that we currently have. Responding to chronic absenteeism and truancy cannot wait until we have built a new system that can carry more of the load. Currently, OSSI receives daily attendance data from local education agencies, which is checked for errors and reflected in dashboards that are available to OSSI and school users. Families have 5 days to submit valid reasons for student absence. Under current processes, LEAs are expected to address any errors in their attendance and certify their data is accurate at 3 times over the course of the year. These processes increase the accuracy of data, but they do take time and staff capacity. While we continue to build the capacity of our data system to assume new functionality, we must also center the insights of schools and are hesitant to remove the human element from these processes. In terms of school safety, Uplift proposes new tools and interventions for schools to address the most serious safety infractions. We have heard from school leaders about the need to fine-tune several provisions of the current code to ensure that school leaders have the tools they need to keep their schools safe. For example, Uplift would narrowly define a list of suspendable infractions for middle school students to include serious acts such as selling drugs on school grounds and bringing a weapon to school. Uplift also establishes the flexibility to create an alternative to traditional suspension for middle and high school students, grades 6 through 12. This approach would allow students who have committed serious safety infractions to complete their suspension in a highly supportive environment staffed by teachers, social workers, and psychologists, rather than in an out-of-school suspension at home where they may not receive behavioral and academic supports. While this enhancement was eliminated for DCPS in the fiscal 25 budget, we continue to believe there is a critical need for this type of program, and we are continuing to explore a variety of alternative education models to learn from best practice. We hope that Council will work with us to address the very real and unmet service needs for students who are involved in serious safety incidents. We appreciate the work of Council members Allen, Parker, and Robert White to introduce their own approaches to reducing chronic absenteeism and truancy. This is a shared priority, and there are several provisions we support in these bills. First and foremost, we are deeply aligned with Councilmember Parker on shifting the initial referral to DHS and see this as a key opportunity to better support families. On Councilmember Robert White's bill, we agree that more regular attendance reporting at the district level is important, which is why OSSI increased public attendance reporting from 1 to 3 times per year this school year. We also share a goal with Councilmember Allen of improving transparency by having OAG and DHS issue reports on what happens to students who are referred to their agencies. Thank you for your continued support and commitment on these important issues. My colleagues and I look forward to working with Council on legislation that strikes the right balance between support and accountability to improve attendance and safety. At the same time, we do not want to over-legislate prescriptive solutions before we have turned our shared sense of urgency into a shared, deep understanding of solutions to this complex challenge. I am joined by my colleagues from the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, District of Columbia Public Schools, Child and Family Services Agency, and DHS as we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. Director Zeilinger?
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, members of the community. I'm Laura Green Zeilinger, Director of the Department of Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today at today's public hearing on student absenteeism and discipline in support of Bill 25-791, the Utilizing Partnerships and Local Interventions for Truancy and Safety, or Uplift Amendment Act of 2024. As we just heard from Deputy Mayor Kine and reiterated by Mayor Muriel Bowser on numerous occasions, we know that the safest place for our young people is in school. In school, our young people have direct access to trusted and caring adults who can help ensure that they have what they need to be safe, healthy, and happy.
10.
Through the Uplift Amendment Act of 2024, our government and community will work together to streamline and strengthen the district's truancy referral process. To help address student absenteeism and discipline, DHS will support youth and their families prior to referrals for chronic absenteeism to the Child Family Services Agency, CFSA, or the court. I will provide a brief overview of the DHS Youth Services Division and the initiatives aimed at addressing truancy and chronic absenteeism. 14 years ago, DHS was charged with the program design and implementation of prevention and intervention services to decrease child welfare and juvenile justice involvement. In collaboration with partner agencies, DHS launched the Parent and Adolescent Support Services, or PASS, Intensive Case Management Program. PASS ICM assists 10 to 17-year-olds who are engaging in behaviors such as skipping school, leaving home without permission, not returning home by curfew, and exhibiting what is considered extreme disobedience inside or outside of the home. While we consider ourselves to be, and our agency value, stated agency values are that we're a learning organization, we've been doing this work for 14 years, and I would just contend that we are not learning on the fly in response to Councilmember Allen's concern. Before the launch of PASS, there was not an established system of support beyond the district's juvenile justice and child welfare agencies that families could turn to when their children exhibited behaviors that put them at risk of system involvement and adversely impacting their well-being and family household. The Youth Services Division is situated within DHS's Family Services Administration. The YSD team works in collaboration with our young people and their families to assess strengths and needs and offer a robust array of services in support of their goals. For example, participants work on strengthening relationships, advancing academic achievement, and developing skills to cope with challenges and improve their safety and well-being. The team of YSD case managers, social workers, and therapists are trained to build trust and co-create impactful, life-changing plans that respect the agency of our young people while simultaneously placing them and their families in the lead. Since the launch of PASS, YSD launched additional programs such as the Alternatives to the Court Experience, or ACE, and Strengthening Teens Enriching Parents STEP programs, and have supported approximately 7,000 of our young people and their families. All YSD programs are voluntary and provide the opportunity to engage with a full continuum of services. To highlight some of YSD's program outcomes, in fiscal year 2023, 63% of young people participating in a YSD program improved their school attendance, while 79% improved their overall behavioral functioning, and that's according to and measured by the CAFAS, or Child and Adolescent Functional Assessment Scale, which is referenced in my testimony if you'd like to learn more about it. To further illustrate our work in YSD, I'd like to share a brief story of a high school student participating in the PASS program. Leah, which is not her real name, presented with symptoms of depression that impacted her behavior at home and in school. At the time of referral, Leah was failing most of her classes and had received more than 3 suspensions. At home, she refused to follow rules and destroyed personal property. Upon her enrollment in PASS, case managers conducted monthly meetings with Leah's teachers, school staff, and family to review her academic performance and behavior. In partnership with her school and family, Leah's case management team developed a behavior intervention plan that integrated academic and behavioral accommodations. Leah participated in a DHS-sponsored support group, which allowed her to safely express her emotions, improve her pro-social skills, and increase her self-esteem. Leah was also referred to a Department of Behavioral Health Core Service agency and received a diagnostic assessment, individual therapy, and community support services. In addition, the transitions to independent process or TIP model, a strength-based, youth-driven, evidence-supported practice, was used to engage Leah, her family, and school supports in the planning of her academic and social goals. PASS helped Leah transfer to a new school where she received more personalized learning and facilitated her participation in the Marion Berry Summer Youth Employment Program. Leah made significant progress during her time in the PASS program. Her school attendance improved, as well as her behavior. She developed healthy relationships with peers and positive relationships with school staff. She was an active participant in her mental health treatment and used better coping skills during times of stress. Leah completed the PASS program as an honor roll student during the 23-24 school year. Leah's story is just one example of the many young people who have made dramatic, positive shifts through PASS. To that end, I'd like to share a relevant school-level example of how DHS is increasing academic engagement through innovative programs. 2 years ago, the U.S. Department of Justice awarded a $1.5 million grant to PASS ICM in partnership with the DC Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. The grant allows for the co-location of PASS ICM services in a select DC public school identified as having high truancy rates. DHS and DCPS staff reviewed school attendance data and trends and implemented the PASS ICM program at Stephen E. Kramer Middle School during the 22-23 school year with 6th grade students. We continue to work in the 23-24 school year with the 7th grade class. This has been a strong partnership and the results have been fantastic. 51% of 7th graders achieved a year-to-date in-seat attendance rate of 90% or higher during the 23-24 school year, and 33% of the 7th grade class achieved perfect attendance during the month of May. In addition to the PASS ICM expansion, YSD also increased resources for parents and caregivers through weekly support groups, short-term case management to tackle issues such as housing instability, unemployment, and food insecurity, as well as the introduction of the Nurturing Parent curriculum, which is aimed to decrease child welfare system involvement and enhance relationships between youth and their parents, caregivers, and families. This work puts YSD in a strong position to support the goals articulated in the Uplift Amendment Act of 2024. In the larger context of this ecosystem established to address student absenteeism and discipline through the Uplift Act, DHS's role is to strengthen relationships between our young people, their caregivers, parents and families, schools, and communities. DHS will work in partnership with government entities such as the Deputy Mayor for Education, OSSI, DCPS, and CFSA, and our community-based partners, including the Emotional Regulation Art and Soul, Sasha Bruce, and School Talk, to develop, launch, and evaluate a pilot program aimed at tackling chronic absenteeism and truancy. This group will collaborate to develop key details of the pilot's operations, such as the referral process and protocols for the exchange of information regarding student progress. Additionally, we will enhance and refine the program to better serve our young people and their families based on our collective learning throughout the first year of the pilot. In the 2024-2025 school year, the pilot will serve 14 to 17-year-olds with 15 unexcused absences from DC public and charter schools identified as having high truancy rates. As student referrals are received, the YSD team will conduct outreach to assess their needs. Based upon their assessment, students may be connected to PASS ICM or short-term case management. In the 2025-2026 school year, we aim to extend this pilot to 5 to 13-year-olds with 10 excused absences and expand our work with the 14 to 17-year-olds, applying lessons learned during the first year of the pilot program. In instances when the initial school response to student absences is not effective, we have a window of opportunity to intervene with support for students and their families before necessary accountability measures are triggered. In closing, when we look at the factors that have a positive impact on the future of our young people, the profound impact of caring adults and a strong educational foundation cannot be overstated, both of which are reinforced through this proposed legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to share the history of YSD and highlight the outcomes of our efforts thus far. I look forward to working together to make a positive difference in the lives of our youth and their families. I'm available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Director Zeilinger. We'll have a 10-minute round for questions. And I will begin. So I have two fundamental issues. One of them, Deputy Mayor Kine, you've heard me express before, but I'll put it this way, and that is I do not understand why the administration is turning its back on CFSA and the role that it's supposed to play, that it has in the past embraced. And my second concern is to put it broadly, I do not understand how DHS, which is struggling with a number of programs, as I recall, Alliance applications were behind. Actually, I think my colleague knows this better than I do. Just with issues with homelessness, struggling with program after program after program, that it can suddenly handle 6,000 more referrals. So let me, maybe I'll start with that latter. CFSA alone received 6,823 referrals for educational neglect last year. I do not mean the school year that just ended. And that same year, DHS received 293 referrals for pass. It would cost $68 million based on the current cost per student at pass to handle all of these referrals. How can DHS possibly expect to handle this many referrals?
I think
That was to Director Zeilinger.
yes, I was going to say I'll defer to Director Zeilinger.
Thank you. So I think there are a few things I'd like to address your concerns about our agency capacity, but I'll start with answering your specific question on referrals. Not all students who are referred under this pilot are enrolled in PASS. We know that there are many issues that families are referred to CFSA currently, and it is because and partially it's because in statute, they reach the statutory number of unexcused absences, but often there is not a child welfare issue that then engages them in robust services through CFSA. What is different is in this, we're not just assessing for abuse and neglect. If so, that would still be a referral to, if there was, as reporters, to CFSA, but we're looking at what is going on and what are the issues. So not every family or every young person who reaches the statutory threshold needs the depth of intervention of PASS. So the first line of referral is really an assessment to triage what is going on, what is needed. Does a family need help with childcare? Does a family need help with transportation? Does a family need help with clean clothes and other issues or connections that may be the first line of defense? So that is sort of thing one in terms of, I would not equate the number of referrals based on unexcused absences to the number of students who would need the level of intervention of PASS. Some will, and the
Perhaps
idea
that's
is to funnel it.
true, but that's dodging the question of roughly 7,000 referrals that DHS would have to investigate on some level.
So in the first year, we're not suggesting that we're suggesting that the first year would be a pilot, and also the council reduced the budget for truancy significantly. So there is no option for in the budget environment.
But I don't
for next
recall that the
year.
mayor's bill or Councilmember Parker's bill contemplates a phasing. So it's all or nothing. They all get
The
referred to
mayor's bill-
CFSA or they all get referred to DHS.
The mayor's bill does contemplate phasing, and we are proposing, as I said in my testimony, that we would start in the first year with a pilot where we would work with a set number of schools, and we would receive referrals from those high schools in the first year, because the first year are high school referrals in in the mayor's bill. And then in the second year, it would encompass the younger students starting with the age of 5. But this is something that we would propose to phase in.
A pilot for high school, which Deputy Mayor Kine talked about, it's the same thing, right? And then the following year, 7,000 referrals.
I don't think we know that. What would happen in the second year? I'd like to also address your concern about DHS's agency capacity. You talked about issues with eligibility for public benefits, the issues that we face as a city on homelessness and our response system there. And we're talking about today, the question of truancy. DHS is a large agency with over 1,300 employees with a very large mission and a broad set of responsibilities, which we take very seriously. We are the agency that primarily provides social services and economic supports to our residents at the time that they need them. Our caseloads, as you well know, increased drastically during COVID because of the economic impact that has, and we have had many successes in adapting our services to meet the needs of residents at the time needed. And while there are areas of challenge, I think it's important to understand that we are not pulling from eligibility staff or homeless services staff to expand the work proposed under this bill for youth. We have a well-established program in the Youth Services Division that is 14 years old that serves students similarly situated and contemplated by this bill. And we have been doing it exceptionally well with outcomes that exceed most other interventions that exist in the city. And so I don't understand why we wouldn't take the bright spots that we know are working and double down on those interventions at a crucial time in our families' lives to partner with them and support them and their young people at the point that they begin to miss school.
Well, I would agree that the work of your youth services programs like PASS have been very successful and have been for years. But there's a difference by a significant order of magnitude between 290 and 6,800. And I would note as well that in your testimony, Director Zeilinger, you, among other things, said that the working group will develop key details such as the referral process and protocols for the exchange of information. And that jumped out at me because if you're only now realizing that there needs to be an understanding of the limitations on exchange of information, a problem that we've been struggling with in the juvenile justice sector for over a decade, that's concerning as well. This should be worked out now rather than this will be worked out next year.
So the inference that you made from my testimony is that we haven't been thinking about it or planning from it. And that what I would like you to take away is that we're
read your
not making
statement.
decisions in a vacuum, but we're engaging our partners to ensure that we're getting it right.
Why hasn't that been figured out already?
We don't
Protocols
even
for
have
the
a,
exchange
we
of
don't even
information.
have a bill.
Protocols for the exchange of information is an issue that the public safety sector has been grappling with for over a decade. To say that this will be attended to me is concerning.
So we've been working with schools through our youth services division programs. We have an MOU in place with OSSI. And so we do have protocols around how we share information with the schools. And while I fully agree with you, this issue of how we legally and appropriately share information, particularly about minors, is one that requires serious legal consideration. It is something we have strong track record of, and we have an MOUs in place that contemplate that. And we want to make sure that we're just as intentional in how we implement this, which is why I noted that we will be sure that we are engaging as we move forward so that what we have in place, if it needs adjustments, we're making adjustments. Not that we haven't thought about it.
I need
We
to
don't have
reclaim my
it,
time.
that it's in, that it has all the same challenges that may exist in the public safety space.
Forgive me, but I have less than a minute left. Deputy Mayor, um, can you explain to me how it is that today the administration is saying CFSA is wrong and isn't the place to do this, as punitive and not be constructive? And 11 years ago, the director of Child and Family Services Agency spoke with enthusiasm and embraced what is currently the law?
Chairman, I won't be able to talk about 11 years ago when I wasn't here, but I can share that as we looked at the system that we have now over the past couple of years, particularly coming out of the pandemic, we realized it wasn't working. It's simply not working. And we came up with a solution that we feel like is best fit for our current circumstances. And in part, just to go right to one of the hearts of the matter for CFSA, we heard repeatedly from schools that the reason that they were not doing the referrals that we so desperately want them to do is because they didn't want to interfere with or damage their relationship with families by referring kids immediately to an agency that was seen as punitive. And so we are introducing something new into the system. We're introducing DHS. We think they're well equipped based on their track record to do this. Just to slightly amend the record from a moment ago, we have already begun the working group across agencies to determine this transfer of information, which is new. We know that we're not referring all the young people that we need to out of schools to agencies, and we have to figure out how to ensure that we have 100% referral rate. And so we think DHS is well positioned based on its track record, based on its ability to do this work, based on the very supportive engagement we want to do at the front end to be a new part of this process. CFSA is not being removed. We are not disrespecting CFSA. We understand their vital importance in the system, and we know they can do their job well.
I'm out of time. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. Thank you to our witnesses here. Deputy Mayor, kind of want to just get started with you. I just want to understand some of the things in this uplift bill that are giving me some heartburn here. Uplift proposed elimination of the use of deferred prosecution and disposition agreements. What is the thought? What does the tool of deferred prosecution agreements and disposition agreements have to do with us as a city tackling our truancy issues? As a prosecutor who worked in DC Superior Court with our juveniles who dealt with deferred prosecution and disposition agreements, there was really never a attendance or truancy nexus to those when those were given out. And I've seen many students who actually got deferred prosecution and disposition agreements go on to graduate. Some of them are actually teachers right now in DC public schools. Some of them are coaches and work within TPR and are just successful people now because of the ability to have those deferred prosecution and disposition agreements. I don't understand why this provision is in there.
Thanks, Councilmember. I will just remind folks who are paying attention to this, there was a hearing on those provisions on 5:30 with the Judiciary Committee specifically. So we separated out those provisions that referred to the dispositions at OAG from the ones that we are talking about today. And I'd refer you to Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah to get a more fulsome and technical answer to your question. I will share with you that the reason we are supportive of this approach is that what we feel like we have seen is a lack of boundaries for young people, which we think are important as part of this overall supportive, loving approach that we're taking, meaning we've got to provide the supports. We have to make sure families and young people get what they need to be successful. And at the same time, there needs to be some accountability at the back end. And what we were observing is that there was very little accountability. So you are more deeply expert in this matter than I am. I will listen to your comments and observations. That part of the bill has also been under discussion in a public hearing that took place at the end of May, and we'll be very happy to follow up with you. It is really only for the most serious and violent incidents that we're describing.
Okay, I understand. I have seen the success of those, and when children are under deferred prosecution or disposition agreements, they are still under the supervision of DC Superior Court Social Services, and so they are getting supports in that nature. But I'll move on. Everyday Counts, Deputy Mayor, your office chairs the Everyday Counts Task Force, a partnership of district agencies and other stakeholders that coordinate strategies to increase students' attendance and reduce truancy. Could you talk more specifically about how the work of this task force informed the provisions of the Uplift Amendment Act?
So thank you for the question. And we've recently gone through a significant refresh of everyday accounts, as you probably know, because we think it's an opportunity for us to be much more deeply coordinated and aligned. And what we learned through everyday accounts is the importance of that alignment. We got the ideas and discussed DHS versus CFSA through the work of that overall coordination. We work extensively with our OSCE colleagues on the Everyday Counts Task Force to understand this transfer of information back and forth. And so much of the bill has been informed by that, by that entity.
Okay. Let me ask you, because the alternative educational setting during out of school suspensions, when I was a kid, these did not work well. I think this is like, I don't know if you recall, you may recall back in the day when students were not their best, they were sent to I think it was Choice Academy back in the day. It was in Ward 5, I remember. They would send students there. And what we found is when we use alternative educational settings for out of school suspensions, that students were actually more likely to not attend those school settings. So help me understand why we think it didn't work in the past when I was young. Sending kids to Choice was just, they would get in fights every day. You were also sending kids, all the behavioral problematic kids from all over the city with the different crews that we have, all into one school. And so help me understand how that's going to help with public safety concerns that happen there. I mean, we already did this back in the day, and it was a disaster. And so, is there any data that has changed that would make us think that an alternative education setting would not be chaos?
Yes, I think we could, I think quite confidently say we're not proposing a solution that we think would be chaos. And I agree with you. There have been many, many, many efforts, and there are many around the country currently of alternative settings that simply don't work at all, and in some cases actually increase the harm for young people. That is not what we are proposing. We very, very carefully considered both what we saw around the country. We looked at DC's own history, including Choice, as you said, and Washington Met. We are not proposing an alternative school or an alternative setting with many, many students in it. We have a very specific problem we're trying to solve. And the problem is we have a very, very small number of young people who are repeatedly engaged in violent incidents in school. And our current solution is to do one of two things: to safety transfer them from school to school, which does not seem to be actually working very well, or to provide at-home suspensions so they're not in the school community. And when you're at home, you're not getting the kind of behavioral and academic supports that we think would be required. So what we've proposed, just to level set, is something that would be a very, very small program. We think at any one time, there would not be more than 15 to 20 young people. It would not be for longer than 45 days. It's staffed with social workers and a psychiatrist and teachers. And the idea is that students will get highly individualized behavioral supports in the first instance. So we have not done this before.
Okay, so based on this, I think you're going to have many Choice Academies, if practically is what you're saying. Because if you're saying only 15 students at a time, you're taking in 8 wards in the city with multiple high schools, middle schools. There's more than 15 children who are going to fit in that category from one school alone, if I'm honest. So you're talking about having many sort of Choice Academies, MAT academies across the city. And you're also talking about taking into account the regional, when I say regional, I mean within the city, the different neighborhood characteristics that come into play there, right? So you're not going to put a child from a certain neighborhood with another neighborhood, and not just neighborhood crews, but you also have to think about gangs, Latino gangs, and MS-13 and 18th Street Gang. So practically, what are you saying to me? That there are going to be many Choice Academies versus a large school like we had back in the day?
Well, practically, this funding was cut by council, so there won't be anything this coming year. But the theory behind it, and what we hope to bring back up again, and we hope to work with you all to establish this, is we want to have one setting that will have 15 to
You
20.
can't do that. You can't have one setting. I just told you that, Deputy Mayor. You, based on the model you're trying to implement, you're gonna have to have multiple, just from a practical standpoint. I mean, we would have to have multiple.
It all depends on who you think would be eligible and what the actual function of this would be. And
I'm
at
just-
this
I'm-
point, what we're talking about doing is establishing one. It could be a pilot. It could be that at any one time, given that students are only there for 45 days, you have no more than 20 students. We're talking about the very, very small number of students. And when we talk to colleagues at DCPS, they believe that they could actually run this effectively for that many students. And that would solve the vast bulk of the needs. So obviously in your own mind, Councilmember,
Okay,
you
so
think
the
there are many
school-
more students.
Wait a minute. So you're saying, okay, this is helpful. You're saying the school would be running their own program, their own alternative setting, and it wouldn't be like a one setting?
No, Councilmember, I'm trying to share with you that we believe there's a very small number of students, and therefore we would establish one setting, and that we think that setting of 15 to 20 students could meet the most immediate needs. We don't think we need multiple in the first instance. Now, we could learn
Why do you
different.
think it's a small number of students, given our current truancy rates and what we know from teachers and staff across the city? You
I'm
think,
sorry, this is not about students that are truant. This is about students that are involved in the most serious violent infractions in
and
schools on a
that is
repeated
a
basis.
huge overlap. You do know that's a huge overlap. All of the students who were involved in multiple violent acts who came out of Ward 4, particularly this year, all had high truancy numbers. Were absent from school, only went to school 3 or 5 days, and they were involved in the most violent acts. So there's a correlation between truancy, absenteeism, and those involved in the behavioral
But
crimes.
then I'm confused, council member. Are you suggesting you want to establish a program like this for students who are truant? Because
No,
what we're suggesting is we want to
I'm
establish a
saying
program
the
like this for
students that
students
you're
that are
referring
involved
to-
in serious violent incidents.
I'm saying that there's an overlap in who those students are, is what I'm saying. I'm saying if you find a student who is involved in violent crime, and I can say this from 5 experiences we had this year, that involve students from Ward 4, you're also going to find that those are the students who were not in school, were only in school for 5 days that school year. So I guess I'm just trying to get us to think
Councilmember.
critically here. And it's just, we have to find a way. So I just want us to think practically about what this is going to look like and consider all the real factors. Those students are overlap students.
Well, we're
Councilmember.
looking forward to getting funding in the budget that is sustained by council in future years so we can actually run the program.
I mean, I'm not getting in the fight about this.
Councilmember, your
If
time
you
has
go ahead,
expired.
I'm just trying to get us to think as a holistic group about
Councilmember Lewis
how we roll
George,
it out.
your
Okay.
time has expired. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your testimony. We'll try to ask a couple of quick questions. To Deputy Mayor Kine to start with, in your testimony, you mentioned that there's a shared goal in making sure that we've got DHS, OAG, DCPS, charter schools exchanging information about a student's attendance in school, their participation in diversion program. And I think I hope that's what we all want. My experience has been that oftentimes we will have challenges with that related to information sharing when we're talking about a young person, a kid, a juvenile. Are there any current barriers in law to implementing that type of information sharing between and across those agencies?
So it's a great question, Councilmember. Thank you for it. And yes, that's what we want. And yes, there are barriers in laws. You know, through FERPA, we tried to put in one legislative fix, I think through the BSA this year to surmount that. But one of the things that we're tackling within the working group that we've stood up is what is the information we have and need to share across agencies, and how can we ensure legally we're able to do that? So yes, that's one thing that we're working on addressing.
Got it. Okay. And I do think that's important. And obviously, if we want this to work, we need the agencies to be able to share and communicate. At the same time, we want to be able to protect juvenile confidentiality. What's the timeline for that? So if we're trying to, I mean, I would love for us to get a legislative package through the council before July 15th. I doubt that's going to happen, but I hope that we're moving with urgency on legislation. What is the timeline to identify what those barriers are and then be able to make specific recommendations about legal barriers that need to be adapted or revised so that it can be a part of whatever legislative package ultimately moves forward?
So we will definitely have, I think, a very clear insight into all of that when this legislative package moves forward on the permanent basis. We are also looking to pass a piece of emergency legislation with council to allow us to run the high school pilot that we were just talking about this coming school year. And I think we feel we're okay in terms of the transfer of information back and forth between agencies to run that pilot. But of course, as we do the nuts and bolts and figure out how the information flow needs to move back and forth, we will learn if we've got any obstacles and we'll come back to help figure out a quick solution to that.
Well, I'm a little concerned, if I heard you right, that you want to wait until after we move a legislative package forward and then come back and tell us what the barriers would be for the information sharing. Maybe I didn't hear that correct, but I would want us to move more quickly to identify what barriers exist so that they can be a part of the legislative package, not have to wait and do this again.
Sorry, I'm not being clear then. So I think for the legislative package you're describing, which would constitute some combination, I think, of the bills that are before us today, in ways that we hopefully will work out together. Yes, we will have a full understanding of what the data sharing and information flow needs are, and also if there's any legislative change required.
Okay.
I was talking about, sorry, something different, which is related to the pilot.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. Your intention then is that as this legislative package is put together, which I am hopeful that happens, that your working group will provide specific language and recommendations to be included within that. Because what I heard you say at first was wait till after we move legislation and then come back with another set of recommendations. I think they should be all wrapped up into one.
Yes,
And
we're
I
saying
think
we're saying the
I'm
same
hearing you
thing.
say the same
Yeah,
thing.
and I'm sorry, we're saying the same thing. I apologize if I'm being unclear.
Got it.
And
All
we
right.
do
Well,
we do a lot of information sharing in the current process, as you know. So we're just
we
wanting
do, but
to-
we just have legal barriers on some of it that I think this is an opportunity for us to make sure we are examining where we can streamline that. Again, finding the balance between protecting the confidentiality for that young person, as well as making sure that there can be effective information sharing.
Yeah.
All right, let me keep moving just because I know my clock is going to keep ticking down. Also to Deputy Mayor Kine, as you've looked at our DCPS and our charter schools, is there any evidence that our schools and school leaders have sought to increase truancy or absenteeism in an effort to draw down additional supports or programs or funding?
No.
Okay, I agree. Good to hear you say it too. Thank you. And then also wanted to ask, since you're helping represent the mayor obviously before us today, any specific thoughts around the provisions related to expanding our Safe Passages, Safe Blocks program and the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement's Leadership Academy to target those efforts and resources on the schools in areas where we see the highest amount of absenteeism and truism?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And this is now, you're obviously talking specifically about the provisions in your bill, which obviously we agree with many of them. On the funding side, in terms of the UPSFF increase, it's not that we think there would be an incentive to cause more students to not show up to get money. We also have concerns about the variability in funding flow. So if you're a school with high absenteeism this year and you hire a person or people because you've got this extra money, and then you do really well and that drops, you lose the funding next year and you have to fire those people. The schools tell us that that's something that's actually very, very difficult. And you can talk about this with DCPS later when they're up here testifying, because I know it's a strong concern amongst schools.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. You're going back to my last question. Yeah, no, the intent would be that funding is maintained, because I think we do this too often in government where we will fund something, see really good outcomes, and then yank the funding away that created the very good outcomes that we wanted. So I think that targeting our resources where they can do the most and where they're most in need is an effective strategy, but it does have to also be paired with sustained funding to maintain the gains that you make. So I don't disagree with that, but I think I want to be careful with some of the earlier testimony we had heard saying that somehow people would choose truancy and absenteeism because it could yield more money. I just don't think that actually is true or representative of the values and leadership that we see in our schools.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I do think at the margin, there are opportunities, for example, about when you transition a student off of your books. I mean, there may be occasions in which something that is not at all deleterious to students is taken advantage of by schools. So I think we would have to talk in more detail about what that might look like. The way in which you wrote your bill did attach it to the UPSFF, which would have it based on student count and student characteristics. So if your intent was indeed to sustain that funding over time, I think it would probably need to look a little bit different from the way it's currently drafted.
Well, I think that's why we hold the hearings, to be able to get feedback like that. But I do hear agreement on the overall targeting our resources to those that are going to need it the most, and then make sure that we're thinking through how you have the sustained supports so that when those gains are made, we're not actually pulling the carpet out from underneath people.
And these are all trade-off conversations, Councilmember.
They are, but I'm
It's
sorry,
one
just
of
because
the hard
I only have
things.
2.5 minutes left, and I have a couple more questions. I did want to get your thoughts, if you had any, on Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement's Leadership Academy or the Safe Passages, Safe Blocks program, and how to look at the outcomes around truancy and absenteeism to target some of those resources as well.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going, actually, because these are indeed resource trade-off conversations. So for example, to provide, safe passage, which we're extremely proud of, and I think it's getting stronger and stronger. And I was pleased to see the expansion of that program this year. To decide to provide it based on absenteeism, I am not sure is exactly the right approach, given that we're trying to come up with the list of schools and the areas that we're working at Safe Passage in based on incidents, violent incidents in particular, because it is about safety. And at the same time, I think what you're describing would be an incredible new expense to the system. And I know folks will respond and say, there's no dollar amount that's too high to get our kids what they need. But at the same time, if we're talking about expanding the program of Safe Passage 4 times, which is, I think, initially what it would be in the draft that you've proposed, I'd want to consider the trade-off of that funding versus other things we could do that also might work to improve attendance, including funding in schools. So
yeah, I mean,
just trade-offs.
certainly we have lots of resource trade-off decisions we always have to make. I do think student safety is one of the reasons why we see truancy and absenteeism. And so I know when I talk with families in Ward 6, and I can recall many conversations where a parent says, I'm not sure if my kid's going to get to the metro safely. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get to and from school safely. So I keep them home. And that's not what we want. And none of us want that. So I think that's why looking at opportunities like Safe Passages is one way to make sure that we improve safety on the way to and from. Real fast, before my time expires, I want to make sure I asked your thoughts on the Leadership Academy, because those are very intentional and specific programs that also work on reaching those students who may be seeing a lot of truancy and absenteeism, and providing the type of supports, mentorship, and other resources to help make sure we stabilize and increase that.
Yeah, we're very, very excited about that constellation of interventions. I would share with you that I know the ONE's office is doing its own review of the effectiveness of those interventions based on attendance. So I would want to make sure that we can all believe together that they are actually having the results. But yes, we think that kind of sort of group sessions, mentorship, and so on is vital.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm trying to be mindful of the time. Deputy Mayor indicated he has to leave, I think, at about 11, and we've got, I think, 5 more council members. We'll push through. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Deputy Mayor and Director Zeilinger. I wanted to start with you, Director. So we did some back of the envelope calculations during the budget process around how much money, with the remaining amount of money that was included in the budget for the pilot program, how many students you all would be able to serve. And our back of the envelope calculation was about 260 kids with the 3.3 million left. What are your?
So the way that we're thinking about it is we would pilot with a set number of high schools in the first year.
Okay.
That number of high schools would represent nearly 3,000 students in schools with significant rates of absenteeism.
Okay, so y'all are, you
So
would pick
we
like
would
3 to 5
first
schools and
do
go
the-
all in.
So, yeah, we would first do
Okay.
the triage, and then through both short-term case management and pass, we would be working with about 350 students during this, but it's going to depend on what is needed. And then we would also be working with our network of referrals.
Okay,
But the idea is we would set up a referral system, and like we have done in Kramer, although not necessarily physically present as we are in Kramer, we would be focused on building out a model with a set number of schools.
Okay, is the idea that your traditional PASS program would still continue at its existing capacity?
It would grow to increase its referrals, but we're not assuming that every student who reaches a threshold of truancy that passes the appropriate intervention. Many times, the initial call, parents don't even realize their children have that many absences.
Yes, let's talk
Yeah.
about that for a second, Deputy Mayor. So this actually came up at the roundtable that we held a couple of weeks ago where parents often underestimate the number of days that their kid actually missed, right? You ask a parent, they're like, oh, they only missed 3 days. And it turns out they've missed 15 and they just don't know. Especially when you look at it in comparison to 180 days. I think if you ask the average parent, they actually don't know how many school days are in the traditional academic year. Have we thought about piloting a communication method where, or did we pilot, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong agency, where we sent essentially like a postcard home that was like, hey, just so you know, your kid missed 25 days, both unexcused and excused.
So yeah, it's not a pilot anymore. It's actually a full-fledged program. We did that for 50,000 children this school year.
Okay.
It's the Everyday Labs nudge intervention, which is based on exactly that insight, which is parents don't fully understand their own kids' attendance, but also they don't understand it in relation to other students. So
What were the outcomes from that?
so in the first year that we ran it, 48% of young people had better attendance based on receiving that, which we thought was very, very strong.
Okay.
The outcomes across the country from similar interventions like this are actually in the realm of 15 percentage point decrease in chronic absenteeism.
Okay.
And systems that do this. So we'll see what happens this current year, but we did it in DCPS and the charter sector, but we're very excited about it.
Okay. That's good to hear that we have that as just sort of a constant reminder piece. One other intervention strategy that aren't a part of any of the bills that we have today are home visiting programs. Evidence shows that particularly at the beginning of the year, if a teacher is able to establish that connection with a parent and a family, not only will the student more likely be able to come to school, but if there is a problem, a parent might feel more open to contacting the teacher to explain what was going on. What's our strategy around increasing home visiting, particularly in the elementary and middle grades?
Yes, it's a great, great point, and it's something that we are also extremely excited about. We've actually got a lot of home visiting that happens around the city. As you know, we've got deep partnership with the Flamboyant Foundation, which actually trains teachers in the most effective ways to both do home visits, but stay connected with families. And then, of course, lots of schools do home visits before school starts. We didn't
Yes.
include in the.
My question though
Yeah.
is, what are we doing to expand and grow? Like, are you all tracking how many home visits we did last school year in comparison to what our goals are for this school year?
Yeah, we've started to track. We have started to track. We're pulling together the LEAs to understand who's doing what in this dimension. We didn't want to legislate this. This is one of the things that we think really belongs within the purview of school and school decision making based on all of the interventions that they themselves are deploying. So we didn't include it in our legislation as something that's necessary, but we do understand it's important. I just met with the leadership of Flamboyant actually 2 weeks ago to talk about what things we could do to expand the work that they do. And of course, we've been engaging with Connecticut, which is the state in the country that has the most significant success with the home visiting program over the past year or two.
Okay. At the roundtable, Dr. Balfans, who's from Johns Hopkins University, does a lot of research on this. He talked about how other jurisdictions such as Milwaukee and others just ask students, hey, why didn't you come to school today? And what can we do to help you come to school more frequently or more often? A few deputy mayors ago, I remember there was a summit that they did where students came together and they, did their own sort of triage of plans of like, hey, this could work, or hey, this could work. When's the last time we actually asked students in a sort of collective manner, hey, this is an issue for you and your colleagues, you and your peers. What are your ideas? Why are you not coming? As opposed to us guessing.
So first of all, I feel obliged to say, we actually do that every single day at schools. I think your question is slightly different, which is how do we do it collectively?
Yes, I'm thinking more citywide, yes.
Yeah, for our school safety enhancement work, we convened multiple groups of students in focus groups to ask them, not only just about safety, but when people don't come to school, why are they not coming? And in addition to that, I certainly have the community liaison folks in my office and team in schools regularly, asking classes of students, what's going on? Why are kids not coming?
So where's the feedback loop in terms of you all actually addressing the things that students are raising?
The things that students raise are exactly what's in our legislation. It's exactly what's in the 30 recommendations that came out of the safety report. We listen carefully, and in fact, we give more credence to what students tell us than we do to almost anything else.
Okay.
We've got notes. I don't know if you'd like to see the kind of the output of this various.
That would be great. I just feel like as from a conversation standpoint, I also am a little uneasy at the suggestion that the only reason someone is missing school is for a safety reason. Because sometimes it's not. It's
and
literally.
Yeah, and that's also not what.
I had to watch my brother or sister and
Yes.
do these other things. And so I don't want us to conflate that safety is the only reason that students aren't coming. There are other issues that we also should be addressing.
I agree 100%.
Director, how many staff folks are you all planning to dedicate to the high school pilot situation for this upcoming school year?
So, we would have 17 full-time employees for contractors ultimately, and that would obviously, because the funding is in fiscal year 25, we
Yep.
would start smaller, but so the referrals aren't on day one of the school year. So we would phase in based on approval, timing of a reprogramming that would be required to have. And so we would start with more contractors. We'd phase into
Okay.
17 FTs, 5 contractors.
So
I
the
can break it
idea-
down for you.
From a logistics standpoint is that once a student accrues X number of days, they would refer that student to DHS. DHS would do the initial triage to determine whether or not it's a social service something or if it is a CFSA related referral, i.e. neglect or abuse. Yeah? Or no?
I mean, we are.
Oh, I'm
always
sorry, high
screening
school.
For that.
Wrong
We're
one.
talking about high school students. So we're understanding what's, just like you said, what's going on? Why is the student missing school? And then depending on that, what might be needed? If it's they're caring for a younger sibling, the other things, and we can work with their family on having an alternatives for childcare, getting younger children to school and so forth.
Okay.
If it's other things that need a longer, then we can offer short-term case management or a referral to pass. So we're doing that triage. It might be that parent didn't know, they moved, they didn't get the card in the
Yep.
mail. And they're like, we got it. We'll let you know if we need your help.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Mayor, in my last minute, I wanted to ask this sort of, all of the bills that we are dealing with the compulsory education age starting at 5. And I feel like in some cases, perhaps our efforts should shift. Not to say that we are requiring a 3 and 4-year-old to go to school, but once you elect to attend one of our programs, we should be essentially building a habit in those earlier years around this. But everything we are doing is directed towards 5 and above. When in fact, if you talk to some pre-K students, I have a neighbor of mine, she is a student who doesn't come, or this past school year, who didn't come to school on Mondays and Fridays because their mom didn't go into the office on Mondays and Fridays. And so we're treating pre-K like daycare or childcare, even though pre-K is supposed to be the pre-readiness for kindergarten and ready. And so perhaps some of our truancy efforts, I'm suggesting, should be directed towards pre-kindergarten in a more strategic way.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you both for being here. I'm going to start off just highlighting some of the aspects of the bill I introduced, the Showing Up for Students Amendment Act. But first want to just highlight, it's often been said we don't have an academic gap, but we have an opportunity gap. And as you all, I'm sure would agree, chronic absenteeism and truancy translates to diminished opportunity for our students. That's why this matters. There's been a lot of talk about violence and students may be involved in violence or commit violence, and that's certainly important, but it's, for me, what is most important is we have whole swaths of students across this city that are missing days of instruction, which will mean they are less likely to perform on grade level, less likely to graduate on time, less likely to matriculate to college, and less likely to live a productive life. And I say that because that's what the data is telling us. That's not conjecture. And one of the reasons why I introduced the bill, Showing Up for Students Amendment Act, is because hearing after hearing, namely with CFSA, it was clear that our current system is not working. And that's not because of the efforts of that agency. It is, I think, because we now have a misfit where CFSA is trying to triage a problem that it is simply not equipped to do. In my introduction letter for the bill, I wrote, the district's high rates of absenteeism and truancy is the product of many related shortcomings, but one glaring problem is that the process by which we refer students for engagement for unexcused absences fails the vast majority of students and families who enter it. Unlike most other jurisdictions, the district currently requires that students be referred first to adversarial agencies like CFSA for children under 13 and the Attorney General's office for students 14 and older. The Showing Up for Students Act will do several things just very quickly, and I'm going to get to my questions. It will expand the definition of excused absences. That is important because we hear routinely, like Councilmember Henderson was alluding to, there are many factors why students are not showing up for school. It may be housing instability. It may be transportation related. It may be because of public safety. Secondly, the bill will modify the process for referring students for intervention. First, tasking DHS to intervene and support students, trying to intervene early. And then if that doesn't work, then it allows for the referral to CFSA and or the Attorney General's office. The bill also tasks agencies and district leaders like you, Deputy Mayor, to convene to more frequently translate data about what's happening. And then lastly, it codifies what is educational neglect. One of the things that kept coming up in our CFSA hearings is that while CFSA received over 6,000 referrals, those instances did not rise to the legal definition of educational neglect, which some were arguing, the director suggested, precluded CFSA from directly engaging. And so while we were not trying to push more students into the CFSA system, we needed to define what was educational neglect. And I'm happy to say CFSA is, I'm not going to say they've adopted my definition, but they've adopted a definition that looks very similar to what we have here. And I'm sure many would agree, educational neglect is a form of neglect, just like other forms of neglect, and it's very serious. So I want to get to my questions. Director, I'll start with you. In fiscal year 23, and you mentioned that 97% of students that were served through the PASS program and avoided involvement with the court system. How many students in fiscal year 23 are we talking about that participated in the PASS program?
It's approximately just under 300, and I can get you an
Okay.
exact number. One moment. The data in a couple different places. My apologies.
No worries.
290.
290. Okay. And do you track for those students how many go on to graduate on time? And
No.
if so, no, you don't track that. Okay. Councilmember Henderson got at another question I was going to ask, like how many students are you hoping to serve through this pilot? And you've already answered that. I want to go a different direction. So walk me through how this would work. I'm clear on how the pilot would work, but would CFSA still be the first stop agency while this pilot is running?
Yes, and because in the first year, we're working with high school students. In the second year, if we, under the mayor's legislation, we would work with younger students who are now referred to CFSA and be that first intervention with those families to understand what's going on, what supports they may need, and to provide services that meet the needs of that family depending on what's going on.
So you would run your pilot, then Deputy Mayor, I would come to you. So CFSA, we know the current system is not broken. I want to reiterate, that's not because of a lack of effort on CFSA's part, but we know by the data, more than 6,000 students are being referred to CFSA. I believe they are only following up with roughly 250 students. So the vast majority are being what they call screened out. Are there plans to improve that while this pilot is running?
So the answer is yes. I've been working with schools and with CFSA to ensure streamlined communication. They've adjusted slightly their referral process. Director Matthews will be here to talk with you after the public witnesses, so you can follow up there on some of that work. But the idea is, yes, we're constantly trying to improve the current process as we develop the new system to include DHS, if that's where we end up going as a city.
And this connects to another question. While we are aligned in involving DHS, and when I say we, it meaning the mayor's legislation, my legislation, there is a difference. And I noted in your remarks, you emphasized that schools should be the primary point of referral for students. And while I agree with that, a common critique or complaint I hear from school-based staff is, well, we're doing what we're being tasked to do. We are making the referrals, we're collecting attendance, and then it kind of goes in this black hole and we aren't hearing back. And can you just speak to what is the barrier that exists to automating OSSI data systems? And we've talked about this offline, but I think for the record, one of the things that my bill would do would task OSSI with automating the referral system. Why can't we do that today?
Well, I think it's a sort of complex in the weeds response, but right now we have a data system whereby LEAs report into OSSI's data system. So now OSSI has the data, attendance data on a daily basis. At the same time, families have 5 days, according to OSSI regulations, to produce notes, to give excuses, to cause attendances to change from unexcused to excused. And at the same time, the schools themselves have to basically go in and verify that the data that they have entered is correct. So you've got this auditing process going on, which is what we believe is important to ensure you have accurate data before you're taking action with or on behalf of a student. So the schools know what they've got immediately. The schools also know the young people, and the schools know the interventions that they've been deploying. And so that's why we believe the schools should be making the referrals, and we can automate things throughout the system. So for example, if you hit a certain number of absences, the school can get a notification of that. They have dashboards that OSSI's created that they provide on a daily basis to schools. So OSSI is indeed providing this information automatically. Schools receive it. But the question is, who should be the sending entity? And I think almost existentially, the question for us is, who should essentially own the case of the student as they journey through the system? And I think what we don't want to do is have a system that passes, quote unquote, ownership of the well-being of that student from agency to agency, but rather to continuously have the schools in the position to fully understand what's happening, and therefore to be the ones to do the referral at each case. And lastly, I'll just say, and I know I'm talking too much, but DHS doesn't want to be, nor should it be, in a position that it is now having to damage the relationship it's built with families by passing students and young people on to the agencies, therefore putting in the same situation as the schools. So
very quickly, data reporting is another thing that several of the bills call, more frequent data reporting is one of the things that several of the bills before us call for. What is the current realistic timeframe we can more readily report data or expect data from OSSI?
So OSSI this year shifted from once per year to 3 times per year. They have a whole kind of data cleaning process that they have to go to. They feel comfortable with 3 times. We're certainly open to more regular. I know Councilmember White's got a bill that suggests monthly. I think from my perspective, honestly, is what's the rationale for the timing that we're looking for? And we have to figure out what's the data that best suits the need for that rationale.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Deputy Mayor, it's about 5 of 11. We've got 2 minutes to 11. We got 2 more members. How are you with time?
I will stay for both if we promise to try to be a little bit brief.
Councilmember Pinto? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Director. I want to ask you, Deputy Mayor, there's been some discussion already today about the school-based interventions, and this comes up in a lot of our conversations about the most effective ways to make sure that we're building trust and responding to students' needs. And I heard you say a little earlier that this engagement is going on every single day at our schools. And so what type of information are we learning through those questions that our school leaders are asking kids and their families about why they aren't coming? And then how are we using that information at a school-based level to follow up in real time?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Pinto. I think honestly, when Robert Belfance was here, he offered a framework consisting of 4 parts for the various reasons that kids explain and express that they're not coming to school. And that was very consistent with what we have heard. You know, I constantly say the new reasons young people are telling us they're not coming to school include reasons of feeling unsafe on their commute, reasons of feeling disengaged, because they feel like what's being offered is not that meaningful or relevant for them. Reasons related to health, because I think there's inconsistent understanding now of how often or how regularly you should stay at a school, depending on how you're feeling physically. And also just a general sense amongst parents who tell us they just don't think going to school every day is that important. And so we just hear from students and families that there's a slightly different relationship now between families and schools that we're working hard to try to fix.
Okay, and so of those 4 categories, what's the next step from your perspective before a CFSA referral to intervene when you hear those concerns or reasons?
We are doing a lot of work to try to improve the safety of young people on their commutes and their feelings of safety, which is, of course, why we established the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program. We're coordinated with MPD. We're working to alleviate criminal activity around schools and so on. In terms of just general engagement, we have invested heavily in ensuring that schools are wonderful places for young people to be, not least of which in terms of our teachers and the staff in schools. So having well compensated adults, we think is very, very important because teachers are the first point of that. We've done lots of work on, as you know, high impact tutoring interventions and our advanced technical center interventions, both of which have been proven to show higher attendance rates. So there's lots of work that we're doing in all of these domains, which is just part of our general work to ensure our schools are great and that every single school is great. So I could talk about that at some length, but in general, we do work in all of those domains. Specifically
Okay.
on attendance, as you know, schools are required to hold student support team meetings, and those are the points at which the teams come together and discuss and look at the data around individual young people and figure out if there's tailored approaches that are required.
Okay, and what type of training or resources are provided to educators or school staff on recognizing signs of continued absenteeism and the types of interventions that have proven kind of system-wide to be more effective?
So there we have a few different things we do. And again, we're fortunate that our colleagues from DCPS will be here testifying after the public witnesses, so you'll be able to follow up with them specifically on what they do within their cluster support model to ensure that any school that's experiencing lower attendance than we'd like to see gets expert advice and coaching and shared good practice. OSSI certainly in its LEA leader calls and LEA convenings also provides good practice examples and exemplars. At Everyday Counts, we've had in schools that have seen greatly improved attendance to talk about what it is they did to improve their attendance that they shared with the group. And my office produced one of our EdSite documents that listed the various interventions that schools have used most effectively to improve their attendance. Empower K-12, our nonprofit partner in this work, has produced, along with the DC Policy Center, information and insights for schools that we broadly disseminate as well. So there are lots of things we do. I'm sure we're not doing enough. I don't want to claim that we are, but there are lots of ways we try to convey good practice in improving attendance.
Okay, and one of the categories you mentioned was that students don't always feel like the course content that they're receiving or engaged in is relevant to them or that they're engaged in. And so what is the follow-up to that? Are there other efforts to make sure that we're lining up course content for our kids that is most interesting to them? And have we looked at any programs that are offering vocational programs or a more specific type of curriculum that has been yielding higher attendance rates?
Yeah, there are lots of examples of that, council member, and I think it really is a wonderful question. So we really are in the throes of almost a revolution in the way that we consider our high school and secondary programming as we shift into high quality, middle income aligned career and technical education. We're doing that lots through the shared programming that we're offering, and those courses and CTE in general does have higher attendance. DCPS, as you know, is engaged in a revamp of all of its high schools through its XQ work, which is basically from the community up to understand what young people and communities would deem most relevant. And they're revising their overall school models, I think, in really exciting ways to meet and address those needs. So we've done it in those ways. We've got, as you know, wonderful new social studies standards, which shift away from a very Eurocentric view of the world to allow young people now in a more action-oriented way to research and investigate the history of our city, the history of our country, the history of the world in new and exciting ways, and that will be rolled out over the coming years, including with $500,000 being invested by OSSI to develop exciting curricular materials that correspond with those new standards. So there is a lot of work going on to build excitement and enthusiasm amongst young people for school attendance.
Right. One of the things that you mentioned a little earlier this morning was about the kind of practical concerns of some school leaders making a referral to CFSA, not wanting to undermine the trust they've built with the family, not wanting to get the child or the family in trouble. And so what safeguards are you exploring putting in place to make sure that if absenteeism is outside the child's control, if they are following the guidance of what their parent asked them to do, or they have other circumstances at home, how are we making sure that the systems in place are encouraging reporting of that type of missing school without a fear that there will be that they'll be in trouble for something that's outside of their control?
It's a good and I think complicated question. The legislation that the mayor has put forward, that we have put forward, as you know, introduces the idea that DHS will be the first point of referral. And it is only after DHS has engaged in a deeply supportive way with families that there would be an onward referral to CFSA for the 5 to 13-year-olds. We are reestablishing an expectation that every young person who meets the threshold will be referred. And we believe that by introducing DHS in the first instance as a support, we will have full support of schools because they'll understand that the family has been engaged with, we've worked to remediate barriers. And after that, we do know that it's very important a family understands the consequence of not having your young person go to school.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And as we think about preparing for next school year and not everything that you all had contemplated, like with the alternative school, and all of the DHS supports are in the budget, but there is still funding in the budget with DHS to support truancy efforts. And so in our last couple of seconds here, just want to make sure that you all have what you need, even if not everything initially expected, to continue on bolstering the role of DHS earlier in the truancy intervention timeline.
Director?
So what we would be able to do with the resources that are left in the budget for this is a more limited pilot, which is why now we're talking about a pilot working with a subset of schools to prove the concept of what we're able to do through the referral, triage, and appropriate services to address the conditions that families and young people are facing that are underlying their truancy.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit about that next round. Thank you all. Thank you to Deputy Mayor and Director, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And I'll just put in a quick plug, Councilmember, for the emergency legislation that we're working with Council on, because that is something we will need in order to run the pilot in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Director Zeilinger. Um, are you seeing a difference in truancy now versus, say, 10, 15 years ago? It seems like it is a different thing.
You mean in terms of the kind of underlying reasons for it or the volume?
Both.
I mean, my own perspective on this is I do think the pandemic did change in some fundamental ways, both how families engage with school, and also it created some new circumstances that would cause changes in community. So for example, I think we have seen through the pandemic an uptick in violence, which thankfully is now decreasing this year, which I'm really grateful for. There's just the way in which the pandemic really took a toll in traumatic ways on families, which schools are now also having to confront. And one of those repercussions is that I think kids just started coming to school less regularly when school turned back on. So I do think there have been some changes. As I've mentioned, we're very, very grateful that all of the hard work our schools are doing and our school people are doing is causing this kind of 5-point drop every year in truancy, this 5-point drop
For
every
how
year
many
in
years?
chronic absenteeism. So we're grateful for that, but it's not nearly low enough.
A 5-point drop every year for how many years?
Oh, since just for the past couple of years, since we basically came out of the pandemic.
If I remember correctly, the PASS program was established about 14 years ago. Right. So PASS program was established about 14 years ago. Truancy is different now than it was. In what ways has the PASS program changed?
So PASS addresses more than just school attendance. It really looks at holistically what's going on with a young person. So they are oftentimes, or they may or may not be referred to us for truancy alone. It's a voluntary program, and we may get referrals from the school. We're actually in, as I mentioned in my testimony, in Kramer in a pretty intense way. But so what PASS, but because it's not a one size fits all model, it's a very tailored model to what is going on with each young person and the circumstances of their families. The common threads are we're addressing the repair of relationships in the family that are often fractured when students are disconnected. Their parents don't know they're not going to school. They feel like they cannot control their children and their behaviors, and the school and the child is also not established strong relationships, or feel unsuccessful in school, may have severe anxiety that is really at the root. So we're working with the young person and the caregivers in their lives to understand what is actually going on. And we go through really a 6-month program with the young person, their family, that is aimed at addressing the whole range of behaviors. So you look at the CAFIS, it's measuring across multiple domains, educational attainment, of which is one.
Right. But it is, I mean, it seems like PASS is one of the primary tools the administration is recommending to address truancy.
Yes, so this would be a gateway into PASS based on the assessment, because some students may not be going to school for a range of reasons, and that intervention may be really crucial and transformative in some cases. In other cases, it's not the fit for the circumstances, but this would allow us to understand what's happening. Very importantly, different than when it's a CFSA call or a court case, where it allows us to sit on the same side of the table with young people and their families to look at what's going on and work with them on a solution only after the engagement from the school has not yielded the
Sit on the same
desired
side of the
result.
table with them in a judicial hearing?
No, meaning that it's not adversarial.
Okay,
But
so
that
it is adversarial with CFSA.
I'm saying that there's a potential penalty. When a parent gets a call from CFSA, there's a fear oftentimes that there's a threat of removal.
Mhm.
Where we are is a different, if the outreach from the school has not had the desired results, what we offer are services and supports. We're not the enforcement.
But you're a mandatory reporter, right? So
Of
anything
course, we're
CFSA would
mandatory reporter.
take a action on, you would have to report.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm not suggesting that we wouldn't, but
Okay.
I'm saying that the outreach is branded differently. It's why the PASS, when we launched PASS, there was debate about where it should
Could
sit.
CFSA brand differently?
That's a great question. I think it's a question of opinion.
So I'm looking at CFSA's mission statement. The Child and Family Services Agency works to improve the safety, permanency, and well-being of abused and neglected children in the District of Columbia, as well as to strengthen its families. And I don't see enforcement agency in there. And so it seems like we're trying to correct for a branding problem or a leadership problem or a capacity problem. And I worry about the long-term implications of that, because on DHS's plate is homelessness, food assistance, housing, a lot of things already. And so the concern, which I don't think surprises anybody in this room that I have, is that DHS has a lot on its plate. And to have it as a primary agency for addressing truancy seems to me to be heading for long-term instability of that agency
So you have
or of that program.
often talked about the overlap between school attendance and a lot of other economic factors and factors around poverty. DHS supports and serves in a range of programs families who are in poverty. And a lot of what is at the root of going on, of why their kids aren't going to school and what is happening in their communities, they're the same families, different, oftentimes a different referral source or a different issue or different need. And we have relationships with a lot of these families in other places. So we're working with them. It allows us to work with families with a different team. It's not the team that does eligibility. It's not the team that does homeless services, but we certainly, families' needs are not divided by programs. They're just their needs. And it allows us to, we're really well positioned and have a very strong track record at serving families well. You would have to ask a parent how it feels to them when they get a call from CFSA. There are fantastic professionals at CFSA.
But is that a fixable issue?
that
Or are you suggesting that it's not a fixable issue? How parents feel when they get a call from CFSA?
I think it's a question when you
That
ask
seems to
me,
be a
can we-
critique of
is it how-
CFSA,
what
which I
it-
would share. But I would suggest we have to take that head on and fix that issue. Because they are called a Child and Family Services Agency. What we're talking about here are child and family services.
So-
When I look at their mission, family engagement, welfare of the child, all of those things.
So what I would say is, look, I have all of the respect for CFSA, their staff, the fantastic work they do. They are very much about upstream prevention. I'm not disputing that with you. I'm saying by design, there's a reason why a lot of the prevention services are in the Department of Human Services, and we've proven to be very effective at those services in partnership with families. And we have an opportunity to intervene earlier and work with families. And if it's not effective, they still would get that referral to CFSA or the Office of the Attorney General.
I got to
But
move to a different issue.
Please
I
do.
apologize.
Can I just, sorry,
But
Councilor, I know you're going to move to, I really
I
apologize.
really do have to
I just
move.
want to also share CFSA deals with 5 to 13-year-olds. And so we are also then left with the
By
question of the
law
older
or
students
practice?
by law.
Okay. So with the alternative educational setting, how will this be different from Washington Met?
Washington Met was essentially a school, and students were either by choice or by transfer placed in that school, and that became their long-term school setting. The alternative setting that we have proposed through legislation is for 11 to 45 days only. It's a temporary long-term suspension location. And our idea is that it is staffed heavily with behavioral supports, psychiatrists, social workers, and then teachers to support the academic program that the students continue to receive from their home school. But it is in the first instance, think of it as a long-term suspension home for students to work on the kind of skill building and self-regulation that will help them be successful in their homeschool.
Yeah, I want to dig into all these things more. Last seconds, the mayor's truancy proposal has a number of provisions related to student discipline to allow more suspensions at middle school and high school. This is a valid and important conversation. What's the relationship between the suspensions and truancy such that they're in the same package?
We are through the uplift legislation that the mayor has presented, trying to give the city more tools in general to deal with and to work with students who are routinely out of school. And so we do this through the truancy referral process. And we want to make sure that schools have the best possible set of discipline tools at their disposal to make sure that their schools are indeed wonderful and safe environments for all young people who are in them, and that kids continue to get the kind of resources they need through the discipline process as well. So it's related in the way that we're working to create the kind of environments in schools that will be good for all kids, and all kids get the supports they need to be in school.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember. Thank you to each of you. So that's going to conclude this round. And I'm going to turn to the rest of the witness list, public witnesses, and then at the end, we will have the other remaining government witnesses. Thank you again, Deputy Mayor and Director Zeilinger. If I call somebody and they're here in the room, please identify yourselves quickly so that I know when I filled up the table with 4 individuals. That's one of the challenges with a hybrid hearing. Ebony Rose Thompson, President of the DC State Board of Education. Virtual. Robert Henderson, Ward 5 Representative, DC State Board of Education. Eric Goulet, who is the Ward 3 Representative, DC State Board of Education. Chelsea Coffin, who's Director, Education Policy Initiative, DC Policy Center. Eduardo Ferrer, who is Visiting Professor and Policy Director at Georgetown Juvenile Justice Initiative. Danielle Robinette, who is Senior Policy Attorney at Children's Law Center. Jody Afka, who is Director of Access Youth. Hannah Mason, who is Senior Education Research Analyst, DC Policy Center. All right, so a number of you are online. We'll begin with Ebony Rose Thompson. We're going to have 3 minutes for testimony because we got 70 witnesses. President Thompson, I'll be a little bit flexible with you since you're president of the state board.
Good morning. I'm actually delivering testimony on behalf of the board. So good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the DC Council and staff. My name is Ebony Rose Thompson. I'm the president and Ward 7 representative of the DC State Board of Education. I am pleased to be here today on behalf of the state board to provide testimony on student absenteeism and discipline. Our testimony, will share elements of the current bills the state board supports and which elements complement our own specific recommendations. The state board has heard directly from students, parents, administrators, and other stakeholders across all 8 wards about how and why we must urgently work to reduce absenteeism and truancy. To do this successfully, DC government must continue to amplify the voices in our local communities and focus on practical, high-impact solutions that are built through strong interagency collaboration. Recognition of legislation targeting chronic absenteeism and truancy. The 4 bills at the center of this hearing aim to address chronic absenteeism and discipline in different ways. The state board supports elements of each, particularly directing stronger monthly data collection and reporting. By requiring more frequent attendance data collection, Bill 25-74 would help our schools, local education agencies, and OSSE better identify where additional intervention and supports are needed. Using safe passage, safe blocks to enhance students' safety. Better data reporting would enable our education system to intervene with flagged students. However, without accompanying preventive measures that increase the root causes of absenteeism, This crisis will continue. Designating schools with chronic absenteeism greater than 20% as priority areas for safe passage, Safe Blocks program, which Bill 25-754 would do, is one viable strategy for encouraging student attendance. Third, updating and revisiting processes for flagging and referencing chronically absent students. 3 of these bills acknowledge the need to involve child welfare agencies as last resort options in case of chronic absence, while also accommodating individual students' capacity constraints. Bill 25-758, for example, better defines schools' roles in collecting and reporting students' attendance patterns, but it also shifts the responsibilities of referring students to the Department of Human Services from schools to OSSI. Number 4, reframing chronic absenteeism as a system and state resource issue while extending empathy for students and family experiences. Bill 25-758 expands valid excused absences to cover students who are experiencing violence, a family member's illness, housing displacement, and family and immigration court proceedings. Bill 25-791 proposes that schools provide families with OSSI's Truancy Prevention Resource Guide within 2 school days of the student's 10th unexcused absence. Number 5, including chronic absenteeism in the UPSF. The State Board supports Bill 25-754's proposed new uniform per student funding formula category, which would provide additional funding for schools to support students who are chronically absent. In parallel to the 4 bills before this hearing, the State Board unanimously passed SR 24-7, recommending policies that address chronic absenteeism and truancy. In April 2024, the recommendations put forth in the resolution were developed based on expert panel and public witness testimony, feedback from the State Board Student Advisory Committee, and takeaways from agencies' participation in the Everyday Counts Task Force. Recommendations include elevating student voice, leveraging nurses' roles in addressing attendance issues related to illness, and providing professional development to principals, teachers, and education support staff. To strengthen the connections between schools and families, the State Board invites council members and the viewing public to review the full list of recommendations from SR 24-7, which can be found on the appendix of this testimony. In July, the State Board will release a crosswalk and analysis of SR 24-7 and the bills being considered today, similar to our analysis of the proposed teacher retention legislation. The crosswalk will go deeper into the recommendations and analysis we have shared today. We ask the council to let us know how we can continue to serve as a partner in supporting citywide efforts to reduce chronic absenteeism and truancy. The State Board is grateful to the chairman and the committee of the whole for holding a hearing on these critical issues. I thank you for this time, and I'm also happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, President Thompson. I did let you go over because you are testifying for the board. Won't be so gentle with the following. Robert Henderson, Ward 5 Representative.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. These views are my own and do not represent the views of the board as a whole. I do support the testimony delivered on behalf of the board by President Thompson. I testified last December on these topics, and I won't repeat the testimony except to reiterate the reasons high school students told me that they or their peers might be absent. Lack of motivation, students can get assignments online, they live far from school and parents can't take them or are afraid to let them take the train. Stress, they are not okay mentally, and that's a quote. Fear of people at school or on the way to school, bullying, and several mentioned that students might need to take care of older family members or younger siblings. The reasons are varied and complex. For example, while some students cite safety concerns as a reason for absenteeism, a veteran Ward 7 DCPS counselor reported to me that when community violence increases, attendance increases also because students seek safety at school. Since I testified last December, I have also become a parent to a chronically absent student. And I can tell you that there is no incentive, penalty, or set of supports inside or out of school that would have kept him from becoming counted among his school's chronically absent students. He simply could not go to school for an extended period of time. All this is to say that there is a story behind every case of absenteeism, and we need to have flexibility to tailor responses that are as varied as those stories. At the school level, this is extremely intensive work. You will hear testimony from Justin Lessick at Sojourner Truth School in Ward 5, where they have been remarkably successful with attendance in large part because of their intentional efforts to cultivate strong relationships with students. But this type of work is harder to do at schools with larger numbers of students. I think it's very important to support schools with additional resources. Otherwise, we will further contribute to the burdens on teachers and school staff and risk adding to an already too high rate of attrition. I do think the proposal in Councilmember Parker's bill to shift bringing DHS services to support families when appropriate is a promising one. It won't be necessary or appropriate in every instance, but will be an important resource to address root causes of absenteeism in some cases. Tailoring responses to various causes will also require work, support, mutual accountability, and collaboration across several levels. At a certain age, the students themselves, parents and families, schools, and city government. I've been listening to the hearing and note that a lot of the concerns that have been raised are, I think, revealing the inadequacy of the city's social safety net and administrative capabilities. They're just inadequate. And if we really want to be able to meet challenges like absenteeism, we need a more fundamental shift in our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Henderson. Eric Goulet, Ward 3 Representative.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Council members Pinto and Lewis George, and Council staff. Thank you for holding this important hearing today on 4 pieces of legislation regarding truancy and chronic absenteeism. Ensuring that our students are in school and engaged in learning needs to continue to be a shared goal and priority focus for all of us working on DC education policy. Today, I will be speaking in my individual capacity as Ward 3's State Board of Education representative and not on behalf of the board. However, I would like to associate myself with the testimony of our President, Ebony Rose Thompson, who spoke for the board today, except for one distinction I'll make later. And then also just associate myself with the resolution that we adopted, SR 24-7, which was recommended policies that address chronic absenteeism and truancy unanimously by the State Board. I will focus most of my testimony today on Bill 25-791, the Utilizing Partnerships and Local Interventions for Truancy and Safety, the Uplift Amendment Act of 2024, which I believe is the most impactful piece of legislation on today's agenda. Briefly, I will comment on the other 3 bills. I believe that Bill 25-740, the Truancy Reduction and Student Success Act of 2024, is harmless. It'll provide a little bit more information, but I don't see it having a large impact on chronic absenteeism. The one provision that I do not support and distinguish my comments from the board would be the one supporting Bill 25-754, the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Amendment Act, which creates an additional funding category for the UPSFF for schools for chronic absenteeism. This change to the formula adds unnecessary complexity when we should focus on fully funding the needs covered by the at-risk weight per the recommendations of the adequacy study, and then ensuring that those funds flow to local schools. I believe that Bill 25-758 has some promising provisions in it. I support expanding the set of valid excuses, but I would like to make sure that if we do so, that we continue the supportive services for students and that those are made available for any student that shows a history and pattern of excused absences. Lastly, I want to speak in full support of Bill 25-791, which I think has a series of thoughtful, evidence-based provisions and encourage the council to adopt this legislation this council period. Strengthening the truancy referral process through the Department of Human Services is sound policy, as DHS is the agency best placed to solve the multiple social issues a family may experience that contribute to truancy. I fully support the idea of rolling out a pilot program for high school students this year, if possible. I heard concerns earlier about the capacity to manage the new responsibilities of these interventions, but I feel this could be remedied by ensuring resources needed to expand the programs for FY26 are added in the budget process if the interventions are proving successful in school year 24 to 25. And I see I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. I'll submit the rest of my comments for the record, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet, and you will submit your statement.
I've submitted it. It just may not have come up on the system yet.
Okay, we'll look for it then. Chelsea Coffin.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Director of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing and vibrant economy in DC. In my testimony, I will speak to how funding for chronic absenteeism would be counterproductive in this way, the need for tracking student referrals in a way that reduces the burden on schools, and the need to connect more data reporting with actions. First, on the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Amendment Act of 2024, DC Council should remove the suggestion of an additional funding category to the student funding formula with the weight of 0.1, specifically to address chronic absenteeism. Adding a weight to address chronic absenteeism would reward schools that serve similar student populations but have higher rates of chronic absenteeism at the school level. At the median school, for example, 55% of economically disadvantaged students are chronically absent, with about half of schools falling between 43% and 64% of students. However, this additional funding for chronic absenteeism would disproportionately benefit those schools with the highest levels of chronic absenteeism. And at the top of the chart below, and counterintuitively provide less resources to schools reducing chronic absenteeism while serving similar populations. Instead, especially in a limited fiscal situation, if the district wants to invest additional resources to reduce chronic absenteeism, OSSI or the DME, for example, could create a grant program to fund promising practices. Additionally, this would be incredibly difficult to implement because final chronic absenteeism data are typically not available until December of the following school year, meaning that any budgets would rely on outdated chronic absenteeism that lags by 2 years and does not reflect the current situation. Instead, this bill could provide more funding to at-risk students or high school students through the formula, understanding that these are the students who are more likely to be chronically absent on average. In school year 21-22, 66% of at-risk students were chronically absent compared to 29% of non-at-risk students. And high school, 60% of high school students were chronically absent last school year compared to 44% of all students. Second, the Showing Up for Students Amendment Act of 2024 and the Uplift Amendment Act of 2024 both mention the Department of Human Services as a new referral partner for unexcused absences. However, adding a new agency without specifically thinking through how reporting protocols will work will increase the bureaucratic burden on schools. It can even be challenging to track and move students through the current and simpler referral process. The addition of a new government agency as a less punitive first stop could be beneficial, but it adds a layer that schools will have to track and a new system to navigate. There is a need to streamline this process for schools so that students do not get lost in the shuffle. Third, B250740 requires monthly reporting on chronic absenteeism by school. Diligent reporting on absenteeism during the school year is a good thing, but it should be done in a way that creates minimal burden on schools, and it should have some actions attached to it. Perhaps for OSSI to look into schools that are having positive results compared to the same time in the previous year to share any best practices in real time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Coffin. Eduardo Ferrer.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the Committee on the Whole. My name is Eduardo Ferrer. I'm a Ward 5 resident, the Policy Director of the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Initiative, and a visiting professor in the Georgetown Juvenile Clinic. Thank you, Juvenile Justice Clinic. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'll focus my oral testimony on a high-level summary of a position on the 4 bills, and will submit longer written testimony for the record. At a high level, we support in principle many of the proposals in the 4 bills aimed at reducing student absenteeism, find the approaches to be complementary, and believe the bills can be married into the start of an improved comprehensive approach to improving school attendance. However, we oppose the proposals relating to student discipline and delinquency and encourage the committee to strike those from any final bill. First, with respect to attendance, Dr. Balfan's testimony from May 13th provides a useful guide for the task at hand. We need to know our challenge well. We need to develop a comprehensive evidence-based response that prioritizes prevention and problem solving. And we need to break down existing silos and align our resources to address absenteeism. Here is how I would marry the bills to build a strong foundation consistent with the Balfan's framework. First, I would combine and modify the bills to create an updated timeline of intervention that centers problem solving at the school level. The proposed timeline should be as followed. A student support meeting at 5 unexcused absences within a marking period to identify the reasons that the young person is struggling with attendance. As Dr. Balfan stated at the public hearing, a lot of the work to intervene with absenteeism is most effective at the school level because that is where relationship can be built and problem solving related to aversion, disengagement, and misperception can best happen. Referral to the Department of Human Services at no later than 10 unexcused absences within a rolling 90-day period. However, SSTs should refer directly and immediately to Department of Human Services if the SST determines that one of the underlying reasons for the absenteeism fits into the external barriers category mentioned by Dr. Balfons. And then third, discretionary referral to CFSA at 20 unexcused absences or referral to court social services at 25 unexcused absences, depending on the age group, where there has been no engagement by the student or the family with earlier meaningful intervention efforts. Second, I would propose combining proposals from the various bills to ensure more robust data collection, more regular reporting, and more nuanced analysis. And third, it's critical that we fund these efforts, particularly SSTs, and continue to break down silos. With respect to the discipline provisions in the executive's bill, I strongly urge the committee to reject the majority of these provisions, especially those that would recreate the failed alternative school approach, lift caps on the length of suspensions, create a broad and virtually unconstrained definition of serious incident, and significantly expand the bases for out-of-school suspensions for middle school students. Simply put, we know school exclusion doesn't work, and we can't tell students that they have to go to school. At the same time, schools are telling students that they're not allowed to attend. Rather than excluding kids and pushing them out of school, we should be pulling them closer and pushing services into the schools. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrer. Danielle Robinette.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette, and I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. Last month, this committee heard from local and national experts regarding research and best practices to improve school attendance. Now, the committee must decide how best to leverage legislative tools to address absenteeism in the district. A common theme at last month's roundtable was the need for better data to inform attendance policy and practice. Currently, the district relies largely on OSSE's annual report, which offers a high-level overview of which students consistently miss the most school, but more is needed. DC's response to chronic absenteeism must be informed by real-time monitoring of student attendance, the reasons why DC students miss school, and the efficacy of our attendance interventions. It is not enough to know that X% of students miss Y% of days. Policymakers must know why students aren't attending and whether proffered interventions actually improve attendance. As Dr. Balfons testified at last month's roundtable, different causes require different solutions. And if you guess wrong, the solution can actually make it worse. Without adequate data on the drivers of absenteeism in the district, the committee is left with the unenviable task of trying to guess which of the various legislative proposals before you will best address the needs of DC students and families. Guessing wrong would not only waste the district's limited resources, but might just make the problem worse. The bills before the committee propose ways to improve the district's attendance data. The Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act would require OSSE to publish attendance data monthly. The Showing Up for Students Act would require OSSE to include in their annual report the root causes of absenteeism and the most effective interventions. And the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Act would require OAG to report outcomes for students referred to truancy diversion programs. This additional information would refine understanding of why students miss school and whether our interventions work. This will, in turn, allow policymakers to continuously improve how and where attendance resources are invested. For the rest of the proposals in the bills, my full written testimony, which I will submit to the committee before the record closes, provides a comprehensive analysis of each provision based on the three-part framework proposed by Dr. Balfons at last month's roundtable. If the council decides to move forward with any of the provisions in the proposed legislation, we urge you to pursue only those that are consistent with research and best practices. Additionally, we caution the council against those provisions that pose risk of harm to students or those that undermine student engagement. Specifically, Children's Law Center is deeply concerned about efforts to expand the role of CFSA in the district's response to chronic absenteeism. As we testified in December and again last month, child welfare referrals are ineffective at addressing attendance and pose significant harm to students and families. Expanding CFSA investigations at the scale imagined by the Showing Up for Students Act would require the agency to double, if not triple, their investigation staff. Taking on thousands more investigations will make it even harder for staff to identify the children experiencing abuse and neglect. Moreover, CFSA does not have the tools to address the underlying causes of absenteeism. Absenteeism has long been a challenge for the district, and it will continue to be so as long as we lack the data necessary to inform policy and practice. We strongly urge the committee to be guided by best practices and ensure that any resulting legislation leads to meaningful improvement in attendance and avoids imposing harm on DC children and families. Thank you for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Jody Avka. Jody Avka. And you are muted. You're muted, so we can't hear you.
There we go. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Jody Ofka, Executive Director of Access Youth, the district's longest running high school truancy prevention partner. Our truancy prevention program serves over 800 students annually at 8 DCPS middle and high schools, with some of the district's highest rates of chronic absenteeism and truancy. In the past decade of implementing and refining our truancy prevention program, the lessons we have learned directly align with the key messages and best practices shared by the expert panelists convened by the Council at its May 13th Roundtable on Student Absenteeism and Discipline. As Dr. Balfans testified, solutions to address absenteeism must focus on school-based and community-based strategies that address barriers to attendance and make school buildings safe, supportive places where students can effectively learn the knowledge and skills that will support their future success. As the expert panelists shared that day, punitive approaches do not work. Students need early intervention and prevention programming in school, not referrals to overburdened agencies. The takeaways from those experts are reflected in the district's own experience in trying to address this issue. The Attendance Accountability Amendment Act of 2013 established mandated referrals to government agencies like CFSA and OAG and other punitive requirements for chronically absent and truant students and their families. And since then, the issue has worsened considerably. While the chronic truancy rate spiked to 42% in the aftermath of COVID-19, it had already been on a steady and alarming rise before then. This shows that the main thrust of the Accountability Amendment Act, referring students and families to programs that are perceived by the community to be punitive when students are missing too much school, simply didn't work. And while we applaud the council and mayor for recognizing the need for a better approach, the answer is not to double down on or even tweak the ineffective approaches of the past 10 years, nor to regress to the highly punitive and isolating interventions that preceded them. Rather, we should listen to the experts and shift our efforts and resources towards school and community-based prevention strategies that identify and mitigate individual barriers to attendance, improve school safety and engagement. Students need connection, trusted adults in the building, a welcoming and inclusive school culture, and meaningful activities. Connection improves attendance and academic performance. Therefore, we support several recommendations from the proposed bills, including the legislative action requiring enhanced and more frequent data sharing, both from DCPS and OSSI, and from agencies providing truancy diversion programs. This should allow for better coordination of efforts and better responsiveness on the part of schools and partners seeking to improve attendance. We also support efforts to target funding and resources to the schools that have higher rates of truancy and chronic absenteeism and push for school-based solutions for improvement. Again, if we want students in school, then the focus should be on providing school-based attendance services and support. We have significant concerns about the proposals that focus on steeper penalties and increasing referrals to government agencies that are overburdened and ill-equipped to handle them. If the district is
Ms.
serious
Avka,
about— Yep.
Your time has expired.
Okay,
And
I will submit my testimony.
Please, because I
Absolutely.
don't have a copy. Thank you.
Got it.
Hannah Mason.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Hannah Mason, and I'm the Senior Education Research Analyst of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing, vibrant, and compelling DC. My testimony will compare chronic absenteeism in DC to surrounding areas and suggest ways to address truancy through evidence-based, non-punitive measures. Compared to neighboring counties and closest cities, DC has one of the highest chronic absenteeism rates, which includes unexcused and excused absences, which also count towards truancy. In Maryland, where attendance requirements are similar to DC at half of the day to be counted present, Baltimore's chronic absenteeism rate of 54% in school year 22-23 is higher than DC's rate of 44%. This also holds true pre-pandemic, when 42% of students in Baltimore were chronically absent in school year 2018-19 compared to 29% in DC. Neighboring Montgomery and Prince George's counties in Maryland have lower chronic absenteeism rates than DC, both pre and post-pandemic. In Virginia, school districts set their own attendance policies, and chronic absenteeism is lower than in both Maryland and DC for neighboring counties and the city of Richmond. In the most extreme cases of truancy, Uplift would require the OAG's office to send parents whose child has accrued 25 unexcused absences one of the following: a letter that could subject them to prosecution, a referral to mandatory participation in the Alternatives to the Poor Experience Diversion Program, or a referral for mandatory participation by the family in a family group conference within the youth division of DHS. However, research suggests there are other options aside from legal penalties for families that have shown to reduce chronic absenteeism, which in part leads to decreasing unexcused absences that lead to truancy. For example, mentoring, early warning systems, and weekly meetings have been effective elsewhere. Implementing mentoring programs, even low-cost ones, led to improving academic achievements for students in urban districts and decreasing absenteeism. Early warning systems, an approach that identifies and supports students who are at risk of failing an educational milestone, reduce absenteeism, improve students' GPAs, and decrease the number of students repeating a grade. The New York Department of Education implemented a task force that reached 10,000 at-risk students by organizing weekly meetings between principals and stakeholders to analyze data, creating mentoring programs, increasing incentives, implementing higher accountability standards, and adjusting interventions in real time for students based on data. This resulted in students participating in the above mentoring programs and receiving interventions significantly outperforming those who did not. DC can increase attendance rates without punishing families. High school students have especially struggled with attendance and truancy across multiple years, and it's important that we implement a multifaceted approach that evaluates what's working, all while holding students and families accountable in equitable ways. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. That's going to conclude the testimony from this group. I just had a couple of questions, I think, for Mr. Ferrer, and that is, 5 minutes? Yes. So you spoke favorably of the student support teams, SSTs, but some schools are overwhelmed by them. There's so many. So what do we do?
So I think a couple of things. One could be more funding to the schools. I think that's one of the reasons why Councilmember Allen's proposal to add a weight specifically for truancy interventions could be helpful. Could also be done through grant fundings by identifying the schools that have the most SSTs. When SSTs are done well, I think they can be incredibly effective, but we're not seeing them done well at scale. So I think it is a critical piece of the intervention puzzle, and one that we need to lean into more, both in terms of attention and in terms of resources.
I don't think more funding is the answer. If you have several hundred students who require SSTs, and that's not in the first month, that's going to be probably in December, maybe November, December, January. That's just overwhelming.
I think
it's not a question of funding. The principal can only spend so much time at SSTs. And if not the principal, the assistant principal, and then the counselor, and the teacher. Teacher's got other things to do, like teach.
I agree 100%. And I think two things. One, when Dr. Balfans testified, he talked about the importance of prevention. And one of the reasons that I think SSTs in the short term could really help us is in terms of collecting data and really getting at the root reasons why kids aren't going to school. If it's disengagement, if it's aversion, if it's misconception, then we're going to know that at the school level, and then they can design prevention programs that will drive that number and kind of flatten the curve over time. One other piece to consider is whether, given DHS's approach, where they're kind of pursuing this with a kind of a triage model, is whether you push DHS in even at that SST stage to help manage the volume, particularly at the beginning. And then also we have a better kind of jumping off point. If the issues, if the root causes or the drivers of that student's absenteeism relate to the school level, the school knows that it needs to be the one to intervene. If it relates to housing, the need for elder care, transportation issues, then DHS can jump off from that point, and we're not waiting until that young person accrues even more unexcused absences before they
Yeah,
get to the
I'm
DHS level.
getting lost, and that's not a good place to be.
Could I add something
Yeah.
on the SST point? I think that there are other ways that you could resolve some of this kind of administrative burden. I think one is to change the composition of the teams. The regs currently require like certain people to be there. In our testimony at the roundtable last month, we included specific recommendations for how to make SSTs more effective. One is change the composition. One is to target them towards students who miss 5 days in a concentrated period of time rather than across a long period of time. And then also to look into other people who could be doing that work that are not school staff. I don't want to speak for Ms. Oka, but I would imagine programs like Access Youth and other like comparable CBOs would be able to intervene and do some of that supportive work when, as you said, teachers already have 110%, if not more, on their plate right now.
And you're going to reiterate this in your statement when you submit it.
Absolutely.
All right, so then my other question is, I begin by saying that I am not a fan of the proposal for this 45-day alternative placement setting. I just don't see how, but my point here is not to argue that. But I will say this, the concern or objective from the standpoint of the executive, as I understand it, is that these are the most problematic kids. They are discipline problems in school. In the old days, we would just suspend them or expel them. Well, okay, they don't learn if they're suspended. They don't learn if they're expelled. But I'm not a fan of this alternative placement. So what do we do with these kids?
I think we push resources into the schools. The reality of is a lot of those young people are also going to be students who are identified with disabilities. And so there are resources that we should be pushing in through their IEP, resources that we should be pushing in through Medicaid. A lot of what we see with suspension and truancy issues, it's particularly young people who have the diagnosis of a student with emotional disability. And so not only should we be looking at prevention, how are we intervening with those young people before it gets to that point where they become a discipline issue or a truancy issue? But also, how do we better respond through all the tools that we have through their IEP?
I'm going to push back, and I'm out of time, but I may be the only council member. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. The problem I have with your answer, you said more resources. Well, really, if we were to reach these kids to begin with, like you said, disabilities, so we have special education, we have IEPs. In fact, we had a tussle with the executive over the budget because they want more money for more lawyers, for more settlements, because they're not doing the IEPs, so instead they're settling. Well, so if there was more preventive work, but that wasn't my question. I mean, I totally agree. If there was more preventive work, even with disengagement, kids are disengaged because they're not at grade level. If you're not doing very well, I mean, I'm assuming, but I think there's a high correlation. If you're not doing well, then you quickly become disengaged. So doing things right to begin with and getting kids early, all that makes sense. But my question's about the kids who are, maybe we didn't get to. I'll put it this way, the kids we failed. So now what do? We've got a disciplinary problem. We failed the kid. I don't see how putting another counselor in the school is going to solve that problem. What do we do with these kids who are just really, really problematic? I don't think there's an answer. I'm not sure you want to say there's not an answer, but that's what I'm pressing now.
I can offer two if you'd like.
For Danielle, and then I'd like to jump in.
Two specific programs that already exist, but we could expand and better implement are the restorative discipline practices currently run through Restorative DC by School Talk. Expanding that, Dr. Balfon's research also references restorative discipline as a prevention measure, but also could be used in the moment when these incidents are occurring. And the second would be the school-based behavioral health program that, while there are not yet clinicians in every school, that's limiting the ability of these schools to do that pre-work to support students before they get to that point where there's a serious incident, or to help respond in the moments when there is a serious incident.
And that's what I mean by pushing in resources to the school. The school-based behavioral health model is not run by the schools directly. It's through DBH. And so we're using other funding streams. We're utilizing and leveraging federal dollars through Medicaid to push resources that that
Yes.
school doesn't otherwise have.
Well, the problem with school-based mental health is that, as I understand it, there aren't enough school-based behavioral health practitioners. Because the council has been clear that we do want that. The other program that you mentioned, where is that?
Restorative DC, it's a run, I think, funded through OSSI, grants to schools. Then Restorative DC is a program out of School Talk where they come in and they have kind of different levels of support. The lowest level is kind of these like whole school models, or the highest level of support is these whole school models where they have staff in the school all the time to support teachers and other school staff in implementing restorative practices throughout the school day.
And you'll touch on that in your statement when you submit
Yes, sir.
it. And maybe Mr. Ferrer, you'll do that too. I have no other questions. Thank you, each of you who are here, especially, but the others who are online. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
I got it. All right, I'm going to call the next group. If you're in the room and you are here, make yourself known so that I don't get more than 4 people to table. Cynthia Robbins, Teo Bell, who's Deputy Director of School Justice Project, Carrie Savage, who's Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy with PAVE, Christy Matthews Jones, who's with the DC Girls Coalition, Carly Sessoms, who I know is a teacher, Tammy Lewis, who's Senior Director of Government Affairs at DC Charter School Alliance, I'm stopping there. Did I end up calling 5 people who are at the table? And there are only 4 seats? I'll assume by the silence, no. All right. Cynthia Robbins? You here? Teo Bell? Please proceed. Turn your microphone on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, my name is Teo Bell, and I'm the Deputy Director of School Justice Project, as well as a Ward 4 resident. SJP is a DC-based legal services and advocacy organization that uses special education law to ensure that older court-involved students with disabilities can access a quality education. As with many of the public witnesses today that I'm sure you'll hear from, SJP is in strong support of some aspects of these 4 bills, like creating a new UPSFF weight for chronically absent students, and staunchly opposes other aspects, like placing students in an alternative educational school setting. While we share the council's worry about increased absenteeism, a phenomenon that I will note is happening in school districts across the nation, not just ours, many of the provisions in these bills do little to actually increase student attendance and make students excited to go to school. Instead, the cumulative effect of these pieces of legislation may have the impact of driving our young people further into the school to prison pipeline, or will criminalize them. I'm going to limit my testimony today to the detrimental impact of highly restricting the use of diversion programs and deferred disposition agreements, which I also testified about in the Judiciary Committee hearing. The definitions outlined in the mayor's bill of when a DDA would be restricted include charges or adjudication in any crime deemed a crime of violence or a dangerous crime. While SJP in no way wants to minimize the impact that these crimes have on their victims, we want to caution the council and the executive in this council to think through the intended consequences of what those limitations will do. We are concerned that this lack of access to these programs will further criminalize youthful behavior that is best handled through effective, judicially tailored programming devised by judges that we entrust to make decisions about the young people before them. As reported by the CJCC, young people who participate in diversion programs and DDAs were less likely to recidivate than those who are pulled deeper into the juvenile justice system. One aspect of DDAs that often gets overlooked is how demanding the terms are for clients. To begin, accepting a DDA is not only a plea of guilty, but it can also raise red flags for clients in their future endeavors, especially in employment and post-secondary opportunities, which do not always differentiate between sealed convictions and convictions generally. DDAs have strict requirements such as mandating school on time and regularly, obeying curfews, abiding by individual requirements from court social services, and oftentimes attending programming, which can be held weekly or sometimes more frequently. Many of SJP's clients who have faced juvenile justice involvement have been offered access to these interventions, and the programs have worked for them. And I have provided some client examples in my written testimony that I have submitted. The evidence is clear here. DDAs and diversion programs work, and having a second chance, something that the district believes in, can make a big difference in changing the trajectory of young people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Ms. Savage.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, committee staff. My name is Carrie Savage, and I'm a Ward 1 resident and the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE. Thank you for hosting today's hearing on legislation that seeks to address our record-high chronic absenteeism and improve attendance in our public schools. We are at a true crisis point, and I'm glad to see leaders in the district seek to address this head-on. My testimony today will largely center on one thing: relationships. Positive relationships are key to tackling this issue. Research shows that when students have at least one strong relationship with a trusted adult and feel connected to school, they are more likely to attend and perform well academically. However, not all students in the district currently feel that sense of belonging. In high schools, where there is a 60% chronic absenteeism rate, student reports much lower levels of belonging than in other grades. This is especially pronounced in 9th grade, a critical transition year where 63% of students were chronically absent and 41% missed more than 20% of the school year. When we look at DC's sense of belonging data, in the 2022-2023 school year, only 44% of 9th graders reported feeling like they belonged at their school, lower than any other grade. We need to propose targeted solutions that help foster strong relationships and to ensure students feel like they belong, have a trusted person at school, and they have a sense of joy and pride in their learning. As such, we support the intent of the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Amendment Act to add funding for additional schools, but more discussion is warranted on the right mechanism to further infuse resources to address the issue so we avoid unintended consequences. In addition to focusing on relationships, we need to listen to what students and families are telling us are the root causes and barriers that cause students to miss schools. Here are some of the things that we have heard. First, safety. Students often face safety incidents as they travel to and from school, and we most commonly hear that from families that adults on their transit route are the biggest barriers to them feeling safe and wanting to attend school. PAVE parent leaders have a number of policy solutions in their statements of belief around safe passage that go to this effect. And so we were happy to see the expansion of safe passage workers included in one of the bills as well, in Councilmember Allen's. We also need to address transportation issues. There are tons of routes that students take to school that are options that are unreliable, long lines leading to bus routes, buses not coming on time, dangerous walks to metro stations, et cetera, and mental health supports, as many have already addressed in the hearing today. So we hope that the council and district agencies work together to address those root causes. In addition, I will quickly go over the key attendance interventions on the bills proposed. First, in looking at the shift of the referral process from CFSA to DHS, the most important thing is to ensure that they have capacity and ability to execute. If CFSA doesn't have it, we need to make sure that in the process moves to DHS, there must be additional funding and trained staff to add on the workload. I will submit my full testimony with the additional remarks, but thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. And you will submit. Great. Christy Matthews-Jones.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson, other members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Christy Matthews-Jones, and I'm the Director of DC Girls Coalition. DC Girls Coalition works to elevate the young voices of young girls of color, transgender girls of color, and gender nonconforming people of color in DC. We are led by a youth advisory board that helps us come up with our demands. I'm here to testify mainly on all of the bills. I have longer testimony that I will submit, but I'm just going to highlight specific things for now to keeping time. First, I would like to express our support in the Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act. We do believe that it's important to be collecting data. Many of our young people have expressed that that understanding where truancy is happening, and that could be very helpful in increasing resources within specific schools and specific neighborhoods. We do have a concern of that data being used to tear down communities or schools or lead to gentrification, which we have seen happen in other incidences. But we believe that it's important to be collecting that information so we can figure out exactly what successful intervention will look like in a holistic way. We do support some of the elements of the Showing Up for Students Act. We support the expansion of reasons of absences and things like that. We do think that it's important to understand that children and students are holistic human beings that have other things happening in their lives that do affect their ability to attend school, just like it affects adults' ability to attend work. And we think that that is an effective shift. We are concerned about using DHS as the first point of contact when we're talking about truancy. We have heard several testimonies from families in the past how DHS has weaponized CFSAs, particularly for families who are homeless. And we're concerned that not only if they are the first point of contact that this can happen, but they can also, with this new intervention, weaponize removing other DHS services from families that are benefiting from them. We do believe that this is a concern around implementation that can be addressed. We are also concerned about the standards of neglect and the shift in those standards and what that will lead to for families. It feels like there will be an increase in intervention for CFSA for neglect, which we have adamantly expressed to you and other staff and council members that we are trying to limit the intervention of CFSA across the board for families. And I will submit my written testimony. I know I'm running out of time, but I do want to say that for the youth that we work with, many of them have expressed that they feel like they are already labeled who they are, even though they are still developing their personalities, what they want to do, what they need. And we have to move from a system that is writing young people off for actions to a system that is trying to understand what solutions they need to shift what maybe the road they are heading down.
Thank you, Ms. Matthew Jones, and you will submit. Carly Sessoms.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Carly Sessoms. I'm a Ward 5 resident. I'm a DCPS teacher. I'm a DCPS parent. I am fully invested in public education. I am going to go off my comments that I submitted because I don't want to use my valuable time to repeat some of the excellent points that I've heard from some of my colleagues and peers. So I will resubmit my testimony, but the important things I want to point out, number one, is one of the greatest shortcomings of one of the bills is expanding the list of excused absences for real life experiences. You know, my goal as a teacher is to get every student in school every day, and we don't need to give students another reason for them not to come to school. So I would just urge you to really consider that consideration of expanding excused absences and creating more opportunities to not be in school is difficult to see how that will benefit students. I'm just going to move straight to some of my comments. I've been here before. I've testified about chronic absenteeism before for many months. It is very, very close to me. I know of a student that missed 111 school days last year. I like to use data points because I feel as though they have the most impact. So in 2023, almost 15,000 K through 12 students were chronically absent. The thing to keep in mind, chronic absences is 11 or more days of school. Profound chronic absence is 30% more days of school. That's 54. So that's a profound chronic absence. Nearly 9,000 K through 12 students were profoundly chronically absent last year. In my case, I know of a student that's 111 days. When I hear about some of the efforts that some of these bills want to approach, I hear report, require, enhance, collaborate. Much of it is increasing bureaucracy. There is absolutely no time to increase bureaucracy and then reflect on what we did or we did not do right. Former person who testified mentioned that we just are going to guess and see if it works and hopefully it will work. We don't have any time to do that. My goal is that when the when the school year 24-25 starts in 2 months, that the probably 2,000 K through 5 students who were considered profoundly chronically absent are already invested in the system in some way because we've done outreach with the parents. My comments have gone off topic. I've gone off topic here, but I can't help but try to speak for my students and the students that I see every day and the kids that when we talk about most extreme absent kids who are not getting the high impact tutoring, who aren't the ones who are filling out the surveys, who are not the ones who are caught up in any of the data reporting. And I'll leave my comments there and I will resubmit my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Sessoms. Tammy Lewis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I'm Tammy Lewis. I'm a proud Ward 5 resident of more than 25 years, and I serve as the Senior Director of Government Affairs at the DC Charter School Alliance. Our schools view chronic absenteeism as a crisis. Missing school interferes with students' learning and interrupts educators' ability to effectively instruct other students. We also know chronically absent students are more likely to drop out and are at higher risk for neglect and abuse. A community approach to reducing chronic absenteeism includes ensuring schools are places where every student feels they belong and have at least one adult on their side, and safety net agencies providing case management and support services. This is a complex problem with nuanced solutions, and I refer you to my written testimony for more detailed recommendations. Currently, addressing chronic absenteeism falls primarily on schools to track, intervene, and refer truancy cases to other agencies for additional intervention. Meanwhile, the agencies tasked with receiving and following up are not held to the same standard. A recent report revealed that only 115 of the more than 11,000 referrals for educational neglect sent to CFSA in the last 2 school years received a substantive response. CFSA deemed that the vast majority did not rise to the level of educational neglect, even though many performed well below grade level. This is a serious problem for schools that can't solve most root causes of truancy, regardless of how well they comply with policy. We have 3 recommendations to improve accountability. First, we must establish a transparent system that ensures agencies intervene effectively to support students referred for truancy while allowing stakeholders to assess the effectiveness of interventions. We support the additional reporting by agencies required by Councilmember Allen's proposal. A good start would be a dashboard that notifies schools when a referral was received and allows for real-time communication between the agency and schools. Second, as a city, we must come to a shared definition of educational neglect that considers both academic performance and safety. Otherwise, we risk raising a generation of children unprepared for successful futures who learn that it's okay not to send your kids to school. Third, we recommend publishing data on chronic absenteeism more regularly to aid collaboration. Schools expend enormous effort intervening with and referring students with 10 or more excused absences. We are concerned that the uplift legislation would create challenges by adding additional referrals by schools at 20 and 25 days. We also support Councilmember Parker's proposal to automate referrals by leveraging OSSI's attendance data to automate referrals and enhance information sharing capabilities among schools and agencies.
Ms. Lewis, your time's up.
Thank you
I have your full
for your
statement.
time. Thank you.
Thank you. That's going to conclude this panel. I don't have any questions for you all. I appreciate your testimony. I think most of you, no, 4 of you said you would submit or resubmit your statement, so please do that. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Nicole Travers, Senior Director of School Support and Program Data. Laura Meistis, CEO of DC Prep Public Charter School. Jessica Giles, Executive Director, Education Reform Now Advocacy. Rustin Lewis, Executive Director, Communities and Schools in the Nation's Capital. Monique Baker, Communities and Schools in the Nation's Capital. I know, we don't have- We'll stop there. Ms. Travers? And good morning. Or
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Afternoon.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Travers, and I'm the Senior Director of School Support and Program Data at the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that every student can choose high-quality public schools that prepare them for lifelong success. We know students are absent for a variety of reasons, including unmet health needs, instability at home, challenges accessing safe and efficient transportation. We also know absenteeism has long-term impact. Students who are chronically absent in pre-K through first are much less likely to read at grade level by third grade, and students who cannot read at grade level by the end of third grade are at 4 times more likely to drop out of high school. Data shows dropping out of high school increases the likelihood of poverty, diminished health, and involvement in the criminal justice system. Our priority is to ensure students are in school and that their needs are consistently met, a goal I know we all share. I'm here today to share many of the ways charter schools are tackling chronic absenteeism and truancy and highlight ways to improve legislation. Some strategies school leaders use include implementing strong internal data systems that start with taking daily attendance, logging communication with families, and excuse notes, developing individualized intervention plans to help address specific needs, building strong relationships with families all year round, inclusive of personal outreach, contracting with transportation vendors to make it easier for students to get to and from school, hiring and training support teams, and establishing partnerships with CBOs. Most importantly, before a student reaches the truancy referral threshold, caregivers are made aware of the problem multiple times. At 10 or 15 days, depending on the student's age, schools then make referrals as required by law to CFSA or CSS. I'd like to note that immediate shifts will place a burden on schools. We therefore urge the council not to implement significant changes to the referral procedures just weeks before the school year starts without adequate time for schools to understand the changes and revise internal data systems, policies, and procedures. Schools would have to identify any additional staffing needs and train staff on new procedures, which takes away from other academic policies. And any legislation passed that includes new required referrals should not fall on schools. After leaders made the initial truancy referral to CFSA, CSS, or DHS, those agencies should provide case management rather than requiring schools to manage multiple referrals at separate agencies. Every hour spent completing additional referral forms is an hour that's not spent engaging with students. We applaud Councilmember Robert White for seeking to address the issues that schools are not equipped to address, such as adding housing vouchers to decrease homelessness and address truancy. Regardless of what agency is responsible for intervention once a referral is made, we need legislation to clearly define what support families will receive after their child reaches the absence threshold. In other words, the safety net must kick in. Thank you, and I welcome all questions.
Thank you. Laura Meistes, is she here? Jessica Giles.
Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole, my name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the DC chapter of Education Reform Now Advocacy, an organization fighting for a just and equitable public education system for all DC students. Thank you for holding a hearing on these bills. Across the nation, chronic absenteeism, or missing more than 10% of a school year, has risen sharply in the past few years. The crisis is especially acute in DC. Last school year, 43% of DC students were chronically absent, and 3 out of 5 high school students were chronically absent. 37% of DC students were truant, meaning they accrued 10 or more unexcused absences per year. Shockingly, several schools have chronic truancy rates at or above 80%. While both chronic absenteeism and truancy rates in DC fell slightly in the past year, trending in the right direction, nearly half of our students are still missing significant instructional time. And this is a problem. Chronic absenteeism is associated with missing early learning outcomes, increased rates of high school dropout, and poor outcomes later in life, from poverty and diminished health to involvement in the criminal justice system. In short, students need to attend school to learn and live productive lives. So why are so many students chronically absent and truant? The causes are complex. Issues such as safety, transportation, health, among other factors, affect student attendance. Indeed, the OSCE found that excused absence totals in school year 22-23 remain similar to the prior year. Any legislation that the mayor and DC council move forward must strengthen student absentee reporting, improve the referral process, and provide student and families with evidence-based interventions. Student absenteeism data must be shared in a timely, accurate, and actionable manner. DC Council should require more frequent reporting of absentee and average daily attendance by school at least once per month, which could help OSCE and LEA leaders learn more quickly what is working or intervene timely to support schools with the greatest challenges. Additionally, DC Council should require LEAs to report to OSCE on the reasons for student absences. This data would provide valuable insights into school and neighborhood trends to inform policymaking and the allocation of resources. This should come with citywide recognitions for schools and agencies that make needed improvements. Prior hearings on chronic absenteeism truancy have revealed that our referral system is broken. When LEAs refer students with significant attendance challenges to agencies, too often students and families do not receive immediate and meaningful help. The DC Council must ensure that agencies charged with providing support to families have appropriate resources to do their work and be held accountable for providing services in a timely manner. And most importantly, our students and families need greater support. We should analyze what schools are doing to improve student attendance and replicate best practices. Additionally, the mayor and DC Council should continue to invest in evidence-based practices like home visiting and nudge communication. The bottom line is that no single solution can fix student attendance. It will take thoughtful legislation, sustained investments in evidence-based practices, strong oversight, and strategic support for students and families when needs arise. It will also take our entire community, underscoring the value of consistent school attendance. My written testimony provides some comments on each bill. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Giles, and I do have your statement. Rustin Lewis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members as a whole. My name is Rustin Lewis. I'm the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of the nation's capital. I've served in this role for the past 4 years, but over the past 23 years, I've been passionate advocate for education for DC public school students. On behalf of the Communities and Schools Board, our staff, and our students, I thank you for supporting community schools. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify today about the truancy bill under consideration by the council. Communities and Schools of the nation's capital is an independent 501c3 organization. We are an affiliate of our national Communities and Schools. CIS National is the largest dropout prevention program in the country, supporting grades K through 12. Our local mission is to surround students with a community of support to stay in school and achieve in life. We do this by placing trained site coordinators in schools to identify the needs and mobilize resources such as housing, clothing, transportation, mental health services, and mentoring. The strength of our organization is our feeder pattern. It allows Communities and Schools to be a champion for students throughout their enrollment. Our partnerships allow us to bring in critical resources such as tutoring, mentoring support services, hygiene, and mental health supports. Our site coordinators, who are strategically embedded in the schools, are in the schools to address many of these needs. This school year, we supported 4,367 students and case managed 367 students across 10 DCPS schools. We served wards 1, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Our schools are making significant strides towards achieving academic, attendance, behavior, and school climate goals. For school year 24-25, we will support nearly 5,000 students and case manage 500 students, thanks to the restoration of funding for community schools. Joining me today is our program director, Monique Baker. Ms. Baker was formerly a site coordinator and has been promoted to director of programs for the last 2 years. She holds a master's in social work
And Ms. Baker, may I turn it over to you?
Honorable council members, I'm Monique Baker. I'm honored to serve as Program Director for Communities in Schools of the Nation's Capital. I'm a native and resident of Washington. I'm a graduate of DC Public Schools and a licensed social worker with a decade of experience with CIS of the nation's capital. I'm privileged to witness firsthand the transformative impact of our organization and the impact it's had on students across the city. Communities and Schools of the Nation's Capital operates on a proven model of success that integrates into the fabric of our schools, addressing barriers to learning that many of our students face. By providing targeted interventions, wraparound services, CIS ensures that over 4,000 students in DC have the opportunity and the supports that they need to succeed academically and developmentally. Our mission is simple yet profound: to surround students with a community of support, empowering them to stay in school and achieve in life. We accomplish this by deploying a unique model that integrates student services directly into schools and addressing both academic and non-academic barriers to success. At CIS, we believe that every child deserves a fair chance to succeed in school and beyond, regardless of their background or circumstances. Our model is built to understand what the student needs. And those needs might include basic needs, a need to feel safe and supported and connected to resources to address their specific challenges. They are also more likely to thrive academically and graduate high school and prepared to actualize a life of their choosing. Here are some key components of our model. We offer integrated student services. So like Dr. Lewis mentioned, we provide professionals who are trained to meet kids' needs, and they're in school every day from arrival to dismissal. They directly work with school leaders. These coordinators work one-on-one with students to assess their needs and connect them to tailored resources. By addressing the whole child, we ensure that students are equipped to overcome obstacles and focus on their education. CIS leverages partnerships in local businesses and nonprofit and government agencies to expand our reach. We also continuously monitor and evaluate our program to ensure effective, improved outcomes for our students. We track attendance, behavior, course performance data, and we can identify early warning signs of academic struggle and intervene promptly to prevent dropout and promote graduation. CIS recognizes the critical role that families play in student success. So we engage parents and caregivers in their children's education. We host workshops, family nights, and we provide individual supports for family to foster supportive home environments. Thank you for your time, and I'll submit my testimony for the record.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you. I know there's one more from the communities and schools will come with the next panel. So Mr. Lewis, I don't have your statement. Ms. Baker, you admitted that you'll be submitting. But I do have Ms. Childs and Ms. Travers. I didn't see where any of you commented for or against the proposal to shift the referral for under 13 from CFSA to Department of Human Services. Any of you have views on that? Ms. Childs?
I have lots of views. I was listening to the testimony earlier today. I still want to learn more about the process that DHS would go through to allow for that to happen effectively. I still have questions around staff capacity, are the resources there? And then also making sure that schools are have enough time to be able to implement, I think are all questions that are still outstanding. I'd love to learn more about that.
Ms. Travers?
I'll add on to that as well. There are concerns given the timeline with the shift and how that would impact school leaders as they are already well underway and setting all of their plans for the school year. They're training their staff. And any shifts would require intense training and reinforcement with their staff and or potentially hiring. as well.
Sure, and I think that was a point you made about the timing, but there's no way we're going to be able to adopt legislation before the start of the school year. So the question still remains whether we should be changing that referral process. I don't know if you were in the room when I opened the hearing, but I cited 3 instances of violent criminal activity that each associated with attendance or the lack of, I'll say the lack of investigation by Child and Family Services Agency. The South Capitol Street murders where 3 of the 5 had, we know had attendance issues. 3 of the 5 murderers had significant absenteeism problems. Benita Jacks, who murdered her 4 kids, and CFSA was AWOL, and Militia Rudd, where I think by that time, I'm not clear whether there was the reporting requirement, but DCPS had failed to make the referral to CFSA timely. And I don't know, I'm skeptical that DHS has the skill to be able to identify abuse or neglect, as well as those who are trained at the agency that specializes in identifying abuse and neglect. And that the executive seems to be satisfied with the CFSA being viewed as an adversarial agency, which the statute doesn't say, and an agency that's only about taking kids from families and placing them, rather than viewing CFSA as an agency that can help families.
I'd like to add, Chairman, if I can, and this is speaking as a former principal, long-term school leader in Ward 7 of a high school that had very high truancy rates. I do believe that school leaders would appreciate the incoming of additional resources from agencies to pour into their schools and being readily available for them. And I know some of those programs exist through ACE, PASS, and Attend, but some of those programs are very limited and only a certain amount of schools can engage in those. So if we're able to increase the amount of students that can be impacted by that, I think that would help tremendously.
Sure. Mr. Lewis or Ms. Baker?
Yes, Chairman Mendelson, I don't want to speak out of turn without fully understanding the legislation. I was not here at the beginning of your opening remarks. However, I would be very concerned about the efficiency and effectiveness of any shifts in financial bureaucracy that would not take place soon and therefore would be inefficient. So I guess I share my colleagues' perspectives in terms of efficiency and effectiveness.
Thank you. I'm going to let you all go and call the next group of witnesses. Thank you for your testimony. Dylan Amankwa, who's Communities and Schools in the Nation's Capital. Phoebe Jean. Justin Lessick, who's Executive Director of Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. Jaytoya Manget, Faculty Nurse Practitioner at Children's National Hospital. Raymond Whedon, who's Executive Director of Thurgood Marshall Public Charter School. Rachel White, Senior Youth Policy Analyst at DC Action. Tracy White, CEO, Paul Public Charter School. Marja Plater, or I think it's Marja, M-A-R-J-A Plater, Senior Counsel, Youth Justice Council, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Sorry, I was struggling there. Micah Haskell Hull. Micah Haskell Hull. BJ Page. Catherine Procope, Executive Director, Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science Public Charter School. Dr. Jeffrey Grant, CEO, Monument Monument Academic PCS, Public Charter School. Regina Bell, who's Vice President, WTU Local 6. I think I'll stop there. Even though I have one more seat. Why is that in line? Joy Johnson. I'll stop there. We'll stop there. All right. Dylan Manqua. Did I get that sort of right?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I am Dylan Amanqua. I serve as the Communities and Schools Site Coordinator at J.O. Wilson Elementary School. I've served in this role for a year, and while I'm not a resident of the district, I feel I have a deep vested interest in the flourishing of your residents, particularly the children of the residents that you serve. Being a site coordinator at an elementary school, I sit in a crucial position where I play a role in how families' relationship with education develops. We like to think that the habits and relationships we build early on dictate the way families approach schooling for their kids over the 13 or so years that they're in grade school. At J.O. Wilson, there's an emphasis on establishing a synergy between all stakeholders, that being parents, teachers, and staff, to ensure the success of our students. And I feel this starts early. For example, in a metric like, take for example, attendance, be it in-seat attendance or chronic absence, we've learned that the attendance habits of students in early childhood education carries on into the primary school grades. Many students that were chronically absent in pre-K went on to struggle in attendance going into kindergarten, first and second grade. This is something that we see in our data at JO, but also it's consistent with in conversations that I've had with site coordinators around the country, support staff, and administration. This signifies a need to establish relationships with families early and to highlight the importance of attendance at this stage now that it is, one, compulsory, and two, crucial to building a strong academic foundation and just a foundation for life in general. These early grades are important in establishing the stakes of attending school and what they mean for students. So going into the next school year, we'll be putting more emphasis upon engaging with those families earlier, identifying students whose attendance is in and around the red. This, of course, does not happen siloed though. With the help of our school's manager of strategies and logistics, our social workers, and the family services specialist at central office, we hope to really drive home the importance of coming to school. From second grade and beyond, as our scholars continue to matriculate, we hope to continue to keep these families engaged. That's something that will not change, and we hope to make that an institution at our school. But as a site coordinator, part of my job, the part of my job that brings me the greatest joy is knowing that my office serves as a safe space for anyone to come and be heard, to be seen, and most importantly, to be taken care of. We're there for the kindergartner that needs a change of clothes after an accident, the third grader that just needs a break from class, and a fourth grader that's been seeing their parents struggle a little bit and has trusted me enough to find an answer. Site coordinators are the bridge for the resources and relief that our families and students seek. And we're here to help them feel loved, to help them navigate the challenges, and to help them feel confident in their preparation. With this being my first year, I feel there's a lot more work to do, and I'm definitely still learning. So I really can't call myself an expert in any of these aspects. But it's been incredibly motivating to know that the diligence of CIS and the effort of our team at J.O. Wilson, we've been able to take attendance, chronic absenteeism from 33% last year to 13% this year. The importance of our work cannot be overstated, and our office doors are always open, our phones are never silenced, and the work we do does make a tangible difference.
Thank you very much. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that. Phoebe Jean.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council and staff. My name is Phoebe Jean. I am a Ward 5 resident and site coordinator for Communities and Schools, nation's capital, at Stanton Elementary in Southeast. At Stanton, sit on the team with a staff, mental counselor, and we strategically focus on how to address the issue of students who miss too many days of school. Students who miss school are struggling with social skills, academic success, and miss out on fundamental learning experiences each day. One way to address this would be to have all students who are chronically absent reported monthly so that the attendance team can make phone calls, conduct home visits, and dig into the underlying reasons why our kids aren't showing up. The earlier we can identify which students are chronically absent or near chronically absent, the sooner we can intervene. This would help streamline and improve our strategies. Once we see that a student is nearing the point of chronic absenteeism, we can step in and support the family. Collaboration is key. Students often cannot get to school themselves, especially since I work at an elementary school. Being up to date on the stats will help us identify families who need transportation, are experiencing housing insecurity, or just need a new Kids Ride Free card. Last year, after realizing that many students near chronically absent were missing school due to a lack of school uniforms, CIS was able to purchase a washer and dryer to have on site for families to wash their uniforms and other clothing. Several students who had missed multiple weeks of school were now in class and ready to learn every day with clean uniforms. Through monitoring attendance and asking why, we were able to find a solution. Publishing this data would allow decisions to be driven by this data and tailored to address the root causes of chronic absenteeism. Thank you for your time and Thank
you. Justin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. My name is Justin Lessick, and I'm the Executive Director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. Truth is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school, and we are located in Ward 5. We currently have about 290 students across grades 6 through 11. Over the next couple of years, we'll continue to grow until we have about 460 students across grades 6 through 12. Truth was fortunate to have some of the higher attendance rates in the district during the 22-23 school year. I've testified over the past year in support of some of the strategies that we've employed at Truth, such as making truancy rates a focus for all staff members and not just one specific team, maintaining a relationship-based and personalized support system for students, and investing in efforts to identify and mitigate root causes for each individual with challenges. Despite these efforts, attendance continues to be a challenge, and I appreciate the attention that the mayor and council, and specifically the chairman and council members Parker, Allen, and White are putting on to introduce new bills and ideas. I support the additional funding weight that council member Allen seeks to add to the foundational funding for students that are considered chronic absent, as significant resources go into funding interventions. Further, I appreciate Councilmember Parker's push to shift responsibility for truancy referrals to OSSI and away from school-based staff, and for sharing the sharing of information from DHS and OSSI with our teams at the school level so that we can track the process and connect directly with case managers where appropriate. Without this bill, there is an unnecessary and somewhat redundant administrative burden on school-based staff to fill out referrals. School staff is already marking students with excused and unexcused absences and sharing that information daily and directly with the district. And so it feels redundant to then fill out referrals that provide the exact same information. The effort to remove this burden is a welcome one, and one that will result in more time for school staff to focus on attendance interventions and instruction rather than paperwork. For the reason just mentioned, however, I'm a little concerned about the requirement in the Showing Up for Students Amendment Act for students to report to OSSI on a monthly basis, such things as the number of students with 3 or more unexcused absences in any 30-day rolling period. I may be misunderstanding, but my assumption would be that OSSI already has access to this data because we as a school are submitting attendance on a daily basis. Couldn't OSSI have a centralized system to automate the reporting of students with these unexcused absences in a 30-day rolling period? This seems like it would be much more efficient than having hundreds of individuals at public schools around the city each take hours to individually review the data to which OSSI already has access. I appreciate the requirement in the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Amendment Act for DHS to report to schools on student progress in interventions. Similarly to my earlier concern, however, I'm not sure why schools would need to report to DHS on a student's school attendance. This feels like another inefficiency, as it seems that DHS could simply look at the attendance records that each school is already submitting to OSSI. Again, I might be misunderstanding something in that process, but this might present another opportunity to avoid redundancy and work at the school level, and thus free staff up to do greater intervention work and less paperwork. Thank you for your time and consideration. I truly appreciate the council's focus on attendance and supporting our schools, students, and families.
Thank you, Mr. Lessick. Jatoya Mangat.
I'm here. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jatoya Mangat, and I'm a faculty nurse practitioner at Children's National Hospital, co-leader of the Collaborative for Attendance Resources in Education and Health, or CARE-H attendance program, as well as a school telehealth provider. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony supporting legislation addressing student absenteeism and truancy. I will focus my testimony on the areas we would like to see move forward forward in the 4 bills before the committee today. At Children's National, we believe that it will take a community-based approach to help resolve the chronic absenteeism challenge in DC. Through our community-based division, we are working to provide accessible healthcare services that reduce student absences and remove barriers to care, such as weekend appointments and telehealth and primary care, integrated mental health and subspecialties, and a robust mobile medical program that delivers primary care and immunizations at schools and sites throughout the city. The past year, we also expanded the CareH program, which allows parents at all DC public schools to consent to share their child's attendance data with their healthcare provider. We receive information on their student absences each month for our enrolled patients and conduct phone and email outreach to provide support with health and social needs. As the council considers measures outlined in the proposed bills to improve chronic absenteeism, Children's National supports the following 4 areas. 1, monthly reporting on absenteeism rates and the causes of the absences in the district would allow for modifications of population level interventions that are closer to real time. Receiving monthly data would enable programs like ours to pivot our reactions and resources beyond our current trends, based on current trends, and initiate interventions to support attendance in the same school year. 2, expanding safe passage programs to prioritize areas that have higher rates of absenteeism is a great starting point to help students feel safe in absence of transportation when walking. 3, being the referral process with DHS before involving CFSA and the OAG seems plausible with the right sizing of staff to help meet capacity. Through CareH program and in my clinical practice, we often hear about housing, food insecurity, and the availability of jobs and childcare as concerns from families. When families are faced with these challenges, they are likely to focus on meeting those first-tier needs prior to concerns about school and education. And 4, additional funding to support student attendance programs is necessary to make realistic changes and continue to support community partners like Children's National. Increased funding could be used for additional support staff that are focused on helping students and families with attendance challenges and collaborating with community partners that provide families with needed areas of support outside of school, including food banks, before and after school programs, and transportation programs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on these student absenteeism and attendance remediation bills, and we look forward to continuing to support the district's efforts in improving chronic absenteeism.
Thank you, Ms. Mingott. Raymond Whedon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Raymond Whedon. I'm a Ward 7 father of 2 public school students and the executive director of Thurgood Marshall Academy in Ward 8 in the heart of Anacostia. At TMA, we understand that attendance is the #1 predictor to student success. Missing class or being late to class directly affects how students grow in our school. Our priority is to ensure that students are present in class as much as possible to support those who need additional help. We have implemented and continued a few initiatives to combat absenteeism, but the most vital tool that our school has to improve attendance is to ensure that every student has a trusted adult or mentor whose relationship is a lever to bring students to school. Our improvement over the last year has been attributed to leveraging relationships and strategies, such as partner with the Deputy Mayor of Education to make or wake-up calls from our team members or increasing our home visits. These efforts have been instrumental in addressing the barriers to prevent students from attending school. The outcome has increased our truancy rate from 28% to 22% in the last year, while our in-school attendance has stayed flat. We should also mention that we have partners like MedStar Wise, School Talk, and the Special Education Co-op, who has helped our team to address this approach to supporting students in the classroom, making it worthwhile for students to be there. And finally, our proactive efforts, like robust out-of-school programs, allows for TMA to have over 40 clubs and athletic programs serving as hooks for our students. 90% of our students are participating in our after-school programs, which gives them a reason to come to school every single day. I do want to highlight one of the programs that the district has done. On top of DC School Connect, the DC district has also helped implement a pilot called Everyday Labs. In this program, there are mail nudges that are sent 6 to 8 weeks to students who are missing 5% of enrolled days to help them to get to school. They also have programs that help us text nudges, so families can receive bi-weekly messages about their students' absences. And then families can text back to the program who will help them point them to different resources if they need to support them. While I ask while we are thinking about attendance and the legislation that goes on there, I am a little confused about all the ins and outs of them. But there are some things that I would ask as we are considering what is in the best interest of students, schools, and our community. We ask that council please do not implement new laws that would place burdens on schools. We are already dedicated time and resources to intervening with students, referring them to their appropriate governing partners when possible. Any changes to that process should be automated to reduce any duplications, as Justin mentioned earlier, to allow us to focus on the core mission of educating students. We really urge council not to implement significant changes in the referral process just weeks before the school year starts. I just left a planning meeting for our upcoming school year. This is not on our radar, and we do not have a way to really implement something in the middle of the summer for us to start in the next school year. Moreover, after we do these referrals, we really need our partner agencies like CFSA and CSS to really take over the case management of any referrals that we are sending. This approach will ensure that the students receive a comprehensive support without putting too much on my team who is looking to educate students.
Mr. Whedon, your time's expired,
Thank you.
but I have your statement.
Got it.
For folks who are testifying online, if you're in gallery view, you should be able to see the clock. The next witness is Rachel White. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Rachel White, Senior Youth Policy Analyst at DC Action. We use research, data, collective action, and racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all kids reaching their full potential. My testimony today will focus on the relationship between youth homelessness and truancy and the importance of providing support to youth experiencing homelessness to ensure they're able to access the education to which they are entitled to. I would like to commend the council for addressing truancy in these bills, as education is essential for individuals to attain housing stability and financial independence. Truancy and homelessness are closely linked, both contributing to a cycle of instability and educational disruption. Students experiencing homelessness often face significant challenges in maintaining regular school attendance because of frequent relocations, lack of transportation, and the need to prioritize basic survival over education. That's why it's imperative, as we're discussing truancy today, that we also center this conversation around youth experiencing homelessness. We do have some recommendations for the proposed bills, and I will go into them now. So with respect to the Uplift Amendment Act of 2024, which includes strong provisions intended to address truancy, discipline, and accountability, we recommend resolving issues that could impact unaccompanied youth experiencing homelessness. For example, the requirement for families to participate in a family rehabilitation plan created by DYRS may not be applicable to unaccompanied youth experiencing homelessness who do not have stable family support. This could result in a gap in support for these youth, as they may not have family to involve in such plans. Making any child found delinquent due to a crime of violence or a dangerous crime while armed and eligible for deferred disposition could disproportionately affect unaccompanied youth experiencing homelessness, who may be more vulnerable to engaging in such activities due to their circumstances. This provision could limit their opportunities for rehabilitation and recovery. Also, enhanced school discipline measures may not consider the underlying issues faced by unaccompanied youth experiencing homelessness, such as trauma, instability, and lack of support. Without addressing the root causes of their behavior, stricter discipline might exacerbate their challenges rather than help them. And also, with respect to the Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act of 2024, which requires OSSI to publish monthly data on absenteeism on its website, we recommend amending this bill to require disaggregation of truancy data by specific populations to include youth experiencing homelessness, youth involved in the child welfare system, juvenile justice system, and pregnant and parenting youth. Breaking down truancy data into these categories enables policymakers like yourself, educators, and advocates to identify patterns and effectively target interventions. I have sent over my testimony. You can see the other recommendations we have with respect to amendments, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White, and I do have your statement. Tracy White?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, just so that you know, I have already sent my statement over, and so you can take a look at that when you have time. Good afternoon again, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. My name is Dr. Tracy White, and I'm the CEO of Paul Public Charter Schools. which serves 750 students in grades 5 through 12 and is located in Ward 4. I want to begin by thanking you for your focus on the critical issue of student attendance and for seeking out ways to effectively address truancy and chronic absenteeism. I truly appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts on how we can improve our policies to better support our students, our schools, and our families. I want to actually begin by sharing some of our schools' data on reporting from the past year. Paul has the fortune of having what we believe is the best attendance counselor in the universe. Her name is Miss Linda Long, and she does all of the things all of the time to ensure our parents are consistently aware of their child's presence in school and that our data are correct so we can address issues as they arise. So this past year, we completed 75 referrals to the past program. Great program. Unfortunately, they filled up very fast. And the outcomes of those 75 referrals were as follows. 19 were actually assigned to a case manager. 2 were already in the program and 4 were placed on the wait list. The rest of the students were not served and were not able to be addressed because the program was at capacity. And so PASS then referred us to Better Morning Incorporated, a program to which we then referred 23 students. Better Morning Incorporated never responded to any of those 23 referrals for attendance support for those students who had met or exceeded the chronic absenteeism or truancy threshold. This year, 55 referrals in accordance with attendance guidelines were made to CFSA. CFSA responded to those referrals by either saying they conducted a review of 4 of the cases and that the situation did not rise to the level of educational neglect. And for the remaining 50 plus referrals that we referred, they told us that they would not accept those students and that we should continue to figure out how to work with them. I should note that some of those students had amassed in excess of 100 absences for the year. 64 referrals were made to the court social services system. 15 were assigned to the Intent program. 3 were referred to ACE. 2 are under court supervision currently. The rest of the referrals have not been completed or reviewed so that any recommendation could be sent to the OAG and the school year is over. And so none of the programs also, by the way, that have admitted students have ever communicated with the schools to share their plan, nor have they shared their progress. And as such, what I would urge the council to do is to ensure that any new policy aimed at addressing truancy and chronic absenteeism does not only not place additional reporting requirements on the schools, but that they focus on addressing the root causes of why students are not attending schools and that they address the true lead agencies, which are our homes and the agencies assigned to support our homes and our families to make sure that they're receiving comprehensive familial support so that the students' attendance rates can ultimately increase. There are other recommendations in my full testimony, which I didn't get to, and happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White, and I do have your statement. Marcia Plater?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Marcia Plater, and I'm Senior Counsel at the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify today. The high absenteeism rates in the district are a symptom of citywide systems failures and are related to the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. While the causes of absenteeism and truancy vary, students and families often report safety concerns, financial and housing instability, health and mental health struggles, and dilapidated and unsafe school conditions as barriers preventing students from attending school regularly. The district must invest in understanding the root causes of chronic absenteeism and truancy to develop a targeted approach to eliminating them. When evaluating the proposed legislation, we ask that the council use a do no harm approach here, ensuring that the district does not return to the failed practices of the past that use harsh discipline and over-relied on the criminal and juvenile legal systems to address childhood behaviors. The committee, the Washington Lawyers Committee, that is, supports and endorses attendance legislation aimed at identifying and addressing root causes and supporting students' connection to the school, and urges the council to reject any legislation or provisions that would use punitive approaches or that would widen the school to prison pipeline. My testimony today focuses on the provisions of the Uplift Act that will reinvigorate the use of failed punitive discipline practices and continue to pass policies and invest in those and lead, and lead to increased student disengagement. My main point here today that I want to make is that the council should uphold the progressive reforms in the Student Fair Access to School Amendment Act and continue to pass policies that invest in practices that create positive outcomes for district students. The council previously recognized the harms of harsh discipline and took steps when implementing that act. The Uplift Act would dramatically reverse course by increasing the use of suspension and expulsion for middle school students, treating them like high school students, which isn't developmentally appropriate, and allowing schools to exclude students for broader range of conduct and for longer periods of time. It also allows for establishing an alternative school for placement rather than focusing on preventative practices and mandating students referral to AG in some situations and even threatening prosecution of parents. Instead of reversing the protections of the Fair Access Act, the council should fully implement and enforce the law. The council should allocate the necessary resources to prioritize supportive alternatives to exclusionary discipline, which are provided for and outlined in the Fair Access Act, such as trauma-informed practices, restorative justice programming, and social and emotional learning. Students perform better academically when they attend school consistently and feel welcomed and safe in their environment. I understand that there's no quick or easy solution to the problem of absenteeism or truancy, but failing to address the root causes of absenteeism could perpetuate push out and increasing the reach of the school to prison pipeline. So I thank you today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and I do have a copy of your statement. Micah Haskell-Hole, see here. BJ Page. Understanding he's online but not accepting. Catherine Procope. Ms. Procope, please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and committee for an opportunity to testify to you today. I'm Catherine Procope, and I'm the Executive Director at the Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. Being able to testify about chronic absenteeism and truancy reduction is really critical at this time because chronic absenteeism is a significant issue affecting our students' academic success and future opportunities. And I commend the council for addressing this critical challenge. At our school, we've established a robust student support team where not only tackling absenteeism, but other student challenges is one of their primary focuses. This team is comprised of teachers, our social worker, our counselor, and of course the families, and works collaboratively to develop and implement intervention programs that are tailored to each student's needs. Similar to as been mentioned by one of my colleagues, we make sure that every student has an adult in the building with whom they are comfortable speaking, and that mentor helps to address any issues they're having coming to school. Our holistic approach recognizes that absenteeism is often a symptom of broader issues requiring comprehensive support and intervention. And our intervention programs include regular check-ins with students, personalized academic support, and counseling services within the school to address underlying social and emotional issues. We also engage families, ensuring that they're active partners in developing strategies to improve attendance. And this collaborative effort has shown promising results, but we need additional resources, of course, to expand and sustain these initiatives. I'm glad that the council is considering adding a new funding category in school budgets to address chronic absenteeism. This dedicated funding incorporated into the UPSSF would enable schools to enhance their support systems and provide additional staff training and develop more targeted interventions to keep students engaged. The collaboration between schools and the department and DHS has to be streamlined and data-driven. Bureaucratic hurdles can impede our ability to respond quickly and effectively to absenteeism. And by fostering a more efficient partnership with DHS, we can ensure that data is shared promptly, data that currently exists, and that support services are aligned with the needs identified by our schools. Addressing chronic absenteeism requires a multifaceted approach that includes school-based interventions, dedicated dedicated funding and efficient collaboration with external agencies. And I'm confident that the measures proposed in this amendment and the additional recommendations that I've outlined will significantly improve attendance and academic outcomes for our students. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Procope. I believe Dr. Jeffrey Grant is not here. I'm going to go back, BJ Page.
Good afternoon. The first one to say, I believe you have a copy of the testimony, but good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Committee of the Whole, and fellow witnesses. I'm BJ Page, Executive Director of Youth Guidance DC. I'm pleased to testify today to share my insight around the truancy bills currently under consideration by the Council. Youth Guidance implements programs that enable children to overcome obstacles, focus on their education, and ultimately succeed in school and life. Youth Guidance DC currently operates the BAM Fellowship Initiative Program, or BAM-5, in 6 DCPS high schools. That's Ballou, Dunbar, Eastern, H.D. Woodson, Roosevelt, and Ron Brown, across wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. The BAM-5 program launched in 2021. It delivers comprehensive social and emotional learning, mentoring, and post-secondary readiness programs to address male-identifying youth of color who have been exposed to trauma and face social, behavior, cognitive, and emotional challenges. BAM-5 program is a Tier 2 intervention support working with groups of students identified as at risk, which includes high absenteeism, behavioral problems, emotional regulations, and off-track academically. The evidence-based program supports our young men of color through high school matriculation, 9th grade to 12th grade. Full-time specialists are in schools daily, and students have access to critical guidance such as small group sessions, individual support, brief encounters, and system work. The curriculum emphasizes 6 core values to include the integrity, accountability, self-determination, respect for womanhood, visionary goal setting, and positive anger expression. Furthermore, the out-of-school engagement on the 2 Saturdays a month during the school year in a 6-week program, which we have right now, exposes our young men to the following areas in depth: mental health and well-being, academic support, civic leadership and development, and post-secondary learning. We support the proposal in Bill 25740 and Bill 25754 to the Office of OSSI. We also support the proposal in Bill 25754, which would require schools to proactively share student attendance records with diversion program operators, vice versa, and also require the Deputy Mayor of Education to review the absentee data and coordinate across government agencies and community organizations to address root causes of absenteeism. Youth Guidance is eager to see students like our young men that we serve provide with thoughtful and comprehensive supports to help them navigate the greater challenges that impact our school's attendance. We play a proactive role in not only providing services to the students suffering from chronic absenteeism, but also is a greater work that we must do across the district to address the deeper root cause. Our data outcome shows BAM-5 participants are 25% more likely to be present and engaged in school, 50% less likely to be arrested for violent crimes, 35% less likely to be overall arrested, and 19% more likely to graduate from high school on time.
Mr. Page, I have to cut you off. You're over your time.
Thank you, Councilman. You have a copy. I appreciate you.
I do have a copy. Thank you. I feel bad about being rude, but you have to hold folks to the clock. Regina Bell?
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. DC is not alone in seeing increases in chronic absenteeism and truancy. During the 22-23 school year, roughly 25% of students nationwide were found to be chronically absent. Absenteeism and truancy correlate with historic drops in reading and math scores nationwide. If you're missing school, you aren't learning. The data for the district students is particularly troubling. 43% of district students were chronically absent in the 22-23 school year, and 37% were truant. The numbers are even worse for high school students, 60% of whom were chronically absent. Absenteeism rates have improved slightly this year, but it continues to hinder student achievement and leads to retention, poor behavior, and low self-esteem. Family obligations, lack of transportation, and safety are among the reasons students miss school. Even skipping 1 or 2 days a month adds up. There was a story in the New York Times from 1909 where George Ward, a 10-year-old boy, arrived late, soaking wet to school one day. When his teacher asked him what happened, the boy said he rescued Michael Mikulski, who had fallen into the Morris Canal. Several days earlier, George was sentenced to the New Jersey State Home for Boys because he was truant 85 times. He pleaded for clemency and the judge gave him another chance. Since then, he had been attending class regularly. I knew there was good stuff in that boy, said his teacher when she learned he was late because of his heroic deed. His teacher also pleaded to the judge for his parole. We need to keep in mind that there's good stuff in all of our students. Every student's journey to regular attendance is unique. There isn't a one-size-fits-all solution to this problem. There are good elements in each of the bills. They include collecting good attendance data, supporting families with employment, housing, food, mental health, alternative education setting option, expanding safe passage, and time to build relationships like George's teacher. Attendance is a crucial part of the student success equation. Let's make sure we get the right solution to this complex problem because all of our students have a lot of good stuff in them. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. And Laura Meistis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I'm Laura Maestas, and I am the CEO of DC Prep. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today. Research indicates that students' attendance is one of the most important predictors of whether they will graduate from high school. So I am very grateful that the council is shining this light on this important issue. Prior to the pandemic, it was relatively easy to have strong attendance. However, for the last few years, we've had to focus a lot of time and resources on attendance. Even with a very intensive focus, this year, our average daily attendance across our 6 campuses hovered at around 90%. This still took a massive amount of work. In fact, attendance is basically the top priority for one of our campus leaders and a significant body of work for many others. For our students with the weakest attendance, those who are chronically absent, it takes a concerted effort to work with the families to really figure out what it will take to get the student to school every day, to really understand the root cause of their attendance concerns. Each family has their own context and challenges and needs, and it often requires many conversations to build the sense of partnership that is necessary to be able to make progress. These are not quick fix conversations. They take time. And while we are invested in this work because we know how much it matters, it requires a Herculean effort. So if we really want to tackle chronic absenteeism across DC, and I know that we all do, we need to recognize the shared investment that it will require. So I am thrilled that the council is focused on addressing truancy, and I have several big considerations that I want to suggest about the proposed truancy legislation. First, I urge you to consider the additional burdens that they will place on schools. Once a school has made a truancy referral, we should be able to rely on the agency to whom we have referred to do their part to support the student and their family. Those agencies should make additional referrals if the child's attendance does not improve once the agency has provided additional supports. Second, schools should not have to manage multiple referral processes with separate agencies. The more schools are asked to play this role, the more that you're communicating that this is where we need to allocate our time and resources. But if that's true, we need to acknowledge that schools will make less progress in the other areas where we should be focused. That's not the right division of labor. Given the number of other agencies who have many more ways to support families, let them focus on, taking the handoff to support families who need that additional support, and let us focus on education. That brings me to my third and final point. Please hold service agencies accountable for results. Schools have to make a referral within 2 days of a student meeting the threshold of 10 or 15 unexcused absences. Service agencies should be held to the same accountability standards and report in a timely manner how many referrals they receive from schools, the percentage of families contacted within 2 days and assessed for further support, what support families receive, and what percentage of students who were referred actually see improved attendance after the agency's intervention. That will help all of us to improve the way that we support students. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas, and I do have a copy of your statement.
Thank you.
That concludes the testimony for this group of witnesses. I did have a couple of questions. I had one for Mr. Lessig, but I think he dropped off. Dr. Tracy White, Could you say a little bit more? You had in your statement, none of the programs that have admitted students communicate with the schools to share their plan of action, nor do they ask the school for progress reports on the students' attendance.
That's right. Anytime, and this has actually unfortunately been my experience, Chairman Mendelson, I've been working with district schools either on the charter side or on DC Public Schools for almost 30 years. And when agencies do take in students, I would think that there's some sort of obligation for staying connected to the school to either provide updates or to share whatever the plan of action is going to be, or even to check on the status of the child's attendance to see whether or not it's improving. And so for any of our students who were admitted to these programs, there's never a feedback loop from the agency to assess whether or not their interventions are actually working and or, to ask for support then from the school in implementing whatever plan of action that they've put in place for the child and their family.
Don't you think it would also be useful though, if you got feedback just so you know what's going on?
Just to know what's going on, that would be great, right? Like that would be outstanding to find out what's actually happening once the agencies, for the very small number of students who are taken in, it would be great to know what's happening.
But this lack of communication is a fairly persistent problem. It's not just one-off here or there. It's like all the time.
It is all the time, as if there are no expectations for communication from these agencies to the schools. And this is my perception, is that there is not the strong accountability that rests with schools does not necessarily rest with these agencies. Otherwise, I think that there would be some sort of insistence that there was communication that comes to the school from the agency.
Thank you. Ms. Plater, I want to push back a little. Early in your statement, you said the district must invest in understanding the root causes of chronic absenteeism and truancy in order to develop a targeted approach to eliminating them. We kind of know what the causes are of truancy. And I think it's pretty clear from the hearings that we've had recently, because we had one in May and we had one in December, that the approach has to be an individualized approach. So we know the root causes of truancy generally. What we need is to identify on an individual basis why the student is missing school, and then identify appropriate, what do I want to say, measures to be held, appropriate supports. Do you disagree with that?
About that. No, actually I don't. And I think that a general statement that I made was trying to encompass that, right? There's a number of root causes that we've heard a lot about today and over the course of the past few months in the various hearings that have been held, right? And they vary between student to student and family to family. I agree 100% that any approach should be individualized and targeted to provide the supports to the students to gain the positive outcomes that we're hoping to seek here and to avoid any punitive practices.
All right, I appreciate that clarification. And I know the bulk of your testimony had to do with the disciplinary measures. So I want to acknowledge that. Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. You all are, oh no, hold on, don't go anywhere. Councilmember Henderson, are you here and do you have any questions? I can only hold my breath so long. Yeah. Councilmember Henderson, second chance.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
All right, so you don't have any questions for this group?
No, I don't. I came in at the end of their testimony, but thank you all for their testimony.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. We're going to turn to page 3. And if you are present, make sure that I see you, because I only want 4 people at the table. Elizabeth Weiss, LaJoy Johnson Law, Maria Blauer, Keela Crawford. Looks like we're going to fill up this table quickly. Amelia French, Kathy Riley, Josh Boots, Scott Goldstein, I don't think Elizabeth Weiss is here. What? What's that got for? Elizabeth Weiss not here. LaJoy Johnson Law. Haven't seen you in a couple days.
It's only been a couple days. Darn. You know, it feels like 20 years. Hi, Mr. Chairman. Let me know
Please
when I
proceed.
can go. Okay, all right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is LaJoy Johnson Law. I am a proud Ward 8 resident. I am the mother of Abria Law. She's my miracle baby. My daughter is a student who currently has an IEP and also has special healthcare needs. But like my daughter, there are so many DC students who have special healthcare needs and other disabilities. Unfortunately, many families cannot be here today, so this testimony is also to raise up their voices and their concerns. As I read through different policies, I was heartbroken to see that children with disabilities are not really accounted for in regard to chronic absenteeism. Whether the absence is excused or unexcused, children with disabilities are often not included in chronic absenteeism and tardy conversations due to the assumption that they are just going to fall in the excused category. According to OSSE's data for school year 2022 and 2023, 43% of students were chronically absent. But how much of this data is actually being disaggregated? And what was the number of students with disabilities that made up this data point? Unfortunately, the different policies being proposed today are failing to account for the unique challenges and legitimate reasons that contribute to the higher absenteeism, both excused and unexcused, rates of these students. Consequently, some of these policies could impose undue stress and penalties on families who are already navigating complex and demanding circumstances. Several key reasons highlight why these policies are particularly detrimental to families of children with disabilities. You should have a copy of my testimony. I'm just going to read the numbers. I'm not going to read everything. Some of these reasons are medical and therapy appointments, unpredicted health issues, situations going on with the child's IEP. There's a mental health impact on the student and on the family. There also can be legal and financial strains on our families, disproportionately so, and also just like inequity and discrimination against our families. And as I go on with my testimony, I'm going to talk about different proposed solutions. I'm not going to go through each of them, but what I did was I broke down each bill, and because I know there's 4 of them, I broke down each bill and I have certain recommendations. But the one that I'm going to focus on the most is probably the uplift one. It's particularly in section 4 and section 5. One, where are we talking about the real interventions to help our kids? 2, this could really disproportionately and have unintended consequences for families who are struggling, whose children have disabilities. We also have to account for children who haven't been identified yet. There are a lot of, especially with high school students. All students are not identified early. Some students are not identified in middle school. Some students are identified in high school. So they're meeting this higher age. And if they have unexcused absences that are related to a suspected disability and they're in the process of that, they could fall into the trap of prosecution. And we don't want that. I only have 6 seconds left. I can expand more on this, but I made my time and you don't have to call me in.
I wouldn't, but thank you, and I have your statement.
Thank you.
Maria Blauer.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Maria Boyer, and I'm Director of Programs and Outreach at Advocates for Justice and Education. You will get a copy of our written comments, which will be somewhat expanded based on the conversation I've heard today before the cutoff submission date. As you know, AJE is the federally designated Parent Training and Information Center for the District of Columbia, and we are also the Family to Family Health Information Center for the District of Columbia. I want to thank you for expanding the time today to allow so many more people from the community to testify. And I also want to thank you for hosting the roundtable earlier in the spring. At that roundtable, the invited guests had a lot of consensus and consistency in what they shared with you, particularly Dr. Balfours, who shared a lot about the importance of data evidence-based strategy, and teamwork as a response to chronic student absenteeism. We support that, and we think that's incredibly important. I think that approach is the way to go. We also heard from one of the district's largest LEAs who talked about the need for more out-of-school support before a referral to CFSA and OAG, which we think is great. We also heard from them that the schools need more direct financial support to support truancy efforts. They need more frequent access to data, and they need a way to reduce transportation barriers and increase collaboration between the medical and school communities. Broadly speaking, you heard the same thing from our friends at CLC and at Georgetown. And they also focused on economic, health, and infrastructure barriers to school attendance. Similarly, our colleagues at Empowered Ed talked about alleviating poverty as the single most effective way to address absenteeism and truancy. They also talked about the importance of strengthening the homeschool connection by supporting teachers and that relationship. My colleague Amelia French will submit written testimony on that particular point. And our comments when at the roundtable were, largely aligned with what we heard from our colleagues that day as well. We also talked about the importance of preventing punitive and exclusionary school discipline and the reality that a lot of families and students feel unwelcome and unsafe at school. My colleague Akela is going to talk a little bit more about that part. We're asking the council to hear the consensus in the conversations that we're having today and focus on those parts of the legislation where there is agreement that we need change and there can be effective change. So one of the things that we'd ask you to do is really look at the data points. There is a need for better data. I thought DC Action had a great idea with disaggregating that data to make it more accessible to help with the problem solving. We also think that the council should really embrace the strategies and recommendations in the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Act. We like that bill's focus on student and school level support, the use of LSATs and their charter equivalents of that investment via the USFF, which I cannot say today, but you know what I mean. And I'd welcome any questions. We've got additional recommendations, but I'd particularly welcome questions around our experiences with DHS, the differences between DHS and CFSA as agencies. And I would also commend you to really listen to what you heard from Paul Public Charter School about the impact of referrals and kind of what happens when schools make referrals.
Thank you, and you will be submitting your statement.
Yes.
Akila Crawford.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Middleton. My name is Akila Crawford. I am the Director of Legal Services at Advocates for Justice and Education. Thank you for this opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed legislation aimed at addressing student absenteeism and discipline. As part of AJE's mission, we provide free legal representation to families in matters involving special education, school discipline, and school push-out issues, with a specific focus on ensuring that students have equitable access to education. Accordingly, my goal today is to provide some color to this important conversation by highlighting how the use of exclusionary practices and the lack of social emotional support contribute to an increase in student absenteeism. To start, I would like to refresh the council's recollection by quoting directly from the DC Council's Committee on Education's 2018 committee report on the Student Fair Access to School Amendment Act. In that report, the committee noted, students who are suspended or expelled experience academic failure, grade retention, and hold negative attitudes towards school. The report also noted that an out-of-school suspension restricts the opportunities for positive socialization and reduces feelings of school connectedness for the student who is put out of school, while worsening negative mental health outcomes such as alienation, anxiety, and rejection. Research also indicated that students who experience out-of-school suspension and expulsion are 10 times more likely to drop out of high school than those who do not. Behavior that leads to a suspension can also be an early warning that a student will get off track academically. Research looking at academic performance, suspensions, and school attendance for ninth graders found that substituting another intervention for suspension could prevent future absenteeism and course failure. All of this was directly quoted from the Committee on Education's report for the SUFASA Amendment Act. The School Fair Access to sorry, what was it? School fair access and student fair access to school Amendment Act. Sorry. In my experience representing families in school discipline matters, we rarely see schools engage in an early intervention to address behavior or alternative approaches to exclusionary practices. Nevertheless, the committee report referenced research from Chicago showing how efforts to reduce suspensions brought an increase in attendance and academic performance. The committee report also shared that the students most in need of educational and social emotional instruction are the most likely to be suspended. Despite the legislature being well-versed in the factors that contribute to absenteeism and school discipline and passing legislation like SUFASA that reflects such understanding, there seems to be a disconnect when it comes to engaging in vigorous oversight to ensure schools comply with the law. For instance, none of the proposed legislation explicitly requires that OSSI include and analyze the impact of school disciplinary practices such as suspensions, expulsions, and involuntary transfers on student attendance, requiring OSSI to publish a monthly attendance report, but not requiring that report to include a comprehensive analysis of all relevant data will yield inaccurate conclusions and fail to decrease rates of student absenteeism and discipline.
Thank
In
you, Ms.
conclusion,
Crawford.
AJE
Ms.
challenges
Crawford, you're over your time.
It's just my conclusion.
Yeah, I know, but you're still 30 seconds over your time.
Okay, I'll submit my full text.
Please.
Thank you.
Amelia French, I think, is not here. Kathy Riley.
Here I am. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm Kathy Riley, the Director of SHAPE and the facilitator for Ward for Ed Alliance and Seat for DC. You have heard from a lot of well-informed and committed people today. This is a complicated issue, not easily reduced to policy. The city has to address the inequities of health, resources, housing, and jobs, along with this truancy. The research on poor attendance highlights the need for stable relationships, a welcoming culture, opportunities for educational exposure, both in and out of the classroom, safety, and support. We, however, have a system that has incentivized mobility, high turnover of staff, long travel times, and safety concerns. We are in a time when adults are not all going into work. Many givens have been upended. We're starting to address some of these, but we have a long way to go. We can have a long view and implement some systemic changes. We have a system where some schools have very high concentrations of students qualifying for at-risk, and these students are more likely to struggle with chronic absenteeism and truancy, and other schools have very few of these students. As Robert Henderson noted, though, each child is its own story. If the parity in programming required in recommendation 17 of the boundary and student assignment is realized, we could start to change that imbalance. And if we did recommendation 23 and there was joint planning and we didn't have as much expansion when we don't need it of schools, that would help us spend our money more effectively and efficiently. To go to the bills, I understand the need and support for reporting and frequency in Bill B25-740. I am wary, however, of further ways to brand these schools with high concentrations of students with greater needs with a rate or score as if they were solely responsible. These schools alone cannot address this, and more money alone does not address it. While the objective may be to inform to provide help, often the actual result is a further sorting of students. We are asking these schools to do much more, attend to those that are there and the many that are not there. OSSI could publish the data disaggregated, but along with the analysis of the root causes and recommendations that are come to by engagement with the school communities and an understanding of the larger landscape. I support expanding the reasons that qualify for unexcused absence in Bill 25-578, but I've seen adverse results from attendance incentives. I fully agree that support should come first, but while the concept of the schools, then DHS makes sense, it all depends on the capacity of any agency. Even with funds and with mental health support in schools, there's a high vacancy rate, a high turnover rate in counselors and social workers. This is also true of the DBH program, and it seems to be true for CFSA. So it's about a lot more than funding. Implementation and capacity matter. I support expanding safe passage, but I believe we have to support the DCPS neighborhood structure and students not having to travel. I will submit my full testimony, and thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Josh Boots, I believe, is not here. Scott Goldstein.
Good afternoon. Nick Saban is now probably the most famous coaching name in college football. But before he was the renowned coach of Alabama, he coached Michigan State. In 1998, they were going to get going up against the powerhouse Ohio State, and everyone predicted they would be wiped out. Players felt defeated before the game even started. And the coach gave them this advice: we're playing the wrong game. You're trying to win. Forget about that. Our goal is to run every single play to perfection. They won that game in what was the biggest upset of the year in college football. And if you listen to his players over the years, they'll tell you the reason he gets results is because they are more focused on the process than the score. Perhaps the greatest fault in our education policy is an obsession with the output data, the score, as we completely ignore the inputs, the plays. This has been true of our agencies and leadership for decades. It's been true of the council's approach over the years too. Again, today we have a hearing on 4 bills to address chronic absenteeism and truancy that, with one exception, focus more on the score than the playbook. You don't improve outcomes by obsessing over outcomes. You improve outcomes by obsessing over the right inputs. Most students are chronically absent or truant either due to the effects of poverty and the daily barriers it presents to them and their families, or the lack of relevance and engagement they feel from their school experience. There are dozens of inputs that affect each of these factors, but few of them are addressed in these bills. My colleague Caroline Pryor will talk about our views on each of the 4 bills, so I'm going to spend my time focusing on what we should be doing. We must focus on 4 primary goals: combating poverty, improving case management, improving the student experience at school, and ensuring stable school staff. First, the most effective thing we could do to improve chronic absenteeism and truancy is to combat the root causes of housing insecurity, food insecurity, health access, and more. To this end, the council should focus on things like the expanded child tax credit, a large expansion of the community and connected schools program, expanding safe passage, universal school meals, SNAP benefits, and doing significantly better on affordable housing than the recently passed budget. Second, we must focus on strong case management and relationship building on a one-to-one basis with teachers, social workers, counselors, attendance counselors, school leaders, and outside partners. As a high school teacher, I had 150 students on my caseload. There was simply no way, despite working often until 10 p.m. calling families, to stay on top and follow up with all of my absent students. We need to reduce teacher caseloads and increase support personnel, including behavioral health and attendance counseling staff. This one-by-one case management may not be attractive to elected officials because it takes time, but every family has different hurdles to attending school, so each challenge must be addressed individually. Third, and one that's been completely ignored by legislative efforts so far, is on enhancing and enriching the student experience at school. Since the pandemic, we have focused on efforts that actually narrow the curriculum, focusing exclusively on reading and math without focusing on improving the student experience, which often disengages our students from school. And finally, students attend school where they know there is an adult that cares about them. Many of our truant students do not have the stability they deserve outside of the school building. I know this firsthand from so many students who taught, who moved from home to home, and often who had caregivers who could not be there to support them in the way they needed. So this makes it all the more important we at least provide stability in school. I have significantly more in my extended testimony, including comments about all 4 bills, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Blair, you said we should focus on the proposals that have consensus today. I'm not hearing a whole lot of consensus. So where do you think there's consensus?
I saw your face when I said consensus. Maybe I'm hopeful. I think there is consensus around a need for better data, right? I think there's also consensus around the fact that, generally speaking, a punitive approach isn't helpful, and that anything that involves school exclusion, telling kids not to come to school doesn't encourage them to come to school. There's consensus on that. There is consensus, honestly, on the fact that this is not going to be inexpensive and that schools need more support to do this. And I think one thread, and I think even DHS acknowledged this, is while they have some very good people, and I've had some very good experiences with their programming, they don't have the capacity right now to do the work that some of this legislation is asking them to do. So I think there is consensus around the possibility of having another external referral agency that isn't CFSA, that isn't OAG, could be DHS. Like I said, we've had good experiences with them, but we've also had experiences very analogous to what the principal at Paul had, which is just kind of black hole. So there's mix there. I also think another place where we heard
Now, if
consensus
it's
was
mixed, that's not
transportation.
consensus.
Hmm?
I say if it's mixed, that's not consensus.
All right, mixed on the black hole part. But there's also consensus on the need for transportation to be addressed as a problem. You know, that's an issue. And we heard that from our school-based colleagues. We heard that from our charter friends, and we've heard that from multiple other people testifying today. Transportation matters. You know, LaJoy makes a good point. Travel time matters. Ms. Riley raised the same point. No. Did I get to consensus now? A
Nope.
little bit?
No, and not because want to be negative here, but I mean, yes, around data, I think, because that's never controversial. But I don't know, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't change the law with regard to data, but I don't think that's the solution here. It helps us better understand, but with all due respect to Scott, and I actually am not really disagreeing with him here, but there is, an outcome is important, and the outcome is more kids attending or fewer kids being absent. And I think just searching for data, it's like with the previous panel where I said, you know, we don't really need to be focusing on understanding what are the causes of truancy, because at this point, we know. What we don't know is why an individual is being truant or absent. And so, yes, I don't want to be dismissive of data, but it's pretty clear to me from the hearings that we've had December last month now, we have to focus more on how we have successful interventions. And that's not data. So data can help, but again, it's successful interventions. And I wouldn't say that there's consensus around punitive. While I happen to think that the approach shouldn't be punitive, the executive branch and the witnesses who testified earlier for them, they think that the mayor's bill is the right approach, which is a bit more punitive. So I would not say there's consensus there. Now, maybe that doesn't matter. And more money maybe is not, how do I want to put this? Is not controversial, but I don't know how achievable that is. So we just went through a budget. And I think the council did a good job with redirecting how the budget is focused so that there's much more with regard to social justice programs. And I mean that very broadly when I say social justice, I'll include education. And I'm thinking of Mr. Goldstein's testimony. Yeah, if we eliminate poverty, we eliminate a lot of these problems. But I grew up when there was the war on poverty, and 60 years later, nobody talks about a war on poverty, but poverty, if anything, is as bad, if not worse, in this country. So I don't see that. While I see that we would not be having these issues if we had no poverty, I think to make our number one approach, Mr. Goldstein, solving for poverty, I'm interested in what's going to help kids this year or next year, not.
Can I respond briefly since I was
You-
invoked a few times?
Yes.
One, and I think you know this, my point was not that the outcome data is not important. Of course, that's the most important thing. The point is that you increase outcome data by focusing on the right inputs, not by saying, let's keep looking at this data over and over again on outcomes. Why isn't it increasing? It's not increasing because the inputs
No, I
aren't
got
right.
that point.
So
I got
I think
that point that you were
and so
making.
I would say, I do think poverty is not abstract, right? In this way, it's very specific things. And there is consensus on the things we do about poverty that we can actually look at the correlation between that and attendance rates. We can look at schools that have community schools and wraparound services and increased attendance rates. That's a specific poverty program. It's not just saying, let's alleviate poverty generally. Let's look at this school-specific poverty program, meals, community schools, the learning programs that they have, and see if those schools are getting better attendance outputs. And if they are, let's focus more on those inputs.
Yes, no. Why is it that there was a school who testified the last panel and said that the chronic absenteeism or truancy was 33% last year and 13% this year? I don't think they got more dollars. I think they were more effective in what they were doing.
Maybe got rid of those two.
So I don't remember exactly who it, do you want to say? I don't remember exactly who it is, but I think you can look at Love Challenge and prepared numbers from DCPS. You can look at the community schools program. You can look at meals. But there's a lot of these things that we talked about. One thing is caseload. I think you can absolutely look at caseload and correlate that with their outcomes. So what I'm saying is, if you want to look at data, let's look at specific programs that are being put in place that are along the lines of the things I mentioned: poverty, case management, student experience, and stable school staff, and see which of those initiatives are drawing a relationship to better attendance rates. Schools that are dropping by 20%, it's not by accident. They're doing something better. It's not always more money. They're doing something better. Let's look at
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So as you know, I'm a supporter of programs like the child tax credit, which we put into the budget this year, not funded at the level we would like. And I'm supportive of increasing SNAP benefits, although we were not able to put that in the budget because it's a very expensive program if we do it right. And the fact is that we got criticized for increasing the size of the budget by over $1 billion from the current year to next year. We're spending a lot of money. But there are schools that have been able to deal with attendance without SNAP, without the child tax credit. I'm thinking of, for example, we put a lot of money into affordable housing. Now, true, it's going to be less next year than it was a couple of years ago. We put a lot of money into affordable housing. We put a lot of money, some of that is for vouchers. Do we target vouchers to families with kids in school who are having attendance problems? That's not more money. That's just being smarter about how we spend the money. I'm argumentative, yes.
Also, Mr. Chairman, if we're going to talk about poverty, we need to be real. How many kids, and you all have this data, the deputy mayor has this data for education, the travel time that it's taking for Ward 7 and Ward 8 students to get to school. Because if they could go to a school in the community, many families would, but they're also going out. And I think that's another thing that is attributing to the tardiness and the absenteeism problem that I feel like we really haven't talked about, or I guess solved, or even just, let's just say if my child is, I know, hi Kathy, if my child is late, right? Because I travel from Ward 8 to Ward 1 every day to take this child to school, and she has disabilities. That's a lot. So let's just say, okay, you're tardy, but can we maybe put that in like an excuse category if you're having increased travel time? And then if you disaggregate that data, like what would that really look like? And then you guys are talking about data, and you guys did not really include students with disabilities. Out of that 43%, how many of those children have disabilities?
Well, you made a good point about the students with disabilities. But with regard to truancy, the definition of truancy is full day absence. So this is going to sound a little harsh, but if you choose to put your kid in a school where you, because of traveling, cannot get your kid to school the entire day, maybe there needs to be some rethinking. But I don't think you may have a tardy
But that
problem.
depends. But Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, that depends on the situation. That is different from family to family. I'm a mother of one. There are many families who have 4 and 5 children who are it's like a crisscross country across the city trying to get them. So I heard from a parent, hey, if I get there like 11 or 12 o'clock, some of the times they're marking them absent if they don't get there for first period, but they've been there for all day. I'm not going to call names out on the public screen.
Yeah, but it's a full day by law. It's a full day absence to be truant.
Right, but what I'm saying is to penalize them in such a way because our schools may not have the necessary resources. And that's with you all in the council increasing the budget east of the river, which we thank you so much. But there's still, again, issues of poverty like Scott was talking about that's conflating a lot of these issues. So it's not fair to penalize families who are in poverty, who feel that a lot of choices are already made for them, who have to travel. That's all. It's just a different perspective.
No, I agree. And I'm not sure I liked my last answer because what I really think makes a difference is a school support team, an SST process. And I thought that the answer that Mr. Ferrer gave with the first panel about some alternatives to an SST that still looks like an SST was helpful. Because then what you're doing is you're looking at the individual kid. And just to use the example we're talking about here, transportation is an issue. And then we solve for transportation for that kid.
Yeah,
But
thank you.
as we know, most of the kids who are supposed to have an SST don't have one, or they do not have a quality SST.
The first line of defense there is the teacher being able to call them right away, right? The day they're absent, not, so the SST happens after 5, we can change the bar there. But the teacher has to be able to call them, and 150 students on a teacher's caseload, we just can't call everyone who's absent every day. So reducing caseloads, which I don't think has been tried substantially from the teacher perspective, is one step we could be taking to make sure that the first contact can happen much more quickly.
Wouldn't a smart teacher, excuse me, a smart principal identify that and help?
Yeah, I think they try models, right? I mean, they try things where there's like homerooms where you're just responsible for these 20 or 30 kids. The problem is, then I have to coordinate again around the other 6 teachers who already also have that student and figure out who's going to make that call. We have to have systems that market that they made that call, so we don't all make the same redundant call to everybody. Their systems aren't coordinating with each other well, and that means teachers are spending their time inputting the same thing into 8 technologies or systems instead of spending their time making the phone calls. And
Yeah, I'm having a good time here, and there's another council member present. Councilmember Henderson, do you have any questions? Councilmember Henderson? All right, we're gonna move on. Thank you all for your testimony. Caroline Pryor, who's also with Empower Ed, and Jeanette Planter, a teacher, Dr. Donald Thompson, an educator with Empower Ed, Sophia Barata, a teacher with Empower Ed, Dante Comparetto,
And Jeanette Planter's here.
okay. Antoine Kirby. Yannick Gregg. Is Yannick Gregg in person or online? Yannick Gregg. Patrice Fuller. Nevea Williams. We're in the Black Swan Academy group. Taylon Jackson. Naomi Tony. Madison Stringfellow. Marcus Williams. Stephen Cook. LaGeorgia Callahan. I think they're here. All right, we'll stop there. Caroline Pryor.
Good afternoon, Chairman. We have staff that look out for their students. No one in this school holds any animosity. The bond of this school makes me feel safe. These are a few of the student responses from EmpowerEd's 2023 Fall Engagement Survey. What I found striking about these quotes is how they speak to a cohesive school community. We already know this is what allows students to engage in school, a learning community that feels safe, supportive, and united. Those connections make school worth attending, make learning rewarding, and make civic engagement meaningful. The city has every reason to decry our high absenteeism and truancy rates. Those numbers speak to learning loss, to school dissatisfaction, to loneliness, lack of supports, unstable transportation, and students struggling to balance home life with school demands. So here are some general thoughts on the bills that are before you. Councilmember White's bill is necessary because we do need better data, as many have said already, and because it calibrates chronic absenteeism rates to unexcused rather than both excused and excused absences. Councilmember Allen's bill retains an equity focus in that it dedicates targeted funding for chronically absent students with school-level discretion for addressing the school community's most pressing needs. The bill also expands protective factors such as safe passage and programming interventions via ONCE's Leadership Academy. Councilmember Parker's bill moves primary responsibility for absenteeism interventions to DHS, although it doesn't clarify parameters of success or failure, which determine the longevity of that shift. Also requires OSSI to establish tiered supports and root cause analysis, which are necessary supports for schools. But we disagree with the use of incentives, and while we support the bill's expansion of excused absences, without adjusting the definition of chronic absenteeism to mean only unexcused absences, this shift is mostly symbolic. And finally, we find real harm in the mayor's bill, which conflates youth crime with chronic absenteeism as an excuse to roll back protections for students facing suspensions and as a step away from restorative approaches for students who have engaged in violent crimes. The bill moves us away from equity while claiming to address absenteeism. If we can pinpoint the risk factors for chronic absenteeism, if we can frenetically catalog the negative life outcomes associated, we should be able to focus attention on the root causes. Individual interventions, such as those practiced by our coalition partners at Lake, have qualitative evidence of lasting success. This is because they understand, as one of our fellows told me this spring, the root cause of absenteeism is that there's not equity, because not every kid in DC is living the same life. Our executive director has described 4 strategies: anti-poverty, thoughtful caseload management, joyful and safe learning environments, and caring relationships. I hardly agree with all those strategies, but I think we also will agree that we have to approach these actions with equity at heart. Anything less tells our students that their experiences are meaningless within the systems we choose to operate.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor, and I do have your statement. And Jeanette Planter,
Yes, I'm here.
please.
Hello, my
Please
name
proceed.
is, okay. Hello, my name is Anjanette Planter, and I'm an educator in Ward 1. I teach science to students that consist mostly of Latino and African American students. I have concerns about the legislation on truancy and chronic absenteeism. Currently, at my school, students know the rules and regulations behind being absent, and they do not see where there is a consequence or where they will not pass the class if they do not come to school. Students have been told to bring in a note if you're absent, and you'll be fine with having excused absences versus unexcused absences. But the student doesn't realize how tough it is for them to catch up in their classes after missing so much work because of an unexcused or excused absence. Then we have absences turning into dropout rates because of the work they must make up due to the absences they accrue. I do understand that some absences students have no control over. There are absences such as illnesses or family emergencies, but there must be something in place such as an in-hospital teacher or a teacher who may go visit the home or an alternative safe space to assist with schoolwork while the student or family is sick or going through a family emergency. With my classes, these are some of the things that I do to help with absences. I get these tools from DCPS Becoming Approach. I know these tools work because my students feel a sense of belonging when they come to my class. This too helps the student, the family, the teacher, and the school, as it can be a remedy to chronic absenteeism and with students who are being truant. I would not call it homeschool. I would call it a hospital-bound teacher to be there during this time, or a family emergency type of teacher who can be there to help the family out. I would also actually call it a village. An old African proverb states that it takes a village to raise a child. With school, family, counselors, social workers, teachers, and students, and the community already at the school working together to help the child, this will help keep attendance rates down and give the school a way to monitor the child and the family without any negative publicity to the school or the community and family. My school is a becoming pilot school, and we have made tremendous strides with having students feel a sense of belonging and with attendance. This whole child approach that DC Public Schools is becoming helps the district to become a whole child anti-racist school system. And I am a firm believer in the whole child approach. By involving the parent, teacher, community, and family with helping that child achieve success in school, the Becoming Initiative will be coming to fruition. Please take the time to utilize what is involved with the whole child approach, as the whole child anti-racist approach works with truancy, chronic absences, and the community involvement bill. This initiative truly works. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Planter. Dr. Donald Thompson? He here? Oh, you're here. You're there.
Thank you.
Please.
My name is Dr. Donald Thompson Jr. I'm a math educator in Ward 7. Over the past 28 years, I've dedicated myself to providing educational resources and support to students across elementary, middle, and high school levels in DCPS, particularly in Ward 7 and 8. Throughout my career, I've served served my community in various capacities, including roles as athletic director, community school lead, STEM and technology coordinator, data researcher, and teacher. The topic of chronic absenteeism resonates deeply within me, both personally and professionally. As a native Washingtonian who grew up in Anacostia, I have witnessed firsthand the impact of absenteeism in our community. My family has strong roots to DCPS, with over 50 of my aunts and uncle cousins have attended our schools. Sadly, approximately half of my cousins have faced significant challenges, including incarceration and premature death. These personal connection underscores the urgency in addressing absenteeisms. Additionally, the lack of opportunities to gain experiences in trade and career aligned with school communities further exacerbates this issue, leaving many students disengaged without clear pathways to success. The lack of educational engagement and opportunities can steer youth towards negative outcomes. In my family, only 50% of my cousins have graduated from high school. Among them, 10% secured jobs in construction and 40% pursued higher education thanks to schools that met them where they were. The other 50% are either deceased or struggling to find jobs with livable wages. These personal experiences underscore the necessity of addressing absenteeism through comprehensive and inclusion measures to create educational opportunities tied directly to economic stability, job skills, and community involvement. I'd love to say that 100% of my cousins graduated with the skills, certification, and educational experience to be active members in our community, serving as models of success and mentors for future generations. The mayor bills address chronic absence seem to misinterpret the issue by focusing excessively on violent crime, perpetuating a narrative that absent students are likely to engage in criminal activities. This perspective is not only misleading, but is counterproductive. We all already know which programs effectively reduce absenteeism, such as one-to-one belonging programs. Unfortunately, these successful initiatives are not the ones being expanded or funded. With the bill's emphasis on shifting HC responsibilities to limit unnecessary court contact is important. It failed to address those root causes of absenteeism. What we need is a comprehensive approach that builds strong relationships between students and educators, addressing systematic barriers, making school engagement and welcoming, and providing realistic opportunities for students to engage in activities beyond sports that are economic and lead to certification with mentorship. But thank you for your time and consideration for my testimony. I have submitted my testimony for your review.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. I do have a copy of your statement. Sophia Beretta.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Barada. I'm a teacher at Henley Elementary in Ward 8. I teach second grade and I run the garden program at our school. In our neighborhood, we often experience several challenges for students and their families that hinder attendance. At school, we often have students absent for a myriad of reasons: doctor's appointments, community violence, or even sometimes no reason at all. Over the years, we have tried different things to incentivize students and parents: perfect attendance awards, in-school raffles and games, or even snacks, yet we haven't yet seen a noticeable increase in attendance. Absenteeism has become an important issue to me because I've seen its effect on students' engagement and academic growth. Too often, I have seen students return to school after a week of not being in school, frustrated by the current lesson upon return and unable to complete an assignment as a result. After careful review of the bills, I have noticed some common strengths and areas of need still unaddressed. In these bills, while it is important to increase awareness and accountability for attendance, these bills have not properly acknowledged the effort that schools have already put in to try to get our kids in school. Staff members make calls. We follow up with family members or even friends and provided information for available services that were requested by parents. While the bills have some steps in the right direction, a better focus would be on having partner organizations addressing the root causes of absenteeism, that some of them has been discussed by Scott previously. If the students aren't present due to community violence, providing support such as safe passages that will help bridge that gap. Organizations such as Lake are helpful and have received positive feedback from parents and community members. Investing in these support systems will help address the root causes of absenteeism. Without addressing the root causes, we will continue to attempt to enforce punitive measures on families, which ultimately negative impact the students' lives. After all, we want to rebuild the trust between the parents and the community, and even between government agencies. While the efforts schools make are important, we need these organizations involved to build on what we are already doing in schools. Leveraging community organizations to help foster a trusting environment for parents to come forward with any challenges without fear of consequences is the first step. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Dante Comparetto.
Yes, hi, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dante Comparetto. I'm a resident of Ward 7, and I'm a social studies teacher at Blue High School. Poverty is the main contributor to chronic absenteeism. I would know. I grew up poor. By the time I was a teenager, I was homeless. I was going to school hungry and thinking about my next high. I was addicted to drugs and selling drugs. My friends were dying or going to jail. The violence of poverty provided many barriers for me to go to school. It didn't take me long to drop out, and so I did at the age of 15. When I was 17, I was almost killed in gun violence. And this is when I got lucky. I got housing, mentorship, meaningful employment, drug rehabilitation services. All of this is what we've been referring to as wraparound services. And through these programs, I was able to go back to school. I would become a community organizer, started a nonprofit that works with homeless and at-risk youth, started a business, and now I'm a DCPS social studies teacher working with kids that are in a similar situation that I was in. If it weren't for these wraparound services, I would have no doubt that I wouldn't be alive or free today, let alone a contributing member of society. But the fact remains that thousands of DC kids will not have these same opportunities and will, in all likelihood, slip through the cracks of our system. I believe it is incumbent on us as a village to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that I had. And this means that we really need a holistic approach. And we need to make sure that our schools have the right number of wraparound services needed to meet the needs of our children. Every school and grade level should have a team of clinicians that include social workers, nurses, psychologists, and guidance counselors that monitor each and every at-risk youth. We need site coordinators, like what was pointed out by the communities and schools earlier. And it would help if schools had triage centers equipped with food, hygiene supplies, and washers and dryers. After school programs, tutors and mentors are extremely important. Finally, it's important that we create a welcoming school environment for both students as well as families. We should be building relationships not only with our students, but with their families, and there should be frequent communication. All of these approaches embody what CIS has been referring to as community schools or full service schools. which are hubs for the neighborhood that are taking the best of the community has to offer for the benefit of our students and our neighborhood residents. And any public school or charter can be made to be more like a full-service community school. We owe it to our kids and our future. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing your story. Antoine Kirby?
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the community concerns regarding student absenteeism and discipline. My name is Dr. Antoine Kirby, Chair of the Education Committee of the NAACP, Washington, D.C. branch, and a Ward 4 resident. For over a century, the NAACP has championed the fight for racial justice and equity as the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization. The mission of the NAACP is to ensure the political, educational, social, and emotional empowerment and economic empowerment, of African Americans and to eliminate racial hatred and discrimination. The NAACP DC branch represents over 20,000 members, key stakeholders, partners, and voting residents across all 8 wards of the District of Columbia. Today, the NAACP is a fierce advocate for the transformative solutions to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of Black lives, children, youth, and families. The NAACP DC branch advocates in support of Bill 25-740, Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act of 2024, Bill 25-754, Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Amendment Act of 2024, Bill 25-758, the Showing Up for All Student Amendment Acts of 2024, and Bill 25-791, Utilizing Partnerships, Local Interventions for Truancy and Safety Amendment Act of 2024. In the 2022 through 2023 annual attendance report, DCPS reports that just over 40% of public school students in Washington, D.C. were considered chronically absent, meaning missing 18 or more days during a 180-day academic year. When we consider the high schools alone, the chronic absenteeism rate increases to approximately 60%. Coolidge High School, located in Ward 4, had 44% of its student population missing 21 or more days considered chronically absent. The proposed legislation is timely, although the NAACP branch would ask that the joint task force, which the council proposes to put into act, utilizes community resources and is collaborative and produces a report in a timely fashion so that parents and community stakeholders have an opportunity to evaluate the data. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. Yannick Gregg?
Hi, hello. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for your opportunity to testify about the community's concerns regarding student absenteeism and discipline. My name is Yannick Gregg, and I am representing the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch and currently reside in Ward 5. For over a century, the NAACP, as the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization, has championed the fight for racial justice and equity by ensuring the political, educational, social, and economic empowerment of African Americans and people of color. The NAACP DC branch represents over 20,000 members, key stakeholders, and voting residents across all 8 wards of the District of Columbia. The NAACP is a fierce advocate for transformative solutions to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of Black lives, children, youth, and families. The NAACP DC branch supports the spirit of Bill 25-758, the Showing Up for Students Amendment Act of 2024, and Bill 25-791, Utilizing Partnerships, Local Interventions for Truancy and Safety Amendment Act of 2024. Nevertheless, the NAACP DC branch urges the council to find a balance in crafting legislation that supports academics and increases school attendance while not placing undue burden and hardship on families that may already be experiencing financial hardships and in need of crisis intervention. Presently, DC schools consider excused and unexcused, partial and full day absences when discussing chronically absent students, Currently in the district, over 40% of DC students are chronically absent. According to the Office of State Superintendent of Education, chronic absenteeism and truancy rates in DC dropped from the 2022-23 school year to 43% and 37%. This improvement was due to fewer unexcused absences. OSCE also reports Black students were the largest number of chronically absent students in DC public schools, followed by Latino Hispanic groups. In addition, Black or African American students were 9.9 times as likely to be chronically truant, but only 3.6 times as likely to be chronically absent as white students. These numbers are troubling, yet they do not tell the complex story of many district residents. The proposed legislation is a good start to addressing a complex problem, yet the council and the District of Columbia must ensure that Black and brown families from low-income communities are not the targets of systemic criminalization in the district. Many Black and brown families are struggling to obtain affordable housing, quality healthcare, and employment, making rehabilitation meetings even more challenging to attend. In implementing the Utilizing Partnerships, Local Interventions for Truancy and Safety Amendment Act, the NAACP DC urges appropriate measures be put in place to ensure that Black and brown families are not further burdened by the proposed rehabilitation plans. The NAACP recommends creating employment incentives for parents who actively participate in rehabilitation plans, provide travel assistance to parents who are required to attend these meetings, and work with local businesses to ensure that parents and guardians are not impacted by attending the meetings. Thank you for letting me testify today, and I will be submitting my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Catrice Fuller.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the Committee of the Whole. My name is Catrice Fuller. I'm a Ward 5 resident, native Washingtonian. I serve as a paid citywide board member, and I also serve as the Chief of Family Community Engagement at Monument Academy Public Charter School. I do want to quickly plug that Dr. Grant had every intention on testifying today. However, I just spoke with him. He's fine. He is recovering from a heart attack. So otherwise, he would have been here. So I just want to say that and keep him in your prayers, you all. But today we are here talking about problems and solutions surrounding the plague of chronic absenteeism and truancy in this city. As a mother, advocate, and school leader, I have a lot of experience on this issue that may prove to be beneficial. I lead a team that holds weekly robust multidisciplinary and multi-departmental SST convenings to assess, triage, and directly treat student-specific issues. We also conduct multiple home visits weekly to get our students in school while simultaneously connecting our families to necessary resources to assist with eliminating some, if not all, of their barriers. However, despite our best efforts, there are large systematic issues that still persist, keeping our kids out of school. The biggest problem that I do see on the ground is twofold. I see students that want to get to school, but they can't. And I see policymakers that do not address all of the issues that overlap with absenteeism and truancy. We must realize that safety is a large, if not one of the largest components as to why students are not getting to school on time, if at all. Time and time again, I've been told by the kids that I serve that they do not feel safe on these long journeys to and from school, having to cross into neighborhoods that are not their own to receive what they feel to be the best educational experience for them. There may be safer options, however, those come at a cost. For instance, we at Monument have spent tens of thousands of dollars on Ubers and Lyft to transport kids between home and school. This school year, we did work to get that number down, which was roughly $70,000. However, we still found ourselves spending close to that to get our students to school. Why do we do this? Because kids are scared of the metro now and don't want to walk or travel that long distance to get to schools. So if families or schools were given some sort of subsidy just for that outside of KRF cars, that would be helpful. Along with safety, another huge barrier as to why students aren't getting to school is familiar financial hardships, which honestly needs to be addressed if we want to see the rates of absenteeism and truancy decrease. Due to trauma and other life circumstances, many of our youth are supporters of their families and have familiar obligations that prevent them from going to school on time. I have kids taking their younger siblings to school. I have a student who asked to participate virtually because his mom was hospitalized due to a domestic violence issue. So our kids have real life happenings that are going on that prevent them from coming to school on time, if not at all. I do believe that we must work together to fix these overlapping issues so that students can receive the quality education that they deserve. Schools in the city have done a great job at making a place where students and families want to be. Students just need the help on getting there. There's more in my testimony. I thank you for your time and consideration today, and I look forward to any future collaboration, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. I actually don't have a copy of your statement. If you could submit that.
Most definitely.
Thank you. I believe the remaining people who signed up from Black Swan Academy, whom I called, are not here. Nevaeh Williams, Kaylin Jackson, Naomi Tony, Madison Stringfellow, Marcus Williams, Stephen Cook, LaGeorgia Callahan, Kalea McCoy, Talia Dawson, Sion DuBose, and Samantha Davis. Yeah, I'm gonna call her. I'll call Samantha Davis next. Too late, she's here. Why don't you proceed?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Want to just acknowledge our young people were not able to attend today. We took them on an end of the year field trip yesterday and we did not get home until about 2 a.m. So they are taking some well-deserved rest. However, did want to talk to you all about the experiences that young people have been having, both within Black Swan and the larger DC community, particularly Ward 7, Ward 8, and Ward 5, regarding truancy and chronic absenteeism. We did have the privilege of speaking before you all during the roundtable and are grateful that you all convened that separate space and have been really pleased to hear the testimonies that have been given today. I want to focus the testimony kind of just outlining our concerns or our highlights for some of the legislations that we're considering today. First, we acknowledge the importance of data tracking. I know this has been an ongoing conversation as emphasized by the Truancy Reduction for Student Success Act of 2024. And to your point, many of us know and understand already the root causes of truancy and chronic absenteeism. And so we want to see that this is not just for the sake of data, but that we are using this data and the importance of it allowing us to have more consistent monitoring and reporting of school attendance for real-time interventions. How can we ensure that this data is leading to action and not solely meant to further inform us on what we already know in terms of those root causes? We know that attendance-focused tracking can help to show care with immediate action for all involved, especially when the tiered levels of need and strategic responses are used. A concern, though, is we want to make sure that this data isn't going to be utilized to further harm our schools, to defund our schools in any way, or place young people at further risk. And so asking to ensure that there is a sense of responsible data collection, and any responsible data collection also requires a dissemination plan. The other thing to point out, and it could have just been an overlook, but wanting to make sure that if we're tracking this data, that we're also ensuring that we're tracking how students with disabilities are experiencing truancy and taking some opportunity there to learn a bit more about that specific population. Second, in regards to the Chronic Absenteeism and Truancy Reduction Amendment Act, we view the expansion of the WONS Leadership Academy and Safe Passage Safe Blocks program as community assets. Black Swan Academy youth have testified this year and previous years about the importance of community safety, the importance of having adults from their community that are care-based within their schools to work with them to help with conflict, to help de-escalate, and to ensure that they're getting to and from schools safe. I heard the previous testimony. Safe Passage is huge for us. Black Swan, even in our after-school capacity, spends about $70,000 every year in Ubers and vans and ride shares to ensure that young people are getting to and from school safely. And we believe that that is what is important. We talk about how we can provide stipends to families, how we can provide stipends to schools to be able to provide that level of transportation and support, and to see what it looks like to have a more expansive, granted expensive, but more expansive shuttle service for young people that the city is providing.
Ms. Davis,
Third,
I'm going to have to cut you off because you're over your time.
thank you. I
But
was not paying attention to that, and I will make sure if you don't already have a copy, make sure you all get a copy, and happy to expound in any questions you all might have.
Great. Yes, I do not have a copy of your statement, so that would be helpful.
Thank you.
I have one question, Ms. Barata. LAYC, do they work with Henley?
I don't believe they do, no.
Do you have any, in your testimony, you referenced, you said organizations such as LAYC are helpful. Is there an organization that works with Henley on attendance? Like Flamboyant or?
No, we were just, no, we don't have, any such organization.
So it's pretty much just up to the teachers and the principal to try to get kids into school.
Yeah, we do have, a member of our administration team that helps coordinate, multiple absences and is in contact with, DC, child services. Or not I'm sorry. They're the ones that contacts the agency when there's, multiple referrals needed.
And so as a teacher, then you have to make the calls to the family?
We do, and then we coordinate with the administrator who does that as well. So sometimes they do, but mostly we do as well. So.
And in your experience, how do those calls go?
It's been a mix. Like I had said earlier in my testimony, I've had parents who have told me from a day before a shooting that would make them uncomfortable bringing their kids to school. I've had parents who don't pick up the phone. I've had ones who come in with doctor's notes, who don't say anything and just say that their kid will come in the next day. Parents who have cited, mental health concerns of their own, when it comes to getting their kids on to school. So it's been a very mixed bag of responses.
I should ask the same question of Dr. Thompson, if you make calls, or Mr. Comparato, if you make calls, what are those like?
I have made calls, however, there's been difficulty with correct phone numbers and things of that nature. So I've had to make home visits, things of that nature. But I've had to make calls. There are administrators that oversee that programming to ensure that we keep documentation of who we call and when, and referring them to whatever process we need to. But it's been, I would say, mixed as well. The parents I've been able to get in contact with, I've already had a personal relationship with, so the phone calls and things like that. Emails tend to be run smoothly, but it's those with information. It's hard to get in contact with the parents that we need to get in contact to ensure that those students are available. So those relationships that we build in the morning with those parents, I'm able to be in contact with. For those who I haven't seen, their information is either not correct, and we're not able to contact those unless we do a home visit of those types of things.
Thank you, Mr. Comparato.
Sure, I concur. And also what I would say is that for a lot of the parents that we're not able to reach, very often it's the parents that we're really trying to reach, right?
It's the parents who, say that again?
So the parents that, like, for instance, that we're not able to reach very often are the parents that we really need to reach, right? Because of whatever's happening with the kid. I would like to establish much more deeper relationships beyond calling the parents. It'd be nice if we can have more community-based events at our school that welcome parents and their families into the school, so that we're removing barriers and building better relationships, more positive relationships. Thanks.
I think that sounds good, but is there anything preventing you from doing that?
This is my first year. I just finished my first year teaching at Blue. I haven't actually asked that yet, but I kind of get the sense that if I that if we were going to put together some sort of community celebration, that's working a bit more with the administration, which who are extremely busy, and I could see why they don't do as much events as they should be.
But it could help in terms of dealing with truancy.
Absolutely. Well, I mentioned in my testimony that the importance of having a site coordinator at each of these schools, and I think if someone like a site coordinator were to take on a lot of this work instead of this work going on to the work of the parents and administrators, that would be helpful.
I hesitate to ask the question, but I will. So if the parents that you can't reach are the parents who more likely are the ones who need to be reached? Doesn't that suggest that for some of them, there might be an issue that borders on educational neglect?
Can I jump in very quickly,
But
Chairman?
you're trying to protect them from answering?
No, this is something that I encountered while I was teaching as well. I think oftentimes like unstable forms of communication with families is not necessarily an indicator of neglect or of a need to connect to like a broader agency or something like that. Oftentimes it can be an indicator of poverty too. In which case, like if you don't have like a steady phone number or steady access to a phone, to a computer for email, things of that nature, that was something that I encountered often. And often these families that I had difficulty getting into contact with, once you have a face-to-face interaction, like there's no issue. It's just there's certain barriers to communicating sometimes that are the same reasons that are causing the initial like truancy or absenteeism.
I'm not sure I appreciate you interrupting and answering because I was asking Mr. Comparetto's
Sorry, Chair.
impression. But even in your case, there might be some parents who, if you leaving a voicemail and they don't answer, that would not be a barrier? But Mr. Comparetto? Microphone.
We attempt multiple forms of communication to parents. It's not limited to phone calls, but also texting and email. Hopefully sending messages home with the kids sometimes. So we do our best we can. Attempting communication with the parents is an everyday thing and certainly takes up a lot of time of educators.
I think I was provoking some other answers, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you all very much. To continue, Olivia Heineman. Sam Heineman. Tania Bowling.
Tanaya Bowden.
Okay. Erica or Erika Stevens with Friendship Public Charter School. Donna Black. Trina Robinson. Andrea Evans. Ashley Agbana. Hosea Ahmed. Clarice Mendoza Davis, who's CEO Maya Angelou Public Charter School and See Forever Foundation. Cyril Pickering. Danielle Reif. Let me just say, this is the end of the witness list before we get to the government witnesses. And I'm saying this in case the government witnesses are watching, which they probably are. We'll go through the public witnesses, probably take at the most 10-minute, I'm going to say 5-minute. I'll pretend it's 5, it'll end up being 10 break, and then we'll get to the government witnesses. So I'm going to go through this list again. Olivia Heineman.
Hello,
Good
Chair.
afternoon.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Olivia Heineman, and I'm a rising senior at Jackson Reed High School.
And my name is Samuel Heineman, and I'm a rising junior at Jackson Reed.
It's nice to see you all today. Sam and I are interning this week at the DC Council in the budget office, and we reviewed the 4 bills that are the subject of today's hearing and would like to give you opinions as we observe the effects of truancy on a daily basis. The issue of truancy is incredibly important to us because we see the effects of kids not being in school all around us through fights, drug use, and just overall not doing well in school. When we walk through Tenleytown, whether it's in the morning, during lunch, after school, it smells of marijuana with students smoking by the metro, in front of Wawa, in the Whole Foods stairwell. And there are cops placed around Tenleytown in case a fight between students breaks out. These are the kids that should be in school, but instead are skipping and making bad choices that have negative impacts on the people around them, and in addition, overall create a negative environment that even I sometimes don't want to find myself in.
And after reading the 4 bills, we believe that certain aspects will have a positive impact on reducing chronic absenteeism and truancy in DCPS schools. For example, we think that it's a good idea to give principals of schools that have chronic truancy issues a larger fund. The money from the fund can be allocated to hiring more social workers to help kids manage their home and school life. Additionally, some of the additional funds can be used to create credit recovery classes for students who failed classes due to not being able to attend class. This creates a way for students to be able to make up what they've missed so that they can fix their mistakes instead of simply punishing them for their actions. Incentivizing students to do better can have a more positive impact on a student's life rather than threatening them with punishments that are harder to recover from. We also think that safe passageways will reduce truancy and chronic absenteeism rates as it creates a safe environment near school. Kids should never feel like they can't go to school because they're afraid of fights or getting jumped or being harassed on their way to and from school. And thank you for allowing us to testify today, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
So that concludes the testimony for the 2 of you. All right, I may have some questions. Tanaya Bowling.
Yes, I'm here. So Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff, my name is Tanaya Bowden, and I'm part of the 2024 graduating class of Tech Prep, Friendship Tech Prep. I'm here to speak on the behalf for the truancy because I've experienced it myself. I also wanted to speak on what Tech Prep did for me to get me here to actually keep pushing forward. So during my high school year, I started off in virtual, so I didn't get an experience where I was able to become a freshman or make little mistakes. I was just thrown right in afterwards. I went from middle school to I went from middle school to high school in a blink of an eye. My truancy was very bad. I almost had to have home visits because I couldn't come to school due to me raising my sister, because my mom had a baby when I was around 14 and just had started high school, and then the pandemic hit. So I was taking care of a child while trying to take care of myself and still juggle schoolwork. I've seen a lot of people not come to school due to a lot of reasons, a lot being like at home or having to take care of siblings, parents, grandparents, etc., or due to bad neighborhoods, like a lot of people have said, where they don't feel like they're safe enough or they're safe to go to school or get the education that they need. Tech Prep it was a good community where we was able to find ways for me to still go to school and still be on top of work without having to impact my home life too much, because I still had to, again, raise my sister. Me being the person that I am, I like struggled a lot with learning online. So Tech Prep made it easier for me to have one-on-one sessions or get extra time with tutoring or get help with a lot of things that I needed to adapt me to being in high school. I also would like to touch on the counselors and the people that I had there. I feel as though a lot of schools don't have the support system that they need to have their children keep going and actually maintain a way to still go to school. I also feel as though the city could have done a lot with helping as well, because a lot of students or kids in general suffer with the same type of story as me, where they have to they can't go to school. They don't have the luxury of going to school because they don't have people to assist them with home life, or they don't have people to help them understand what they're doing in class, or they don't have ways to actually understand the material being given to them. I'm actually glad that I can say that I went to Tech Prep, because as a whole, they did a lot for me and they did a lot to get me here where I am now. So I hope you'll look at what Tech Prep did for me. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bowling. Erica Stevens, is she here?
Yes, hello, I am here.
Please
Good
proceed.
afternoon, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Erica Stevens, and I'm the director of MTSS for kindergarten to fifth grade at Friendship Public Charter Schools. I do this work for students like Tanaya, whose story is common. I began my educational journey teaching at Options Public Charter School in 2008. I then transitioned to KIPP DC for 9 years. I was named Teacher of the Year at both schools and am known for going above and beyond for students. In 2018, I joined Friendship as an assistant principal at Woodridge International Baccalaureate, a pre-K 3 to 8th grade campus, where I was later promoted to principal. This year, I became the director of multi-tiered system of support, ensuring our highest need students have access to essential resources. Part of my role involves helping schools implement strategies to improve chronic absenteeism and truancy rates. My testimony today is shaped by my experience as a teacher and principal in the District of Columbia. As a principal, I went above and beyond to ensure student attendance was in good standing. I've made personal phone calls, countless home visits, dyed my hair, and even eaten hot peppers as an incentive for school-wide attendance challenges. I've done whatever it takes to get kids to come to school. In our schools, teachers do outreach for the first 3 absences. If attendance doesn't improve, counselors step in with attendance letters, in-person meetings, wellness checks, home visits. From this, we create attendance plans and employ an all hands on deck approach to remove barriers blocking our students from coming to school. At the network level, we conduct monthly attendance intervention audits, confirming that teams have completed required interventions by checking notes in PowerSchool, photos of home visits, and confirmation of emails or certified letters. However, when it comes to referrals, we do not receive any feedback. As such, we do not know if families have been assigned a caseworker, received an intervention from the city. The additional administrative work of submitting referrals doesn't support students or schools and doesn't improve attendance. We've been told they only respond to truancy after years of chronic absenteeism due to understaffing. If we wait for years of chronic absenteeism, we may be too late. I'm grateful that the council is addressing this issue. Our schools need your help to reduce administrative burdens so we can focus on interventions. Please leverage existing data systems to automate referrals and notifications, easing the burden on schools and making it easier to track and address referrals. I ask that we make this data public. Schools need to know how many referrals were received, how many families were contacted, did they receive services, did outcomes improve? Transparency is crucial. Schools are the primary holders of relationships with families, and we take this responsibility seriously, not just at Friendship, but across the city. We are doing the work. We need help from the rest of the system through improved data automation, increased case management, and accountability for agencies receiving referrals. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stevens. So Donna Black, I think is not here. Trina Robinson. Andrea Evans. Ashley Ogabana. Bizaya Ahmed. I see Clarice Mendoza Davis.
Yes, good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Dr. Kamal Wright Cunningham, and I currently serve as the Chief of Wellbeing at the Maya Angelou Schools and C Forever Foundation. I'm here in place of Dr. Mendoza Davis today, who asked me to speak on chronic absenteeism, given my 20 years of service at Maya, almost all of which have been dedicated to re-engaging previously disconnected students at our high school and our Young Adult Learning Center. As you know, our schools aim to serve students who have a lengthy history of missing school. We are thrilled that the proposed legislation from the City Council members and Mayor Bowser prioritizes this critical issue and intends to provide support to schools in ensuring that all young people come to campus and participate in classroom instruction and school-based activities each day. At Maya, truancy reduction is so essential to our educational program that it is actually one of our high school campus's charter school goals. Each year, we aim to re-engage at least 20% of students who were previously truant prior to the enrollment at Maya. In the school year 23-24, which we just ended, our school actually supported 80.8% of truant students in returning to school regularly and getting back on track with daily attendance. This is work we are immensely proud of and is grounded in a few key strategies. First, every student at our school partners one of our student support specialists, or SSS. The student support specialist is more than just a case manager, however. They are a dedicated life coach. They work to develop authentic relationships with each of the Maya scholars on their caseload, as well as individualized plans for each of the scholars to come to school each day. These specialists do the home visits, wake-up calls, emergency grocery deliveries, and scouting for temporary shelter when necessary, and any immediate triage in the wake of the traumatic events that our students experience each day. But most importantly, the student support specialist is the staff member that leads effective teaming of all the adults who are charged with the student's success. The teachers, social workers, academic counselor, post-secondary career counselor, and if applicable, our residential counselor. This effective teaming is anchored in a systematic intake, data collection, and progress monitoring that the specialist and the adult team use to track key indicators as it pertains to engagement in school, SEL development, and academic achievement. While these strategies are incredibly effective, the student support specialist and the adult team caseloads run large and become challenging to support. Councilmember Allen's bill and its recommendation to provide additional per pupil weight for chronically absent students is just the investment we need to add more capacity to the school team and keep caseloads manageable, and our engagement work, student by student, remains effective. You heard today that many students do not attend school regularly because of safety. That's certainly been the case at Maya. We support the mayor's proposed legislation to expand safe passage and violence interrupter support for schools. Our partners in particular at Maya, NAARCC, NARC DC, and Intercity Collaborative have been instrumental in helping us to support our students in overcoming this barrier. We need these partners and so many more this coming year and in the future to keep engagement going strong at the Maya Angelou Schools. Thank you for your continued support and for allowing me to testify today. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. I don't think I have a copy of your statement. In fact, I'll say I don't have a copy of your statement if you could
Yes, sir.
provide it.
Sir. Make sure
Thank
you
you.
receive that today.
Cyril Pickering? Yes.
Hello, I am Sorrel Pickering. I'm a school psychologist working with Maya Angelou Charter School, specifically at our site within the DC jail. I'm also a Ward 8 resident. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you this morning, this afternoon, and particularly encouraged about the council's attention on the topic of truancy and chronic absenteeism. It's a challenge that is the result of many of the difficulties faced by the district's young people. I'm glad to see that the proposed legislation includes both universal support with enhanced data monitoring for all schools and targeted intervention with provisions for problem solving, implementing solutions to address the root problems of root causes of absenteeism. At Maya Angelou Schools, as you've heard, we strive to address the needs from our students from multiple angles with support from the school, collaboration with the family, and communication with our community partners who provide vital support. Many of the students who enter Maya Angelou Academy at the DC jail come with a long list of schools that they've previously attended, but really felt no connection with. Many of them express regrets over inconsistent attendance in the past and cite that as one of the root causes that led to them being incarcerated. One scholar who I worked with this year closely reported never feeling at home at any of the schools that he attended. He said that he had many challenges at home. He had difficulties academically and just never connected with his school. I'm glad to say that in collaboration with his family and with his educational attorney, we're able to identify what those concerns were. And that young person is now back in the community and has been able to reconnect with a school that meets those difficult needs. This is never an overnight process. It takes time, it takes patience, it takes communication, and it takes trust. For these reasons, I'm glad to see many of the provisions that are in the legislation under consideration today. However, I admit that I'm a little less enthusiastic at some of the provisions that I'm reading in Bill 25-791. My concerns mainly lie in the sections discussing the short-term alternative placements and the concerns around what such rapid transitions would do to a young person when they have to shift between school settings. Students who have challenging behaviors have unique needs to modify those behaviors. These include support from teachers and specialists, behavior plans, and restorative practices. These routines can be easily disrupted when such a short-term placement would, by necessity, introduce two cross-school transitions in the span of a single school year. One would hope that these would be edge cases and that there would be a rarity, but these edge cases are the ones who are in the most need of continuity. So for those reasons, I have some concerns around those provisions. I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you. When you refer to two transitions, you mean from their school to this alternative placement and then back to their school?
Yes, because it's at max 45 days. That's one quarter that would be within the span of a single school year. So they'll transition to that school, and then at the end of that short-term placement, transition back. That's a lot of transition and a lot of things that could get lost in the communication, behavior plans, strategies that have worked. It's difficult to transition once, let alone twice in the school year.
Thank you. Danielle Reif, I believe is not here. Ashley Agbana.
Yes. Good afternoon,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Members. I am Ashley Obona, the Director of Student Policy and Title IX Coordinator at KIPP DC. KIPP DC is the second largest local education agency in the district. And at KIPP DC, we aspire to improve life outcomes for the next generation of Washingtonians by equipping students and alumni with the knowledge, skills, and mindsets to become thoughtful, intentional citizens in the competitive world. In my position at KIPP DC, I support our 20 schools by addressing incidents and helping ensure that laws and policies impacting our students and families are appropriately applied. I would like to submit testimony today related to the Utilizing Partnerships and Local Interventions for Truancy and Safety Amendment Act of 2024. First, thank you for revisiting the student discipline policies, considering discipline is a pressing issue as schools navigate post-pandemic challenges. While the bill does not seemingly propose major changes to student discipline, I appreciate the bill addressing the impact of marijuana in our schools by allowing additional consequences for 6th to 8th grade students who possess controlled substances on school property. I know that it's important for school administrators to have additional responses available given the increased presence of marijuana in schools, likely as a result of its legalization in the District of Columbia. However, I believe that suspending or expelling students for possession of marijuana is only one approach, an approach that would increase the number of days students are absent from the learning environment where every day counts. It also fails to address the underlying reasons for students' use of controlled substances. Additionally, in a district where a majority of public school students are Black, such measures risk exacerbating disciplinary disparities. Predominantly white schools and districts dealing with opioid crisis tend to avoid exclusionary consequences proposed in the bill, and instead lean on supportive measures that address root causes of usage without jeopardizing learning opportunities. As such, KIPP DC suggests alternative responses and a more collaborative approach with various stakeholders that include: one, acknowledging that student marijuana use is not just an issue that schools should have to address, but rather an issue that requires citywide involvement. Two, ensuring restorative practices such as referrals to substance use programs are more readily available and implemented for students. Three, supporting increased access to mental health professionals who can offer interventions for students struggling with substance use. And four, engaging students in analyzing data to evaluate the effectiveness of available supports. In conclusion, while the Uplift Amendment Act aims to address important issues, it must ensure that disciplinary measures do not disproportionately impact Black students or result in unintended consequences. I urge the committee to consider these concerns and pass legislation to promote equitable and effective practices. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. So I have a few questions. I think that's all the witnesses that we have. I'm going to start with Olivia and Sam Heineman. So if each of you could think of one of the kids in school, your school, that you know who misses a lot of school. Don't tell me who it is, but thinking of that person, what could we do? What could the school do to get that person back into school? Who wants to go first?
Well, I know multiple students who like miss school on a very regular basis, and both students, they have extremely different lives at home. So both students can be missing for the same thing. I have two friends who both have skipped school and fallen into drug use, but one has a 4.0 unweighted GPA and the other, it's just fallen. I mean, she's not doing well in school at all. And it just all stems from the home for them. And I think especially with the kids who have a rougher time at home, and getting social workers or people who don't have this huge name like child services or any of that, because that can really scare a child, especially in the word rehabilitation. She's had incidents with that and has threatened to kill herself and things like that. So I think a calm approach with like maybe a social worker that would come and talk to her and maybe talk to her family could really help. And from the other standpoint, it's pretty much just drugs and finding a way to solve how children can get a hold of marijuana. And
So this second person has a 4.0 average,
Unweighted, yeah.
missing a lot of school.
yeah, she manages to get her work done. Maybe it's because my school makes it easy, but she finds a way.
Sam?
I mean, I also know kids that miss a lot of school, but that I feel like I'm not. I mean, there could be ways like I know a lot of people have been talking about incentives to get people back in school, because there's someone I know, he's on my soccer team and he misses a lot of school. Like I've only really seen him at practice. I've seen him at school maybe a couple times, 2 or 3 times. So, I mean, maybe a way to get kids back in school is like incentivize them with like gift cards. I mean, I know my school already does that, but maybe like do it more. Stuff, I don't know how you guys.
Do you know why he's missing a lot of school?
I think it's like what we talked about in the beginning. He I mean, he falls into like drug use, like marijuana, that type of stuff. So yeah, as he probably has a more difficult home life. So that's why I'd assume he's missing school. So yeah.
Thank you. So let me ask, Ms. Bowling, if you're still here. Is Ms. Bowling still here?
She's not. She had to leave for work.
Okay. Sounds like you know her. Ms.
I don't
Stevens?
know. I don't know her personally. However, she is a student in the district.
Yeah, you're with KIP, right, Ms. Stevens?
No, I'm with Friendship.
Friendship, that's what I meant to say. Then she's with Friendship. I just wanted to explore with her what the interventions were that turned her around.
She listed some of them in her statement. She mentioned in her statement the school counselor who would give her wake-up calls in the morning, and some other things as well that helped her organize her time better to come to school.
Okay. And then I had a question for you, Ms. Stevens, actually. I'm looking at your testimony. So you said when it comes to referrals, we don't receive any feedback. The additional administrative work of submitting a referral doesn't support the student or school and doesn't improve attendance. I didn't quite get what you were referring to when you said the additional administrative work. Are you talking about the first time you make a referral?
Yes, I'm referencing like submitting the referrals to the additional agencies. It's just an additional step. And I think that in the previous testimonies, there were individuals who spoke of if we're all submitting our attendance daily to OSSI, could that step be alleviated by automating the reports? So that agency knows when we reach 3, when we reach 5, when we reach 10 and 20, can it just bypass having the SST team complete that additional step so that we can focus on the interventions and the things that would get kids to come to school?
Are you talking about older students or are you talking about 13 and under?
From my perspective, I'm referencing K-8, so 13 and under.
Isn't the referral form to CFSA fairly simple?
When you say fairly simple, we're referencing also making multiple referrals. So it's not just for one kid, it's for a multitude of students who may fall into that category. And then in addition, I'm also referencing the follow-up of how many referrals are received, of what is the next step once we submit a referral as well.
I think I need you to say a little bit more. So if all that happens is that if all that were to happen is OSSI gets a daily feed and it says that John Doe has missed 10 days, then OSSI just simply sends that name over to CFSA. That sounds a little dry to me. Whereas now it's been a while since I've looked at the referral form, but presumably the referral form, which I recall is like a page, says a little bit more than just John Doe 10.
Mm-hmm. So you're asking me if, I'm assuming you're saying that the referral form is simple, so it shouldn't be an issue? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, that's what you could put it that way. I'm exploring.
Yeah, I'm in my testimony, I'm referencing more than just referrals. I'm advocating to automate the process within itself. So just making sure that that process is automated, not just within referrals, but making sure that there is an open line of transparency from the school to the agency, and the agency back to the school to provide updates as well.
Well, I get the part about the feedback to the school. It's not very helpful to you if you're trying to work with the kid and you make a referral and CFSA doesn't tell you what's going on. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to understand why you said the additional administrative work of submitting a referral doesn't support the student or school.
Yes, I'm referencing or advocating for not adding a second referral as some of this legislation does.
Ah. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another council member. I think that's going to conclude this testimony. I want to thank each of you. Those of you who didn't submit statements, please do. That would be helpful. So next up will be the government witnesses. It looks like they've filled the room. Some of you may not have heard. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, which means 3:20. I will reconvene. So the time's 3:07. We'll recess till 3:20.
Yeah.
Yes, sure. Yeah.
That's awesome. I should know. I thought we were doing it together. Okay.
I'm reconvening this hearing, and this is continuing the hearing that we began this morning a very long time ago, like at 9:15 this morning, regarding 4 bills that have been introduced by members or the mayor concerning truancy and attendance in our schools. We're now at government witnesses. Now, we did begin the hearing with Deputy Mayor for Education Paul Kine testifying and Director of the Department of Human Services Laura Zeilinger testifying, and they did answer questions. They both had time constraints. That's why we took them at the beginning. So we're continuing now with government witnesses. We have at the table Lauren Haggerty, who's First Assistant Attorney General in the Office of the Attorney General. Tia Brumstead, who's Assistant Superintendent in the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Cynthia Ruiz, who is Chief Integrity Officer at DC Public Schools. Paige Hoffman, who is Chief of School Improvement and Supports at DC Public Schools. And Robert Matthews, who's Director of Child and Family Services Agency. So my understanding is we don't all have statements, but we'll run through this anyway. Ms. Haggerty, I think you have a statement.
Yes, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. I am Lauren Haggerty, First Assistant Attorney General for the Office of the Attorney General. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today about the 4 truancy bills that are before the council. The district is facing a truancy crisis, and solving it will require investing in a comprehensive strategy that prioritizes children and their families. In evaluating the proposed legislative solution, OAG considered 3 key principles. First, youth that are chronically truant and absent need early intervention from our social safety net. Second, for those interventions to be successful, the district should fully fund intervention and prevention programs to a centralized agency. And finally, the district got it right 4 years ago when we collectively agreed that prosecution is an ineffective tool to solve for truancy because it cannot solve for the conditions, housing instability, food insecurity, or poverty that are oftentimes the root of truancy. We think of each of these principles can be met by a combination of good ideas from all of the various bills under consideration. I will discuss each of these principles in turn. First, OAG believes that meaningful intervention is necessary to prevent truancy. In 2018, we launched Attend as a diversion program, and we have since expanded it to a school-based intervention program that begins working with families after just the 5th unexcused absence. Attend has proven to be effective. Over the last 5 years, only 12.7% of children have been re-referred to Attend after completing the program. Through Attend, we have observed firsthand that there are a myriad of circumstances that create barriers for children attending schools. Kids who have fallen behind academically, kids who are kept home at school so they can provide childcare for their siblings, kids who are housing and food insecure, kids who are bullied, kids who don't have clean clothes that fit, kids who have become disengaged with school because of high staff turnover, kids who do not feel safe walking to and from school, and kids who have disabilities. The list goes on, and our children are struggling. Very rarely, if ever, do we come across a family that is genuinely uninterested in re-engaging and getting back on the right track, especially when they're offered the support that they need to do so. The solutions to all those problems require organized and meaningful intervention from our social safety network. And because truancy is a self-compounding problem, the more school students miss, the more they fall behind and the harder it is to get them back on track. The intervention must be early. The bills before the council have components that would support the principle of early intervention with support services. For example, Councilmember Allen's bill proposes to mandate student support team meetings after 5 unexcused absences, the same benchmark we use in Attend. We also support his proposal to expand leadership academies. Additionally, we are in favor of Councilmember Parker's proposal to require students with more than 20 absences the prior school year to receive a home visit in the summer to identify needs that ensure that the student gets off on the right foot the next school year and prevent truancy before it begins. Second, the district should fund robust intervention and truancy prevention programming localized at a single coordinating agency. Schools are undoubtedly the first line of defense against truancy, but once a student has been identified as truant, they are often bounced from agency to agency and referrals. Students and families are best served by a centralized and concentrated dedication of resources at an agency that can function as a one-stop shop. That agency will also ideally provide individualized programs to prevent truancy, not just intervene once it begins. Multiple bills before the council contemplate DHS serving that role, but to do this, that agency must be sufficiently funded to tackle the scope of the current crisis. If the council determines that DHS should fulfill that role, we must ensure that it has the resources it needs to be effective. The several bills also contemplate increased collaboration between agencies. We support the proposals from council members White, Parker, and Allen that require reporting and record sharing amongst various agencies, and we support Councilmember Parker's proposal for a comprehensive evaluation of truancy to identify root causes, which could provide a more fulsome understanding of which agencies to engage in how. Third, and finally, in 2020, the Mayor's Juvenile Justice Advisory Group issued a study concluding that prosecution is an ineffective and counterproductive way to address truancy. The JJAG included representatives from DBH, DHS, DCPS, DC Superior Court, MPD, PDS, Court Social Services, DYRS, OAG, ANCs, and community stakeholders. OAG incorporated those unified recommendations into the common sense approach we take to addressing the barriers to attendance. While prosecution of students or parents may seem appealing in the abstract, it makes little sense when applied to truancy. Indeed, the limited court remedies highlight why prosecution is not only ineffective, but are often counterproductive. When we prosecute a child or their parent for truancy, the court cannot help the parent find a job or an apartment, nor can it order tutoring services or put a stop to bullying. The court cannot provide any of the social services and support needed to remove barriers to attendance. Ultimately, the child or parent will likely be referred back to the same support services at other district agencies, except this time we send them with a criminal record. Research shows that that involvement in the juvenile justice system leads to missed school. Furthermore, placing a parent into a carceral system, even for a misdemeanor violation of the criminal code, has collateral consequences on the family and will increase the risk of a parent losing employment, housing, and potentially custody, all of which threaten vulnerable parents, causing more instability for the family, increase the likelihood of truancy. If OAG is presented with a truancy case where a family is truly resistant to support services, our experience tells us that it's likely a sign that there is other abuse or neglect in the home that requires intervention from CFSA. Unlike a prosecution for truancy, a CFSA intervention prioritizes the well-being of the child and getting that child into a safe and supportive home where they can thrive. The provisions of the mayor's legislation that are designed to increase prosecution are inconsistent with the 2020 JJAG report and recommendations, and we oppose them. We do, however, support the suggestion from EOM and from Councilmember Parker to more fully engage with CFSA when chronic absences continue post-intervention. We have analyzed all 4 bills before the council today and prepared to offer more detailed feedback on each bill's provisions at the council's request. However, in doing so, we will continue to prioritize early, individualized, meaningful intervention and support through interagency coordination of the district's many resources. I thank the council for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Haggerty. Ms. Brumstead?
Good afternoon. While Deputy Mayor Kine presented testimony on behalf of the Education Cluster this morning, I did want to take a moment to introduce myself and my colleagues. I am Tia Brumstead, Assistant Superintendent for Health and Wellness at OSSI. I formerly served as a school wellness director and school social worker for 12 years supporting DC students. And in my role at OSSI, I oversee our health initiatives that build a foundation for academic success in schools. And I am the Foster Student and Staff Wellbeing Priority Lead and point of contact for our strategic initiative to reduce chronic absenteeism. In 2023, OSSI released our 3-year strategic plan focused on recovery to restoration. Staff from across OSSI divisions formed a working group to develop a theory of action for our agency's role in reducing chronic absenteeism in DC. Our theory of action focuses on key agency actions related to 3 student root causes of student absenteeism: student mental health, school climate, and family experiences. I look forward to answering questions about OSSI's role and theory of action for improving attendance in the district, as well as questions about what leads to student attendance issues. I am joined here today by my colleagues, Kelly Scholl, Assistant Superintendent for Data Assessment and Research, to answer questions about how attendance data is collected and shared, and Andrew Gall, OSSI's Deputy Chief of Staff, who can speak to OSSI's attendance regulations. And we are pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Ms. Ruiz?
Good afternoon. I am Cynthia Ruiz. I am the Chief of the Office of Integrity at DCPS. My team is responsible for DCPS's enrollment team, attendance work, and school planning initiatives. DCPS worked collaboratively with the Office of State Superintendent and the Deputy Mayor of Education to draft testimony that Deputy Mayor Kine delivered earlier today. Paige and I are available to share more about our work, answer your questions, and we look forward to working with you on the challenge of improving student attendance and success.
Yes, Ms. Hoffman?
Good afternoon. I'm Paige Hoffman, Chief of the Office of School Improvement and Supports for DC Public Schools. My team is responsible for school improvement initiatives such as connected schools, mental and physical health programming, student placement, teacher evaluation, and our work around multi-tiered systems of support and restorative practices. I'm looking forward to answering your questions today.
Thank you. And Mr. Matthews?
Good afternoon. Robert L. Matthews, Director of Child and Family Service Agency. Earlier this morning, Director Zalinger spoke on behalf of the executive that pertains to futuristic interventions based on the mayor's proposed legislation. I'm here to answer any questions you may have in terms of CFSA's role in the current practice.
So we have a hearing today regarding truancy and student absenteeism. Child and Family Services Agency under the law has a primary role, and you do not have a statement. Were you instructed not to have a statement?
The goal was to have Deputy Mayor Kine and Director Zalinger speak on behalf of the executive.
All right. Does CFSA fall under the cluster of Deputy Mayor Kine?
No, we do not.
Well, let the record show that I'm displeased by that. And I don't know if that's CFSA or the executive, but I don't think that that's really looking constructively at how we improve enforcement regarding truancy. Mr. Matthews, did you watch the beginning of the hearing today?
I did.
So you were present, that is, you heard when I said to the deputy mayor at the beginning of my round of questions that one of the issues that troubles me is how it is that CFSA, which embraced this role with regard to attendance 12 years ago, now wants to give it up. I just don't understand that. Can you explain?
Well, you used the word embraced, and from our perspective, it was more legislated. So
it was more what?
Legislated.
Well, no, I have the testimony right here. Brenda Donald says Director, Child and Family Services Agency. It's actually 9 pages long. It talks about why this is a good idea.
9 years ago was
No, not
2012
9 years ago, 2013.
Correct.
Where CFSA, the director, said that this absolutely was the appropriate way to go.
Well, that was her opinion. And
No, she was testifying. She was testifying, I'm here today with Attorney General Irvin Nathan to provide executive testimony on the Attendance Accountability Amendment Act of 2013. It was not her personal opinion.
I said that was my predecessor's opinion at the time, and 2012, and we're now in 2014, 2024, two different times. There are different things that are happening in the environment to where me as a child welfare expert understands, even from your roundtable and your professionals and experts spoke to research showing that the involvement of child welfare has not moved the needle in improving chronic absenteeism nationally. And so the way that we utilize CFSA in this role and in this practice is in a penalized way. I listened to various testimonies today. And what I want to make sure everyone understands is, yes, we do have a supportive agency in doing our work, but I want to be very clear that when we come knocking at the door, it is not as if families are welcoming CFSA in their home by virtue of what could result in their child being separated from.
Yes, but that seems to be something that you accept. Now, we went through this at a previous hearing. The statute that sets up Child and Family Services Agency is quite clear that among other responsibilities, CFSA provides parenting classes or family counseling and other services on behalf of the child designed to help parents recognize and remedy the conditions harmful to the child and to fulfill their parental roles more adequately.
CFA
That's not
refers,
punitive.
we're not a direct service provider of parenting education and
Well,
support.
according to Brenda Donald, 10 years ago, you could do it.
Brenda Donald's not here.
So what's going on is a change of policy,
It is-
change of view, change of policy.
Chairman, I was actually the one that actually implemented the educational neglect triage unit initially. CFSA never directly provided parent education support programs. That is what we use the collaboratives and CBOs to do.
A part of the problem I have here is that this issue of attendance or truancy has shifted for reasons that are largely understandable from being one that recognizes that there is a criminal element to this, to that's solely about education. And I'm pausing for some effect. Why do I say criminal element? Not because I think kids who are absent are criminal. And I agree that the goal here is not to be prosecuting parents. But because what we see over and over again is that kids who are involved in the juvenile delinquency system, that's criminal, are kids who have attendance problems. And if we want to be proactive about public safety, one way we can do it is catch kids early. I mean, before they even come close to getting in trouble. That's attendance. This has a criminal justice aspect to it. That's why the Truancy Task Force was created by the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, made up of the Chief of Police and the Attorney General and the Bureau of Prisons and the Chief Judge of the Superior Court and so forth. Because they're tired of dealing with these kids in the juvenile justice system. They want to deal with them. They want us to deal with them earlier. And that seems to have been forgotten completely, including by your agency. And your agency your folks are trained, are they not, to recognize neglect?
Absolutely.
Okay, are there other agencies that have that training?
They are not to my knowledge.
Okay.
But I think the key word you just
But
mentioned
isn't
is
that the
neglect.
goal?
The key word you mentioned was neglect. We are trained to identify neglect.
Yes, which could be educational neglect. It could be abuse.
Correct.
There's a whole range, sexual abuse.
And everything I've heard today, housing instability, food insecurity, that is not neglect. Those
Well,
are
no,
social
that's not
conditions
everything you
that are
heard today.
poverty issues.
Sir, that's not everything you heard today. You
Well, I heard
heard
several.
Benita Jacks. You heard
Those were your opening statements.
Relisha Rudd.
Yes.
You heard South Capitol Street Massacre.
Those were your opening statements today.
Yeah,
That
every one of those is criminal case.
Every one of those were a criminal case, but not every referral is a criminal case.
So then let's go back to the system where, first of all, CFSA was split off from Department of Human Services, I think 20, maybe 25
About
years ago, because DHS was unable to actually provide it very well, went into receivership, I think.
Correct.
So we're going to go back in time that way, but we're also going to go back in time in that rather than deal with juveniles early, we're going to deal with them after they start getting in trouble.
Is that a question?
I don't know. So,
May I respond? So I
Sure.
like to use the word youth because our youth told me they don't like to be referred to as juveniles. So we're going to use the word youth. Second, in terms of my agency does get involved by way of a call or notification that something may be going on. So I do know that there's a misconception for a number of years, and I've spoken to this in terms of what does CFSA actually do when we receive a report. And what I've heard was the vast number of reports that are screened out, which is true, but does not speak to the work that goes into before it is screened out. Screened out for us means that it's screened out. Either we've identified what's happened, we have connected the family to the school, we have identified the root cause as to why the child has missed school. I think from prior hearings from you, Chairman, I think what I've tried to say is that we're not the direct service provider. We refer those to CBOs if we're talking about transportation, if we're talking about where kids are not safe, if we're talking about where kids need food, clothing, whatever. We don't provide it. We have to convene the CBOs and the schools to provide that part. And I think that's the element that's missing in terms of the work that goes in. We do engage the family.
Why is that? What do you mean that's missing? The CBOs are, the collaboratives are actually a part of the creation of CFSA, correct?
They are our arm on the prevention end of work. So
The
they
answer to my
actually
question
do
is
the
correct.
work with the families. We're not the direct service provider in terms of providing those things.
I
So
understand.
So when we identify as transportation, CFSA is not the one to provide the transportation. We work with the schools even to help alleviate and resolve some of those issues. What I'm trying to make sure we understand is that a screen out does not mean nothing is done. That is vehemently false, and it's been said for a number of years. And that doesn't speak to the work that my workers do. Every single referral that we receive, we contact the school, the reporter, we contact the family, try to make contact with them to figure out where they are, what's happening, what needs to happen for that youth to get back to school. That's the work that goes into, and then after that's resolved, that we identify and connect them, that is a screen out. It is not screened out just by mere of a passing of a paper. We look to see if the schools have done their efforts in trying to engage the family and then it's screened out. That's not how it works.
All right, I don't have an issue with any of that.
Okay.
I have an issue with taking CFSA, which is trained to recognize abuse and neglect. My understanding is a child who's abused acts in ways that everybody around them, all the adults will deny that there was abuse. Somebody who's trained can recognize symptoms of abuse and then look further into that. That's the training your folks have.
Correct. And I actually don't think that there's even in the mayor's proposed legislation that they're trying to remove us from that mandate. I think what they're attempting to say is that DHS, who works with these families much more than we do and actually has a relationship. When we come into the picture, we do not have a relationship.
I understand that, but having a relationship, which by the way is, in my view, sometimes very attenuated. I mean, let's look at the great job they're doing with families in rapid rehousing. Some of the, I guess it's the Alliance or the Medicaid application renewals. Just saying, I don't know so much about that, but I mean, I don't know how good that is. That's what I'm trying to say in a very diplomatic way. But putting that aside, they don't have the training to recognize neglect or abuse.
And you're correct with that,
And
Chair.
I would like every child who self-identifies, which they do when they're missing a lot of school, to be checked out. Not a formal investigation, just to be checked out. Maybe it's excused. I've heard a lot of reasons that are not upsetting to me, but I've also heard a few reasons that are upsetting. Somebody who testified earlier whose mother had a child and the student stayed home to take care of the child. The way it was explained, no, actually, I think it was a different witness who was talking. And when I said, well, could that possibly be neglect? I got interrupted by somebody else. We're not going to answer that question. But this is serious. Kids who are missing a lot of school Most of the time, not all, are going to drop out.
Okay, so Chairman, when you say checked out, just so I'm, make sure I'm understanding, what exactly, from your perspective, would that look like in terms of you want them checked out? And again, agreeing, I think where you and I do have common ground is that not every family should be subjected to an investigation, but what does checked out look like from your perspective?
You know, the law doesn't say specifically, does it? Because it leaves that flexibility to the agency, but it could be a telephone call, it could be a visit, it could be the CFSA contracting with its collaborative to visit the, some sort of a contact.
So
Preferably in person, maybe not, but just some sort of contact to understand why is it that the kid's missing school, and listening carefully to see whether there's some of those indicators there might be something more serious.
And Chairman, so what I am saying is that we do that through the triage process.
I'm fine with that.
So I think the issue of what we're finding is, even as we identify what the barriers are, it's really, does the system have the supports to address the barrier? Because we make the contact, we figure out, but now it's a matter of, if we can get the themes, how does the system support the family so that can be resolved? I think that's the gap that we have in our system. Because
Sure.
what you're mentioning in terms of the checkpoints and visits, we do that.
And I don't think any of the bills address that, but I'm out of time. Council member. I'm very impressed. You're both online and in person. She has to go. She was here before you. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon to the government witnesses. I want to start with some questions to Ossie around data. One of the bills that are before us is related specifically on the data front. And, I went back in terms of Ossie's website and I have some familiarity with this from when I was committee director for the then Committee on Education. I'm curious in terms of, is there a reason why Ossie does not report out both chronically absent numbers as well as chronically truant numbers? Hi, you just turn your mic on.
Ossie does report both chronically absent and chronically truant numbers. The chronically truant numbers aren't as obvious on our DC school report card tool because it's not part of our state plan and the way in which we calculate accountability scores. But on the Ossie website, we have truancy rates for each school. And this year we moved from once a year reporting to 3 times a year reporting. So we've now released those twice so far for the 23-24 school year. And we'll release them a final time when that data is final.
Let me rephrase. It's great to have it on the school report card, but if I want to compare in the other reports that you all have done, you've provided both your report as well as an Excel document. And in the Excel document, it only includes chronically truant.
Can you repeat once more what you would like to be there?
Why we don't report also the chronically absent number as well?
We do report both chronically absent and chronically truant, but I take your point that we can think about how we report those side by side.
I think it's important because a missing day, whether it's excused versus unexcused, is still a missing day, right? A parent can turn in a note and say the kid was sick for 6 days in a row or whatever it might be, but that's still 6 days of instruction that is lost. The other thing I noted, if you go back further in reports, you all also used to disaggregate in terms of compulsory age versus all kids. And now you don't report on the all kids part. And I'm curious, why was that change made?
Yeah, our truancy rates we report based on compulsory age because that's the law. That's who can be truant. The chronic absenteeism we report based on grade. So any student in grade K through 12, we report their chronic absenteeism score. That's how it's built into our state plan and accountability system. And so we've moved to reporting that way more uniformly. So we're always talking about the same numbers, but we can certainly follow up and supplement with adult students if that's what you feel is missing.
No, pre-K.
Okay.
Adults, they're their part.
If I
What
may,
I said earlier
pre-K
today.
Pre-K chronic absenteeism is something that we publish as part of the DC school report card and as part of our accountability plan. So pre-K 3 and 4 is separately reported in the K through 12 chronic absenteeism score, but they are both reported.
Is there a way that you could send that data in a spreadsheet form? I don't want to go by the report card for every school. But in a conversation I was having with the deputy mayor earlier, I feel like we are not setting up families for success when the first 2 years that a child might be in a school building, we claim that we care, but we really aren't doing anything if a child only shows up 3 days out of the week because that is the 3 days that the parent has gone into work and therefore the child is there. Because on the other side, at least with regard to DCPS, for instance, those pre-K teachers are still being evaluated as though that child is there every day, and they're not. Those teachers are still being evaluated on whether or not that child has reached kindergarten readiness. And if they have missed 50% of the school year, I don't see how that's possible. And so I feel like we need to sort of change. I'm not suggesting that we be punitive in our approach in terms of pre-K, but if we are going to form good habits, we can't say, well, the first 2 years you're in elementary school, and then we start laying down the law and once your kid reaches 5. Is that fair?
I would certainly defer to the folks serving pre-K students about what the challenges and opportunities are there. We report according to current requirements, and so I can't speak exactly to that.
Okay, maybe Ms. Brunstad, I don't know if you're speaking on the larger part for OSSI.
I think I would piggyback off Assistant Sup Scholl that it would be better to understand what specifically is happening in those schools and how they see attendance as part of their multi-tiered system of support.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that because we don't have legislative reporting on that, those interventions are not happening. We just don't collect uniform data.
I do think that reporting, what do they say? Sunshine sometimes provides the best medicine. Right now, we have no insight into what's happening truly on the pre-K level unless I go school by school. And so I think that is a question. If you have a school where their pre-K is absent 50% or chronically absent 50%, and then we see that tracking K through 5, that tells me that the culture, like we probably need to be doing something a little bit different on the school level. But if I don't have that information, I don't exactly know how do we have that conversation. And I don't want to leave it to school to kind of figure that out, if that makes sense. I want to ask, shifting just a hair to DCPS. I know it's always a little awkward when you're the only LEA that's at the table, but such is life. I do believe that there were other LEAs who testified earlier, so I don't want to put them on, but you guys are sort of here at the government table. I'm curious on home visiting. I asked the deputy mayor around this in terms of what are our actual goals across the city and as a system to increasing some of these strategies. And I'm curious, does DCPS have an internal goal of increasing the amount of home visiting that's taking place as a strategy to address absenteeism overall?
Sure, and thank you for that. I appreciate you asking that question. I think we see that as a strategy. We don't have a specific goal as an agency, but happy to look into that a little bit more to tackle truancy. We do some of that sort of family engagement within home visits and, just really connecting our educators, our front office staff, our, attendance counselors in a way that is received by our families. So not necessarily to answer your question, we don't have an agency goal, but happy to look into that, to figure out what are the best practices, especially as we have like that partnership with Flamboyant and making sure that our staff are trained to do appropriate home visits.
Yeah. I would say this, overall, I'm skeptical around the idea of legislating on truancy. Because I know that it can't really be a top-down approach. A lot of it is what's happening in a school building. But then when I talk to an LEA and I don't feel like you have like a system-wide strategy on it, then I have to sort of be a bit more concerned around like, what are the steps that we are taking? What's the feedback loop as well of like, what are you hearing on the ground of the common occurrences and how is central office helping to sort of triage some of those things? For instance, I know there was an elementary school in Ward 5 that was doing the type of work that everybody hopes that they were doing, right? Everybody's sitting down, the folks are talking about their numbers, they're talking about the data, they're talking about individual students and how to specifically address those issues. Turns out they had a group of students who were chronically absent, truant, et cetera, because of the parent work schedule didn't enable them to be able to drop the child off at school. Now we're mid-school year, so it's not like you can add a before care program, okay? So then they said, well, is there a way for us to perhaps have some sort of transportation option where we can go pick up the kid and deliver the kid to the school? And, you know, they were trying different things. Some of those things they had to stop doing for liability concerns, right? Teachers going to pick up kids and driving them themselves. But when they call central office, the response was, we don't have funding for that. Now, the school has done specifically what we have asked. They have triaged this problem for 10 to 15 students, and yet it didn't make it up in a way that allowed for them to be able to actually resolve the problem. I don't know if any of these bills would do that, would fix that problem of being able to say, I have this issue on a school level, we need the funding to do this specific thing and move it forward. I don't know, do any of these bills, would that allow for that type of flexibility for you guys to move in that way?
That is a really good question. And I can say that those are one of the top 3 reasons why we're seeing students miss school, which is student health, transportation, and academics. To your point, our schools are doing that intervention, are doing those, you know, sort of like student attendance meetings and conferences to get to the root cause. And I think that is why we are, you know, wanting to pilot the connection with DHS. Similar to what Director Matthews was saying, they're not sort of the agency to help with those resources, but maybe DHS is to support with the needs and the services that our family needs. I understand what you're saying, that funding is not going directly into transportation, but are there other things or services, you know, that DHS can lead into to help our families come to school every day?
DHS isn't going to be able to fix transportation. If that's one of the top 3 issues, y'all need a different type of solution. Like, I don't know, frankly, in terms of the back and forth that the chairman had with the director, CFSA can't fix that either. Technically, unless I'm confused and you guys do transportation on the side. No. So that's, I feel like we know what the issues are, but like we're talking around what we should be focusing on, hoping that more meetings and more conversations is somehow going to lead us to the promised land.
I mean, transportation is a very complex conversation.
It is, but then perhaps that should be the focus of our conversation. Perhaps we should be saying, let's figure out how to tackle the transportation issues, right? High school, different. Go get your DC1 card and get on the bus. Okay,
Kids right.
I'm simplifying it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Obviously, there's some safety issues, et cetera. But for the elementary school kids, I can't put a 7-year-old on a bus and say, good luck to you. So what are we going to do?
I understand that.
Sorry, I'm over my time. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. Question before I start. Do we get 10 minutes total for both agencies? Because last time I only got to DME, so I just want to strategically get this right. We're just doing one.
Last time we were treating you special. No, there'll be 2 rounds this time, maybe
Okay,
3.
great. Awesome.
Count on 2.
Great. I will start with CFSA here. First, Director Matthews, I want to thank you for your many years of service to the youth and families of the District of Columbia. You've been a true partner with the committee in our shared goal of improving outcomes for struggling children and families. And I wish you luck at your future endeavor. But please stay in touch with us with any advice and suggestions you may have for the district government and the ways that we can improve it. Obviously, CFSA's role in absenteeism is being considered in almost all of the bills before us today. So I want to ask you, first and foremost, do you think CFSA's role in getting youth in school should be larger or smaller than what it is today?
My response to that, council member, is that it should be more of a tiered. So when I'm looking at the mayor's proposed legislation, it all starts with the schools, and I think everyone agrees to that. The efforts that the school makes, they have the SST meetings, they will send out notifications to the parent, whether that's through text or sending letters home, and some do make home visits. When those efforts are made in the mayor's legislation, it then would be a referral to DHS for them to try to engage the family. And let's just say that they will be successful with some, but not all. And let's say that they now accumulate 20 absences. To me, as a child welfare expert, at that point, there's something else going on that I do think that the child welfare agency can at that point, because now we'll have information from what the schools have done to try to engage, to whether the parent has been ambivalent or not ambivalent, or they have been participating. DHS has made some efforts. Now we're looking at the agency that can really go in, and I would say trigger an investigation. We would go totally past the triage point, because now we need to see what it is the parent is or is not doing. And then the question is now, what should be that intervention? So I think it should be more of a tiered process.
Right. Okay, understood. And we've discussed in Public Witnesses Day, talked about the limitations CFSA encounters when intervening in attendance matters because of the threat of substantiated finding of educational neglect and the possibility of a child being removed. Can you elaborate more on the difficulty CFSA faces when trying to get families to discuss the root causes of their absenteeism?
Sure. I mean, it's this simple. So if we have a reputation, and that just because of the very nature of what our work is, that
Yeah.
sometimes it could result in a child being removed. You think of a parent having a child removed in their community, well, word travels very fast. And so when that word travels very fast across a city of this size, anytime that CFSA comes knocking on their door, parents just innately are ambivalent, and they have a level of anxiety that they do not want to engage with CFSA. That doesn't mean our staff are not trying to be supportive and trying to engage the parent. It's just that this wall is already built up because of what our involvement could result in. And so in the instances to where we do substantiate the parent, and this is what I put back to, the policy thinkers in this area, we do substantiate the parent for educational neglect. And I've always said, then what?
Right.
Then what? We substantiate, the parent comes on the child protection registry. They may not be able to get employed if they're trying to get a job, especially with kids. But then it doesn't resolve the attendance issue. We substantiate them, and then what? So my agency will penalize and do a finding on the parent, but that does not resolve that child still going to school.
Got it. Okay. And there's been a lot of conversation. It appears there's a misconception that a referral of educational neglect being quote unquote screened out means CFSA took no interventions. Can you describe what type of work CFSA does when it screens out a report?
Sure. A couple of examples. Maybe one is we have a youth where a student, and I think you may have heard today, which is very common, students stay at home when the parent has to go to work, but their sibling is sick. That is a real issue. I just don't think we have a way of how we really address that, because it could be that they are sick for several days, which keeps all of the kids at home. So then depending on the age, it could be a 14-year-old that's trying to, see after the kids that are 13 and less. Those are two referrals, one to OAG, and that's one to CFSA. But the reason is because they're staying at home because the kids are sick. Mom has to go to work. There's no real answer to that, because mom's going to say, well, either you want me to work to provide for my kids or not. So they're kind of caught in this catch-22. There's another example of where it is transportation, and we're not a transportation provider, but we have worked with the schools to figure out how to get the child to school. There's been safety more for the past year or so. Well, there's safe passage. So there are ways we've worked with the school to resolve some of those, but in those kind of last two examples I gave, I don't know honestly what the answer could be when there are kids who are parentified to stay at home to watch their siblings when the parent has to work. And so I think that's something we have to figure out. I don't know if that's, creating alternative ways for kids to still be educated, but that is a real issue with many of our families.
Got it. And Director, at the performance oversight hearing, we walked through the concept and standard for educational neglect. One of these bills codifies a definition of educational neglect. Do you think this proposed definition is narrower or broader than the current standard?
I believe the definition is narrower, because it would seem as though the proposed definition speaks to a number of absences alone would
Got it.
would be considered educational neglect. And from our perspective, it can't just be absences alone. It has to be absences as a result of action or inaction by the parent or caregiver and how this has impacted their educational attainment.
Got it. Okay. Do you think codifying educational neglect will lead to more or fewer substantiating findings of educational neglect? And if so, why?
Just in my experience and knowing that we're one jurisdiction out of not that many that really looks at having educational neglect as an allegation, I do believe that it would result in more substantiations. And again, more substantiations from my perspective does not get to the goal that we all want, which are kids, in school. We want kids to be in school. But all substantiation does is put the parent on the registry. And, it will take some time for them to get their name off the registry because at that point, they're considered a neglectful parent. But depending on if they're getting a job, they're not going to ask specifically why. Most employers will think the worst. They're going to think the worst. They could think abuse. They're not going to get it's educational neglect because the kid is not going to school. So those are some those are some things we should take in consideration as we think to, what the definition should be.
Yeah. And let me ask you, do you know if other jurisdictions have a codified definition of educational neglect? Sort of what are we seeing regionally and nationally around codified definitions of educational neglect and what's happening across the country regarding that?
So as an example, even our neighboring state of Maryland does not have educational neglect as an allegation in their neglect statute. From my own, native state of Tennessee, the Child Welfare Agency is not involved in the chronic absenteeism space. And I do know, how it may have come about in Washington, D.C. And again, as the chairperson spoke to some of the unfortunate, traumatic incidences that probably led us to, because there are some criminal elements in that. But even if you just, to me, took the definition away, I think teachers are smart, intelligent, and educated enough to know when to call as a mandated reporter when something is going on in the home. Right now, even our own data, there's a question in our portal, why are you reporting the CFSA? And in our data, it shows that they're reporting out of compliance of the law, and it's stating that there's no need for CFSA to be involved at this time. So what that could mean is two things. One, it could have been 10 unexcused absences happening toward the end of the school year versus 10 excused absences happening in the course of like 2 weeks. Those are two different things. It could have been 10 over the course of the time versus 10 in a very small time frame. And I think we definitely need to look at that in terms of how we may be even counting unexcused absences.
Okay. And home visiting has come up a lot. And I know, I think DCPS does home visiting. There's an element where you all do home visiting. What role should a home visiting play as we look at educational neglect overall?
Well, I mean, from even past the roundtable and other hearings, the schools and I've heard school officials talk about, before the school year starts, there are teachers that go to the home to meet with parents, and they establish that relationship. That's the first line of defense in establishing that relationship with the parent, because when there are things that may happen in the classroom, because the teacher and that parent have a relationship, that teacher's calling the parent. Home visits are useful because the teacher can then get a better sense of what's going on in the home. We have examples of them sending us referrals saying, well, there's no food in the home. Our first question is, did you ask the teacher? Did you ask the parent? Did you ask the student? The answer is no. So based on the work that my agency does, we don't have any information to say whether there's food in the home or not, because there may be certain questions that haven't been asked. So home visits are important. We're not asking teachers to be social workers because, trust me, they have a lot on their plate and they have a lot to deal with. But I think there are some very concrete things that, they could ask the student if it's suspected that something may be going on. And they're trained in mandated reporting, so they do that pretty well.
Understood.
Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Ms. Haggerty, in your testimony, you said, if the council chooses that it should be DHS that is the agency, that it becomes the primary point, then various things. But I am curious because one of these big questions that's out there is DHS or CFSA, whether you have views on that subject of which is, if you were in my seat, which agency would you think was the most appropriate to be the front line on these issues?
It's a really good question, council member. So, I think I echo what the director is saying. I think the concern that I have is that if we try to make CFSA kind of the first stop or first touch point, that it's going to inundate CFSA and overload them. A lot of the issues that we see by virtue of the work that we do with Attend and in partnership with the schools, a lot of the issues and services and resources they do need is aligned with DHS. However, as I said in my testimony, if DHS is going to be that agency, they would need the funding. But DHS has, I think, that infrastructure to do just that, to be that kind of first touch point rather than CFSA. So that's my answer in short.
All right, well, no, super helpful. I mean, another thing that you said was that it's clear prosecution is not the answer. And prosecution is one thing, but then there's also other things that CFSA might do, including separating the child from the family. Very, dramatic things that might happen. I think one thing I hear from some on the council is where will there be accountability? If there's not prosecution, if CFSA is not the front line, to the extent that a parent is failing to do the job that we expect them to do and ensuring that their children go to school and they could be doing that, what kind of mechanisms of accountability do you think might make sense?
So when I hear the word accountability in the context of truancy, what I hear people saying, what's the carrot and what's the stick? And so I really don't think that you can look at truancy in that way with that carrot and stick as you do with, I don't know, like a dog. Don't pee on the carpet. Let me hit you on the nose. You know not to do that. Here's a treat if you go outside, right? When we're dealing with all of the issues that we are seeing by virtue of the work that we do here at OAG, I can't necessarily speak for what the other agencies are seeing. The resources and the services that they need are aligned with, I don't have transportation, I don't have childcare, housing instability, food insecurity, and these are the issues. Very rarely, as I said, does a family that we are engaged with genuinely uninterested in actually getting their kids back into school. That we just don't see that. It's not running rampant in the sense that, we don't have families that are refusing to try to get their kids back in school and get them back on the right track. In fact, I think it's less than 10 families where we're struggling with getting that level of engagement. And that's when we feel that CFSA is better positioned to engage with those families at that point to give them the services and supports that they need. When you try to do prosecution, like I said, it's not going to give the parent a job. It's not going to give the parent childcare. It's not going to give the kid tutoring services. What it's going to get them is a criminal record, and we still have to solve the issue, the problem. And so we've only delayed getting them to the agencies that actually have those services and supports, except this time we're doing it with a criminal record.
So that, again, super, super helpful. I mean, part of the way I'm trying to wrap my head around how much is support, how much is accountability? And one of the things that I sense is this is a giant problem and touches a lot of families, which is deeply troubling. And that's why you have 4 bills on the subject. People want to make a difference on this. I take to heart Councilmember Henderson's comment about whether legislation is the way to do it, but it feels like that's something we need to do. But it could be 1,000 families that are in this kind of issue. And then, as you describe it, 10 where one might think that there was a place for some form of accountability. And so where do you start if it's 990 that need support? and 10 that accountability might make sense, starting with support seems like the more sensible thing. And then in the kind of tiered approach that you're talking about, when it really gets to, you've tried everything else, now it comes over to you. But that resonates for me. I mean, I think that's what I'm hearing from you is your experience on the front lines and seeing hundreds of families in these kinds of situations, that it's very few where the issue is somebody doesn't care, which is what child neglect, I think. That's what child neglect means to me. So one of the things that I hear in all of the different testimony is transportation. It might be doing, needing to attend to a younger sibling. It might be bullying. Is there data out there about, those sound anecdotal to me, but to what extent is there data out there that says of all the kids who are chronically absent or truant, in X% of the time, it looks like this is the issue, and in Y% of the time, how do you translate that into something that doesn't feel anecdotal? Does anybody have data or track that in any kind of meaningful way?
I feel take this one.
That's a great question. And I think what we heard from some of the students today and thinking about classmates they knew who were absent, these are really complicated issues. It could be a substance abuse problem and an absent parent and trouble getting to school. But there is a lot of very strong national research, particularly by Attendance Works, that has grouped these things into 4 buckets. The first bucket is around misconceptions of parents not understanding and students not understanding of the impact of missing school. The second bucket is around obstacles, a transportation issue or a sickness issue. The third issue is around disengagement and not feeling connected to schools. And so there's national research that demonstrates this. We hear this reflected in the conversations we have with students and principals and teachers. And so we want to move to addressing these root causes.
Well, I hear you on that, and I hear you on the national, and maybe this goes to the reporting requirements and digging deeper on all of this. But for example, on the transportation issue that was referred to before, I would want to fund transportation if that was the key thing. And if we learn that that was affecting hundreds of kids, then we should act in order to do that. But if it's only anecdotal, it's harder to make the decision that that's a thing to do.
OSSE has used and will continue to use the annual attendance report to investigate these root causes. So we've looked at things about patterns of attendance with siblings. We've looked at the difference between students who are in public housing or subsidized housing and are homeless. We've looked at the difference between distance to school and neighborhood violence. So we will continue to dig into these, but I think there is a risk in asking parents or families or teachers to check one box about why students are absent. I always think there's a risk in collecting bad data rather than collecting no data. And I think most importantly, educators know why their students are absent and are best positioned to work within the school to address those root causes.
All right, thank you very much. That's very helpful. One of the things that there's been testimony about is programming and having things that make kids want to be in school. And I think there's been references to the Advanced Training Center does better on attendance and truancy than the average. I guess this goes to DCPS. What kinds of, to what extent are you all looking at things you could populate the school with that would make it that much more attractive for the students to come, whether it's students who are behind or students who are looking for careers? What kinds of things are you looking at in that space?
Thank you so much for the question. I think that this is a key component of our strategic plan. When we think about what it means for our students to be prepared for what's next, it means that we're really thinking innovatively about the high school programming. And so you heard testimony earlier today about the work that our high schools who are in the XQ work are doing right now to really redesign the high school experience. And I think what's important about that work is not driven by folks in central services. It's not just driven by adults at the school, but it's driven in partnership with students. And one of the things that that we did this spring with students was actually, they said to us, we want to tackle this problem of chronic absenteeism. And so they actually created student-led chronic absenteeism pilots at the 6 schools. And so we trained them, how do you run a pilot? How do you collect data? How do you come up with a hypothesis? And we actually gave them $1,000 to implement their ideas this spring. And I think we heard everything from Ed Ron Brown. And the other thing I'll note about this is these were teams that weren't just, students who are showing up every day, but these are also students who grapple with chronic absenteeism. And what we heard from them is sometimes we need to be more connected to school. And so one of the schools actually piloted a peer-to-peer text mentoring program. So you got a positive message in the morning from a peer who said, hey, it's really important that you're at school today for me. Another idea that they piloted was a check and intramural basketball league. So students had a reason to come to school early at the beginning of the day, and they knew that they had peers who were counting on them to be there. So what we have found is when we empower students, we get innovative ideas, and these are also ideas that are going to move forward for next year as well. And so we're happy to talk some more about that.
Your
Last
time
thing,
is up.
but is it delivered in any way?
You have another round. Second round. So I've been thinking about what line of questioning I want to ask here. And this morning I began in my opening statement referring to the South Capitol Street murders. Benita Jacks, who murdered her 4 kids, was not discovered right away. Relisha Rudd. And each time these incidents happen, we swear that we take very seriously, we're going to correct the situation. And to me, those incidents are here in this room. So I think this is where I want to go with this round. Thinking about South Capitol Street murders, I chaired the Committee on Judiciary at that time. What really struck me was that of the 5 men convicted of the murders, 2 of them were brothers, Sanquan Carter and Orlando Carter. Of the 5, 4 had histories of poor attendance, school attendance, that would more than qualify them as having been chronically truant. Looking at the committee report on the bill that's currently the law, there's a footnote. 1 individual was arrested 8 times as a juvenile for varying offenses, including aggravated assault and carrying a pistol without a license. A 2nd individual was arrested 10 times as a juvenile, including 3 separate arrests for assault with a dangerous weapon. Additionally, 1 individual's earliest arrest was at age 10, while another's earliest arrest was at age 11. As I recall, it was one of those 5. One of the assaults was hitting a teacher on the head with a brick, just to give you a sense. Now, what really struck me was that 2 of them were brothers. Mr. Matthews, do you think that that was a healthy home that those 2 kids were in?
I can't honestly speak to whether it was a healthy home or not. I guess what I can say based
2 convicted murderers grew up in that home. And I'm not sure, but I think 1 or 2 of them, well, maybe both of them, had those juvenile offenses. You think that was a healthy home?
I just want to be very clear that I can't speak to whether their home was healthy or not. That's what I want to say. In terms of your question, if I understand where I think you're going, and this is what I would ask, when we're talking about behavior where youth have committed some offenses, that's a different ball game than what my agency addresses.
Well, no, yes and no. And I suspect that you're being cautious in your answer about whether it was a healthy home because you're a professional and
Well,
that
not
you're
really. I
supposed
think
to
everyone knows
speak-
me. I'm very straightforward and direct. I just don't want to label a home unhealthy unless I know.
Well, then that's a little upsetting to me because I don't think it was a healthy home. I don't think a healthy home produces, I think it's unlikely that a felon grows up in a home, a juvenile felon grows up in a home that's healthy. I think that's unlikely.
Chairman, I want to be very careful about that example because there are healthy homes, as you define, where youth still may get involved in behavior. That's why I'm not saying whether the home is healthy or not from a clinical.
We're talking about multiple.
It doesn't matter.
Felonious.
My uncles grew up in a healthy
violent-
home and they still became drug users.
We're talking about violent crime here. We're not talking about drugs.
They were criminals as well. So I want to be very clear about definition of what a healthy home is, we have to be very careful of not labeling that. That is what I want to say.
I think you're creating a bit too much distinction here, because as a legislator and a policymaker, what I see is with the South Capitol Street murder, that there were 5 men who, 4 of whom had lengthy histories of absenteeism. They murdered people. It was not for most of them their first violent criminal act. What are we supposed to do about it? So my view is that what we do is we try to figure out how to catch these individuals before they commit these crimes. Is that unreasonable?
I don't think it's unreasonable.
Okay, so how do we catch them before
Well,
they commit the crimes?
When we say catch, that's a different word. So
Identify
let me say
them, work
this.
with them, provide services to them.
Correct. And
How
so
do we do that?
that has to be an early identifying kind of model.
Okay, so how,
Okay.
let's,
And that
I
depends on
think there's
who-
an,
it
I think there's
depends-
an identifying model.
Right.
Let's not take all my time here. The identifying model is missing school. Disagree with that?
Someone would have to, let's say with your example, let's say it is the teacher that notices that those examples of those youth missing school. Let's say they report to CFSA hypothetically. I think what I'm also trying to say, so everyone understands, and let's say we move forward with removing those kids out of that home.
I didn't go there.
No, I'm walking this through because this is what happens in my world, in my system, in my agency. Some of us think that when I place them in a foster home, you think they're gonna go to school?
I think what?
Do we think they're gonna go to school being in a different home? Do you think they would go to school being in a different home?
I'm glad you're asking me the questions. I don't know. But I would rather that San Juan and Orlando are not murdering kids standing in a doorway. And so it may be, I realize I'm doing some supposition here, but I don't think it was a healthy home they were in. And I suspect that there's a good chance if you'd looked at that home, that you would have seen that those kids probably should have been removed from the home. Do I think that should always be the case? No. I think that most of the time should be the case? No. Often the case? No. Sometimes yes. I can't help but think 2 brothers. You want me to go more into the story about this? It all started with San Juan because he couldn't find his gold bracelet. So he went home, got a gun, and shot Jordan Howe like 20 times sitting in a car. That's how it all started. That family is messed up. Yeah, I said family. I know the 2 brothers were. I think the home was probably messed up. I think somebody should have looked at that home earlier, much earlier, before there was any criminal involvement, to see if that family was messed up. And if it was just a little bit messed up, knowing now what we know, yeah, the kid should have been removed. Does that mean they would have been attending school? I don't know. Does it mean it was less likely that they would be murdering teenagers in a doorway? I think probably.
I think.
Then we do nothing, Mr. Matthews?
I'm not.
Tell me what we do to prevent San Juan and Orlando Carter.
You're asking with these examples that are, I'm not gonna say extreme because some of them are common. What I'm trying to say is.
Real.
I did not say they were not real. I said they're probably common. What I am saying is that when you're talking about trying to early identify, we agree, you and I agree, we should, at all possible, when possible, try to identify early risk factors in youth when we see them. What I'm saying is that someone in the community has to see that, report that to us, we assess and/or investigate. Yes, possibly early on, but there's no guarantee that even our intervention early on with those youth would have in any way would have stopped or prevented these kinds of things from happening. Because again, home situations and dynamics are fluid, they're different. And we're not in the home every day, even with families that we're engaged with. So we don't.
So are you saying we should do nothing? No, I don't think you're
Absolutely
saying
not.
that. I think you're
Absolutely
putting a
not.
caveat that nothing's a guarantee. Okay, nothing's a guarantee.
I'm
But
not saying we shouldn't do anything.
something, and as a policymaker, so the policy before we changed the law was, yes, people would report to CFSA. We would require mandatory reporting of sexual abuse. Do you think 100% of the situations are reported?
No.
All right, but I think it's pretty close to 100% with regard to absenteeism. I think the schools have gotten pretty good about reporting absenteeism.
Yes.
So we could go back to the old system. We won't report attendance. We'll wait for, looks like Orlando and San Juan are kind of messed up. Hopefully one of the neighbors will report it and CFSA will come out. That's not too reliable. So the system we have, instead of relying on maybe somebody will report, yes, it will be reported. And when you said identifying risk factors, I think you agree with me that absenteeism, frequent absenteeism, is a risk factor.
Potentially, yes.
And guess who identifies it? The kid self-identifies, hands it in our lap. So I'm like getting too carried away here. How do we prevent Orlando and San Juan Carter if it's not the way we have them?
I think the way to assist helping identify at-risk youth is going through a tier system, kind of, I think I explained that with, I think it would have been Councilmember Louis George, in that you have the schools who do a good job in making efforts to engage with the family, because they spend actually most time, if they're not at home, they spend most time in school. So teachers know, as they just mentioned, teachers know. If the schools are unsuccessful, DHS, who does serve as the district's social service agency, can provide the support because they have the PASS program, they have STEP. My agency does not. Those interventions perhaps could be useful. If they are unsuccessful, then you have my agency that can come in to see what did not happen. Did the parents participate or not? What services were offered? And there are maybe a number of things that we can probably do differently, but putting us on the front end to try to engage families in a punitive way, whether we like it or not, that's what it is, has not yielded the results that we want to see in terms of kids getting back in school. So to your question, I do think if we can provide early on support, that could help prevent it. But early on support will look like DHS providing that support because they actually have the services to do so.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Director, we worked together on the bill to sort of redo how we background check. So we talked a lot about substantiated versus unsubstantiated. What happens when someone sees it on the public facing side or outward facing side, I want to say public, and how it lacks details. So I understand to the extent of when you all make a educational neglect substantiation, how impactful it can be to a person's family, even outside of just the educational pieces of things. I think perhaps there isn't full clarity around what happens when you all do the initial, well, I have full clarity, but let's play this exercise for everyone else around what happens when you all do the initial investigation and determine there is not an abuse or neglect claim, but there's still some sort of issue. So say, for instance, we do have a situation where a child has had X number of unexcused absences. You have a conversation with a parent and it turns out that there is a childcare issue. It's not educational neglect, or your staff determines it's not educational neglect. What's the resolution on a solution?
So the resolution with that, with your example, is that we actually work with DHS because they're the ones who provide the childcare vouchers, and they will work with the family. And so when we make that connection, at that point, we step out because now we've connected them to the agency that can actually resolve the childcare issue.
Okay. But you were kind of, in that case, sort of a middleman as opposed to DHS being the initial triage and then them being able to direct that person straight to the childcare office versus dealing with hi, we're here to talk to you about neglect and doing a look at,
And we oftentimes are, because we don't provide, like, I know we've talked about transportation, we don't provide childcare, we don't provide housing. We're actually more like a navigator, to speak, and a convener. We navigate and convene parties together to try to figure out how to resolve that issue.
And we appreciate that you do that. I think we also can't forget sort of the connotation of, I'm going to call CFSA or I'm going to call Child and Family Services or what that means for families in the context of history in terms of how that has been used as a marker against poverty versus actual other pieces and things like that. So you acting as for the well, let's just put some numbers to it in terms of the percentage of cases that you have had that have not been substantiated. What percent of that was for this past school year?
Not substantiated?
Yeah.
About let's start with how many we
Well, let's start. How many did you receive altogether?
altogether for 23, 22. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so this is up to April or May?
April of 24? Okay, she nodded.
So it looks
yeah.
like there are about 4,522 referrals.
Okay,
And the outcomes of those percentages were 15% of those were children in need of supervision. I know what that means. So anyway, screened in were about 3% of those.
3%. So 3% of the 4,520.
That means screened in for investigation.
Okay,
Yep. There were 3% of those screened in for what we call CFSA Engage. What that means is once they go through the triage process, and let's say we're not either able to make contact with the family by way of phone, we actually go out for a home visit to try to figure out where the child is and where the family
okay,
is.
3% engaged.
Correct. And then there are 94%, which is a larger bucket of those that are screened out.
94% screened out.
Mhm.
Okay, that's
And again, what screen out means is where we've either navigated, convened to connect them with the schools.
but it doesn't mean that it has successfully returned that child to school
That's correct.
every day.
That's correct. That is correct.
So I want to sort of underscore that, right? Like, it doesn't mean that we have successfully returned the student to school. We have just determined that it is not a neglect situation, but there are probably other things, barriers, challenges, otherwise that still need to be addressed to get in that young person back on track.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't catch your name on the end. But earlier today, I asked the question around I asked the deputy mayor, like, when's the last time you guys actually asked a bunch of students why they were not coming and allow for them to come up with solutions around that? You mentioned a couple of different things. Can you say more about the number of school? Did you say 6 schools?
Yeah, 6 of our schools that are in the DCXQ High School Redesign Project engaged in this work.
Okay. Out of the suggestions that they came up with, were there any that you all felt were actionable or scalable?
Yeah, I think that we deeply believe that empowering students, listening to them is incredibly important. So the chancellor, I also just want to name to your earlier point about how do we actually learn more about ideas? It was really important to us that senior leadership at the agency was present. And so he came to the initial meetings to really hear from the students about their root causes and also to know that they have his full support as they go to implement this work moving forward. From the students' own analysis of their data, there are 3 that we're excited to continue in the same form for next year.
Okay.
One of those is going to be the intramural work at Czech. They found that of the 30 students that were engaging in that, 19 of them had improved attendance following that. And they also have plans to expand the work next year to tackle some other barriers that students named about getting to school on time.
Oh, so putting something at the beginning of the day that the students actually like, as opposed to maybe geometry being the first class.
And I think students were also coming early, right? Too. That's the different thing. So this wasn't taking up class time. This was an opportunity to get students in the door,
Yes,
in the
some
door
people
early.
like proofs. No hate to the mathematicians or data scientists out there.
I think the other thing too that I want to name about this work is that it wasn't also happening in isolation. So at all of these schools, students were also meeting with attendance counselors. They were joining these meetings as well, like giving their lens and ear. And so we have a deep appreciation for the collaboration with the attendance team and also making sure that adults at the school are thinking differently about how they're working with students. I think that the peer-to-peer texting was also something that had a really big impact early on in the work that Ron Brown is going to be continuing.
To the extent, some of these were executed in the spring, so it seems as though there was data collection in terms of program execution. You said that there were 3 things that were moving forward. Intramurals was one. What were the other 2?
Yeah, intramurals is one. The second one was Ron Brown's texting work. And then Coolidge has some specific work that they're hoping to do with 9th grade based on empathy interviews that they did with 35 students. So they really deeply believe that investing more in 9th grade early on with students will allow students to build that sense of connection, belonging, investment that will have ripple effects. So yes, everything took place in the spring, which was a lesson learned that students had too, which is it's hard to change practice in the spring. And sometimes getting investment can be really tricky. And so they're all excited to start something in the fall and have the support of their leadership teams as well.
That's
and
great.
we're happy to provide more in writing because I want to be sensitive to your time.
Okay, I appreciate that. In that regard, I feel like DC has already taken on a number of large scale initiatives. I think OSSI has a partnership with Children's to implement the chronic absenteeism reduction effort. Show up, stand out, everyday counts. To anyone's knowledge at the table, has there been a systematic program evaluation about were any of these successful?
That is something that we are looking into now, and I really appreciate the question. And I do want to say that I appreciate the CARE-H, what you just mentioned, our partnership with Children's, and that is Children's looking at sort of the attendance data to connect to our students' pediatrician and kind of figuring out how do the office, Children's Hospital better support our families to ensure that coming to school is sort of a priority. And students are there every day. In terms of evaluation, DCPS is sort of looking through that, figuring out what is working, how well it's working. We are sort of figuring out, we're looking into that
so
this
the
summer.
short answer is nothing yet.
Yet.
Got it. Okay.
Yet.
Yeah, I'll keep that as a hopeful thing. What I would say is that I think that's part of it. Like, it feels like we're just throwing spaghetti at the walls, but nobody's looking to see whether or not it's sticking. And if it is, in the cases of some of these other schools where it's something that can be scaled, let's go that approach. Is there going to be another round?
I was just gonna say that some of this is new, and I think it needs a little bit, we needed a little bit more data, but received and yet is the answer. Once we get to a good place to have the data to really review and analyze, we will be there.
Show up, stand out, and everyday counts is not
No,
new.
that for sure. I'm talking about some of the New York initiatives, but for sure.
Yeah.
Some of the other ones, yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I want to start with DCPS here and just ask, based on what Director Matthews was saying to Councilmember Henderson here, that the vast majority of students don't meet that neglect definition, or their truancy or absence is not due to a parent's action, or inaction. What happens after one of your principals, educators, sends over the recommendation for neglect? It's determined that the standard is not met. Do you all get a notification from, I guess, CFSA? And then what happens next? What does DCPS do after a neglect determination is not met?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
So basically, when it's determined, CFSA, they go through, the referral goes for educational neglect. The student, that the teacher, the principal, whoever from whatever school, it's determined, look, the kid is not attending school because of inaction of a parent. So it doesn't meet the definition of educational neglect. It's not the result of a parent's inaction. What then happens with the 90% of those students who don't meet the neglect statute under CFSA? What do you all do when you get that and you get that student that information back from CFSA?
Sure. And thank you for the question. You know, I know CFSA recently worked on to make sure that we are getting, like the school leader gets the notifications on when a case is closed out, but our engagement with our families has never stopped. Even if we submit the referral, our interventions, our reach out, whether it's the attendance counselor, whether there is a teacher, whether it's the principal themselves who are reaching out to the family, trying to re-engage, that work just doesn't stop on our end. There are sort of scenarios and resources that we can't provide at the school level that, yes, that is why we make the referral. And if there are other ways that we can make connections with through DHS, through having a referral through the PASS program, we do that. I just want to be clear that even after we make the referral, it's not that it's cold, that we just, okay, moving on to the next. Active interventions and engagements are still there, very daily, just to ensure that our students feel supported and our families know that we're there, whether it's the nudge text communication that I know Deputy Mayor Kine mentioned the other day, our robocalls, our phone calls, referrals, you know, to other partners that are within the school community. Our engagement just doesn't stop.
Okay. Because that's where I just think that's the area where I think we're at. I think they're not meeting the definition because that's not the reason why the educational neglect statute, because that's not the reason they're there. And I think afterwards, you know, from what I heard from principals, they feel like, okay, I made the referral. It doesn't qualify as neglect. And the answer to everybody's looking around like, now what? So I'm hearing you say, now what for you all is not that we're not doing anything. And I think that's the area. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, not to cut you off, but I think this is the reason why we want to sort of pilot that connection with DHS to kind of figure out what services, what resources can they provide that we can't, that CFSA wasn't able to. I think this is sort of a good, let's try something different, and lean in to what other services can be provided and supports, to your point.
Got it. So I hear you all saying you think this new tiered approach or triage approach, a tiered and triage approach should result in students not sort of should result in us not failing to follow up in areas where we're seeing students who are consistently truant. Is that correct?
I think we're saying the same things. Yeah, again, once we make the referral and we're still making sure that we're engaging. But in this sort of new way of thinking, if we can connect the family early on with resources that we're not able to provide, we absolutely do want to do that.
Okay. I appreciate that. I want to touch on a bit the alternative education setting, and I guess hear from DCPS and OSSI here, because I did some work at OSSI as a trial attorney. One of the issues I think we may run into, and I'm curious if you think we're going to run into this, both DCPS and OSSI General Counsel, is that the mayor's proposed alternative education setting may end up in lawsuits or a massive class action, just because, and I'm asking you if you agree or not. Many of these students, if not a large amount, do you believe will have IEPs, individualized education plans? The students who are suffering from chronic truancy or absenteeism, what percentage of them would you say have IEPs? And if there's a large percentage, which I imagine there's a larger percentage, we are then triggering IDEA. And as you know, we have to provide a free, appropriate public education under the IDEA, a FAPE for our students. They're entitled to it. And as you also know, we have to provide the least restrictive environment, also known as the LRA, meaning kids who receive IEPs should be in the classroom as other kids to the greatest extent possible. So I'm curious, as we look at the triggering of the IDEA and the triggering of a fair, appropriate public education and the requirement of a least restrictive environment, how would we work the alternative education setting in the face of potential legal issues?
Thank you so much for the question. It's incredibly important to us that the alternative program is a place where students are able to thrive both academically and also get the supports that they need to be successful in the long term. Our plan includes staffing for special education teachers and related services to ensure that students are receiving the services that they need and deserve. We are planning a continuum really here, and I think that we would be looking at a holistic understanding of, what a student's experiences and what their needs might be before placing them in the alternative program. But we do plan to ensure, and I want to make sure it's clear, that students receive their services.
Yeah. Will all students with an IEP be able to adjust their IEPs for the duration of their time at the alternative education setting?
We will remain in compliance with IDEA for all students with IEPs who participate in the alternative program. The IEP team is ultimately the ones that make the decisions about IEPs.
So, and IEPs follow the student or follow the school?
The student.
Okay. So, and how would we meet the least restrictive? Because my understanding is IEPs are designed based on what school they are in. So I imagine we would have to have a new, every time there's a new IEP team, we would have to have a new IEP meeting to develop a new IEP plan based on what happens procedurally. So I'm just wondering how we foresee creating a new IEP plan for the alternative school, and then coming back and creating another IEP plan for the permanent school.
Yeah.
And how we would do that in the least restrictive environment requirement under a FAPE.
Yeah, so the IEP is based on what students need, right? It is an assessment. The entire process of developing an IEP is all about what the student needs. And the IEP plan is, designed to make sure that there are clear goals, strategies, and progress monitoring about how the student progresses. We will have the resources to implement the IEPs for any students that are placed. And I just want to remind us here that this is a temporary alternative placement to a suspension. Right now, when a student is engaged in a serious infraction, they're going home. And so it's incredibly important for us that we're creating an environment where students are able to receive the academic supports that they need, but also more intensive interventions, therapeutic supports to change behaviors, to reduce the likelihood that they ever experience a suspension like that again. Our goal is to make sure that our students are in school, that they are in that least restrictive environment. And this is our opportunity for a small number of students to get the support that they deserve.
Yeah. As we think through this policy, because I had questions about this, I just think as everybody thinks through the policy, let's just remember to factor in sort of what requirements we have under the IDEA, a fair public and a FAPE, as well as the least restrictive environment, to avoid lawsuits both to DCPS and lawsuits that OSSI will end up also having to defend in court. Because that's a real consideration for how we move forward. And many of these students do have IEPs as they continue on and matriculate as well.
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Truman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I hope I won't use all of my time, but I was trying to sneak in at the very end, to what extent are we seeing measurable gains from the different things that you were talking about? And what I take from the response to Councilmember Henderson is it's too early to tell. That right now, you use the example 30 kids in the intramural basketball. I guess I assumed basketball, but maybe I'm not, and 19 saw improvement. But to what extent is there evidence of different ideas that are getting traction?
Yeah.
I actually want to talk about our sixth grade academy. I think that's probably a better example for you that's using data. We are seeing the gains in in-seat attendance and increase in in-seat attendance and decrease in chronic absenteeism. And we look forward to the work that we're doing next year related to the sixth grade academy. I'm happy to share more data with you if that's helpful. But that it's at several different schools in a way that is measurable, and that we're looking to see, okay, well, if it's working here, how else can we sort of replicate and make sure that our students feel connected? Again, in-seat attendance is increasing and chronic absenteeism is decreasing.
And I'd love to share two other examples if I
Sure,
could. I
please.
think one of the things that we spoke about earlier, in past testimony was connected schools. And we were really excited by the partnership with Johns Hopkins to evaluate that, which actually showed a 7% increase in ISA for students who were receiving partnership support at a connected school. You also heard an educator earlier today speak about the impact that the work that the Becoming Program pilot is having in her school. And we're excited this year to have seen an increase in belonging, relationships, attendance, and decreases in suspensions at schools that were engaged with the pilot. And we're going to be evaluating that work this summer with GW. So we have a deep commitment and share the importance of having evidence-based, a strong evidence base to back up the work that we're doing. And that's also grounded in the interventions that we're putting in place in our schools.
Okay, so that's super helpful. As I think about the anecdotal things that I've heard about, one, transportation, that's a whole separate thing. School safety, bullying, I think those are issues that we need to address, and there are strategies out there to try to address it. A different category is children who become frustrated because they fell behind during COVID and then they tune out. And what kinds of things, and maybe the things that you're talking about go to that, but what are we doing to address that, which strikes me as deep and very hard to address, but what are we doing to address student frustration at being behind as a cause of truancy?
I do think that the high intensity tutoring work is incredibly important here. I think that gives students the opportunity to get targeted interventions and support to get them back on track. And I think that there's also, to your earlier point, an evidence base about what actually makes an effective tutoring intervention program. And as we evaluate our programs, as we think about structures for next year, we're looking at that research base to make sure that our students who are falling behind, that we're identifying them through MTSS, and that when we're putting academic interventions in place, it's with that intention. It's really holistically understanding, like, hey, it looks like, the student is struggling. Is that a historical pattern for them? And with our panorama data, we're able to go back in time and really see, when did students start to feel disconnected? When might we be able to see some of those behaviors start to trigger? And so using the holistic understanding of a student's experience with the school team, we're able to put the right academic interventions in place or social interventions in place as well.
So as you look at that, and maybe you're doing this already and you're evaluating the success or failure of those programs, one would be test scores, but another would be in-seat attendance. So I don't know whether or not you're reporting that in, go ahead.
Yeah, we're really excited to actually see a higher attendance for students who are involved in, who are receiving tutoring services.
Okay, so that's encouraging. Thank you very much. I want to go back to some of the numbers that you cited, the 4,000 referrals, and 94% of those get screened out. And I turned it into 4,000. I am a math person, so I could do math in my head. So 6% of them were cases in which CFSA engaged more deeply, and that's 240 cases out of the 4,000 if it's 6%. And so the 4,000, the vast majority that gets screened out, that's because the initial contact led to a conclusion. I'm putting words in your mouth, so you fix this. Led to a conclusion that there are issues underlying here, but they are not serious parental neglect. Is that
That's correct.
fair characterization?
That's correct.
And then in those cases, how often do you then refer it to DHS?
Well, I don't have the data to say how often we refer to DHS, because depending on each family circumstance is different. It's referred to a number of different agencies. So if it's housing, of course, it could be a combination of housing, or it could be a combination of DHS in terms of voucher, or it could be a combination of DCHR. DC Housing Authority.
DCHA.
And then it could be mental health. We've made some referrals to DBH. So it just really depends on the circumstance of the family. That overall 4,000 number, which you're right in terms of the math, is really a culmination of several different agencies and organizations that would help resolve that attendance issue.
Okay, and then on the 240 that you that you go more deeply, how many of those end up with you taking what I'd call adverse action, separating a child from the family? Where does that all land?
So probably last year, and this is, I don't have the data in front of me, we probably substantiated about 219 of those. And so that means that, again, when we go through our process and we find that there is parental neglect, we're going to substantiate. And then from there, what could happen, there could be a small fraction of those to where kids are removed, or there could be a small fraction of those to where it is assigned to an in-home social worker to provide in-home services. It could be also that if it's so severe, we would do what we call community papering, where we then petition the courts to require the parent to do certain services depending on what that situation is. So that it could be a combination of all.
So I guess part of what I'm hearing from your idea of the tiered approach is that when you have those 4,000 referrals, if they went to DHS would do the initial work, but then eventually the expectation would be 240 of those would then get referred to you because they would be seeing evidence of neglect that required referral to you. Is that how you would expect it to work going forward?
I'm going to say yes and no, because I know with doing the line of questioning that Council Member Henderson talked about, it really would depend on if the expectation from DHS is to, what does resolving the issue mean? Because resolving it for us is that we've identified what it is, we've connected them to, a CBO or another government agency to address it. Or is resolve seeing the kid back in school, regular attendance? And that, to me, that's an outcome versus a resolving the issue. So I think we have to really define what that really looks like, because to your question, if DHS is going to be kind of the second tier after the schools do their initial kind of efforts, then we might see more referrals come to CFSA if DHS is unsuccessful. And we have to define what success looks like for them.
Okay, so I mean, part of what I'm getting at is, Chairman Mendelson was talking about, and it isn't all 4,000 of the referrals where there's really an issue, but it's 200 where you guys think there's really an issue. And how do we make sure that where in those 200 that gets appropriately dealt with? And so there's kind of which goes first, DHS or you? I see advantages to DHS going first because I think they're more likely to get cooperation than you, but you don't want those 200 to fall between the cracks and not be in a position to take the kind of action that you would have wanted to take had you been on the front line.
So that's actually a great point, Council Member, and what's not in the data, because again, and I want to be very clear, the reporting around educational neglect is a specific portal that the schools send that referral through. We haven't even talked about the number of calls to the hotline that the schools make. And so we haven't done, which would be a good exercise, is out of those number of referrals that are sent to the portal, how many calls have we received on that same family? But it could be more than one issue going on in the home. So what I'm saying is that we are probably in the home already. They have just reported because of absences, but teachers also call the hotline for other reasons other than absenteeism.
Okay, I'm done for now. I have one more question. Tim.
Mr. Matthews, listening to some of the questions, I have to ask this. When you get a referral from school due to absenteeism, do you or your folks only look for educational neglect, or do you look for abuse and neglect broadly?
So they go through a whole host. It's almost like looking, of course, they're looking at the reason why it came in, which was specifically educational neglect. What we may find as we work with the family, there could be other things going on in the home. And those things are also taken into consideration. 9 times out of 10, honestly, we may substantiate a parent for educational neglect, but that may not be the only substantiation, because it could be, just as an example, it could be educational neglect but the reason is because of substance use of the parent. So we'll substantiate them for both substance use by the parent, educational neglect, because the substance itself, or either it's mental health, has impaired the parent's ability for the kid to go to school.
So it's not narrowly confined,
Correct.
constricted.
Correct.
Ms. Haggerty, I've ignored you. I apologize. Is your position that there should never be a prosecution?
My position is that prosecution is ineffective to solve for truancy. And so I don't think that prosecution and court involvement is the answer to truancy.
Is your position that there should never be a prosecution?
It's hard to deal in hypotheticals. I think evidence, I base my responses or my answers or my decisions on the evidence. So I can never say never.
Well, but your agency has prosecuted.
Within, you said my agency has prosecuted just historically in the past?
Your agency has prosecuted parents for attendance, problems with attendance,
Historically in the past, but not.
even
in
this
years.
year.
I don't believe that, I would need to double check and follow up, but from my understanding, we have not.
Really?
Yes.
So when there's a parent that's completely uncooperative, and you said there are 10 families right now,
Yes, uncooperative through attend program.
attend is a diversionary program?
So it's yes, there's two components to it.
I don't need the whole description. It's a diversionary program.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. And the only way you're able to divert is if there is a prosecution, correct?
No.
Maybe you misunderstand me. There's a case filed.
That is incorrect. So there's a referral. So there's three different types of truancy cases. So as it relates to a parent or a guardian, it's a family special proceeding. And so we get a referral from public charter schools, because I believe in 2019, DCPS moved away from referring parents and guardians for that family special proceeding. So DCPS actually makes a referral directly to attend. Any of the SFSP referrals that we get are from public charter schools. They send it to a general inbox. They give us the demographic information, enrollment forms, attendance records, and we make a determination, and then we divert the case to attend. And so for last year, school year, I think 23 to 24, we had 24 FSP referrals from public charter schools. And I believe so far this year, we've had 0 referrals for criminal cases for parents or guardian.
When I say prosecute, do you think I mean only criminal?
You would have to clarify for me. Perhaps
I'm
that is what
asking
I'm
you,
thinking.
what do you think I mean?
I think you mean prosecute as in a criminal case, we petition a criminal case.
What is this special family proceeding?
So that is a criminal case in which a parent or guardian has not ensured that their child their young child is going to school. That's between the ages of 5 and 12. And that's the
And you
family
have
special
0 of
proceeding.
those right now.
Referrals from the public charter
You have
schools.
0 of those cases right now.
0 referrals for this
I
year.
don't know whether the referrals, you have 0 of those cases?
No, I don't think that that's what I'm saying. I would need to look at how many we have right now currently on the docket. I was just meaning referrals that we were.
So how do you divert if you don't have a prosecution, if you don't have a case?
When a referral comes in, we have the opportunity to not proceed on the FSP.
What do you
We
mean,
can-
not proceed with a prosecution?
Yes, like not petition that
Okay.
FSP.
So
we can
then if
divert-
we amend the law to say that it's no longer, I guess it's a crime, it's a crime? These are crimes? I guess they are.
For
So
ages
if we
5 to
am-
12.
If we amend the law and say it no longer is, then what authority do you have to divert?
Well, again, Chairman, this is aligned with what the JJAG recommended that had that litany, I won't go through the alphabet soup of agencies that came together, including Court Social Services, MPD, DBH, DHS, DCPS, all came together and said that we should not prosecute parents for truancy. So it's not OAG operating in some sort of vacuum. This was something
Well, the
that different
degrees, I mean,
degrees-
I would say you shouldn't prosecute for truancy because the goal is to get the kid back in school. Does that mean there should never be a prosecution? I think not. But what I'm hearing from you is a sort of, the position of your agency is absolute, that there should never be a prosecution. Let me ask a different question. I'm looking at some notes. You said, we are in favor of Councilmember Parker's proposal to require students with more than 20 absences the prior school year to receive a home visit in the summer to identify needs, ensure that the student gets off on the right foot next school year, and prevent truancy before it begins. Why can't DCPS do that now? And my question would be both to you, Ms. Haggerty, as well as to DCPS.
I would defer to DCPS there. I don't think I can answer for the.
Well,
agency.
you're supporting legislation. And
Sure.
I'm asking, why do we need legislation? How about DCPS?
In short, early and proactive intervention is important. So that's why we support having that contact in the summer months ahead of school getting started.
I understand. That
Yeah.
wasn't my question. DCPS?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for the summer months, our teachers aren't necessarily working, so we would need funding for to have our teachers do that. However, I do know that the 12th month employees do reach out, phone calls, newsletters, there's engagement that we do over the summer. Home visits, we will need to revisit and figure out funding to figure out how do we do that more strategically in the way that you just.
So you haven't looked at that? I think it's actually kind of a good idea, but I don't think we should legislate it. That's why we're having this hearing, because we've legislated all this other stuff.
I don't disagree.
Ms. Haggerty, how many kids, juveniles, whatever, have been in attend a year? So I don't want to hear like 3,000 over 10 years, like last year so many, or in 2019 so many. Your microphone's not on.
Sorry, I can provide that to your staff quickly. I just have the 5-year kind of snapshot. I don't have it broken down by year,
So
unfortunately.
what's the 5-year snapshot?
Give me 1 second. Over the last 5 years, a total of 337 families have been referred to attend. That represents a total of 457 children that have been referred to attend.
So that equals about 60 a year. A little more than 60 a year. And the reason why I ask is just because looking at school year 22, 23, there were 6,800 referrals to CFSA. Ms. Haggerty, in response to another council member, you said that you thought DHS was, in so many words, what I heard you say was DHS was better than CFSA. And I think your answer was that they have more resources.
I don't think that I said that they were better than DHS was better
clarify.
than CFSA. I think DHS, as the director was saying, has that connection to the services and supports that through the families and kids that we see through attend and our truancy work that they need. And I don't feel as though CFSA is designed to be that kind of first touch point based off of the immediate need that we're seeing kids have in their families.
All right, so my last question is sort of a general question, and that is, so if we're not going to prosecute, where's the hammer? Let me repeat. The goal here, in my view, is that we want to identify kids at risk, figure out why they're at risk, address those issues, get them back in school. But there are various motives, and one of the motives is to identify kids who could, or divert kids who could end up like Sanjuan and Orlando Carter. That, in my view, is an important motive here. Having said that, if we're not going to prosecute, how do we actually effect attendance? in the worst cases?
So, I'll say this about truancy overall. Is it true that some youth who end up in the juvenile, or a good part of the kids who end up in the juvenile justice system, do they have truancy issues? Absolutely. We know that there's a truancy crisis in this district. And if every child that was truant ended up in the juvenile justice system, we would see far more kids in the juvenile justice system. I say that to say that just because a child is truant doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to be criminally or involved in the criminal justice system.
Correct.
So I don't know if we should limit ourselves to looking at the court system to solve a problem that is much larger here in the
Well, that's not
district.
answering the question.
And I'm
the opposite is
I'm
true,
getting there,
which is
Chairman.
that most of the kids who are juvenile delinquent have an attendance problem.
I think that's what I said, Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah, but what I was saying also is that not every child who is truant ends up in the juvenile justice system. But when we talk about a hammer, Councilmember Fruman, asked me about that. We're thinking about accountability with the families and the kids that we work through with intent. Again, it is very rare for us to find a family that does not want to re-engage when they are given the supports and services that they need. So when you talk about hammer, it's actually a very small number, less than 10 families that we are trying to identify. Where do we go from here? I don't think that we use the criminal justice system to address those issues. And so we're working with CFSA, because if a family, after repeated efforts, time and time again, trying to connect them, give them those services and support, and they're not taking it, that is a signal to me or to our office that there may be something else going on in the home. And so CFSA should do an investigation. But again, we're seeing that in a very small matter of cases.
Councilmember Lewis George.
I don't have any additional questions, Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman.
I just have a couple. So I think it's interesting that, you said 337.10, which is like 3%. And then you were talking 6%, like the places where there is some, you sense and your agency senses some more serious issue underneath is on the order of 5% of the cases, not higher than that. And so then what do you do? Well, who's the front line when 5% of the cases probably should end up in your lab? And should you be the front line where your presence is, CFSA's presence is off-putting to the families and discourages engagement, where for 95% of the cases, what is really going to make a difference, or we believe will make the best difference, is engagement. But we also don't want to miss that 5%. So what do we do? And it's interesting, I think you were saying, Mr. Matthews, that for that small percentage, often you're already in contact with those families because there are other things that have come up. Is that right? Of the 240, how many of them do you think you already know for some other reason?
Yeah, that could be the case, council member. And I think what I wanted to add to the beginning of what your statement in terms of how would we be able to catch that very small number, that 3 to 5%. And my response to that, there would be 2 mandated reporters in what I would look at the mayor's, proposed legislation from the schools to DHS, because DHS also are mandated reporters, and they contact us often, or even families who are in their homeless system. So they are trained as mandated reporters to see, as they engage families, other things that they would refer. So I believe there are really 2 opportunities that for that small number of families that they may need more intensive work in terms of an investigation, that we would still be able to get to those families.
Okay, and so do you think it would make sense that if DHS was the front line, so the schools referred to DHS, that you should get a notice of a referral to DHS because you may be working with those families already? So it might be information that was useful to your team in the other things that you were doing. Not that you would then be the frontline investigators, but it would be a data point for your folks who were already working with a small number of families.
I want to make sure I understand your question. So if you're saying if DHS is kind of the front line and as they receive referrals from the schools, should CFSA be notified?
Yeah, that's the question.
I guess my question would be if we're notified, what would be our role receiving the notification?
And thinking about the different concentric circles, I'm thinking if there were 150 of the families that eventually came to you who you already were in contact for a different reason, this would be a data point that you would know, oh, this family.
Oh, I think I see.
There also is an attendance issue with the child. I know about the substance abuse issue. Now I'm hearing about, and it's not that you would act on all 4,000 of them, but it would give you notice that something else was going on when you were investigating for a different reason.
Absolutely. I understand your question now. So actually, that's actually in place now. So hypothetically, we have an actual worker who is a liaison with DHS. So for instance, in your example, the notification would go through her because even as families come through their homeless system, she is the person that they also contact to see, is there any CFSA involvement? So that could also be the case.
Okay. So then last thing, 4,000 referrals in a hotline. How many people in your agency are working on these issues? And then presumably, how many people would DHS need to add in order to do the work that you're doing? So what's the scale of it?
So I don't want to steal Director Zalinga's thunder. What I will say is that the 4,000 or so referrals that I just spoke to are specifically our portal, which is separate from the number that we see from our hotline. So I just want to make that distinction. Our triage team is a team of 9, I believe. 8 with the supervisor. 9 total with the supervisor. And so here's what I would say. Because I know in the mayor's proposed legislation, it is a phased in. So like for next school year, CFSA will continue to receive referrals for 513. DHS would do a smaller pilot for those older. I think because we don't know necessarily what the referral volume would be for the older youth and then trying to then at some point, the referrals for 5 to 13, it's gonna have to be a much larger team than my 9.
Yeah, wow. I mean, 8 people, 4,000 referrals. It's 500 a person a year. Is that right?
Pretty much.
I mean,
and we get,
is
and
that-
again, there are months, and we have enough experience in this to know, when we may receive a bigger dump within a particular month versus another month. So, we try to be more prepared and prepped for that when that happens. But yes, it is pretty much.
That's a
That's a lot.
giant caseload. I mean, do you feel the need? Have you ever felt the need to have a bigger staff that could deal with this? I mean, each one, if it's 360, it's 2 a day that somebody's dealing with. Is that?
Well, it's probably more than that,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I think what I can say for my team, and they haven't told me, but I don't know if they will. They haven't told me to where the resources we have been insufficient because we're still able to engage families. Because here's the other part. It takes time to reach families, contact families, and build that trust. So as we get referrals, I mean, it's kind of a revolving door. And again, when you're looking at that 90% of those where it's not necessarily parental neglect, we are really working in team coordination with other agencies to solve that issue. So it's not necessarily why I wouldn't say a complement of like a full caseload that they're carrying unless it's something we refer to one of our investigators.
Well, thank you very much. That gives a sense of the magnitude. I do hope wherever this lands, that whoever is on the front line has a caseload that's smaller than 500 families a year. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for your service. And with that, I'm going to leave 2 minutes on the table.
I will note, when we adopted the legislation, we fully funded it. So it's possible that over 10 years, there have been shifts in deployment or maybe some cuts, but it was fully funded at the time. I have a few more questions. To Asi. What's that? Yeah, put it, yeah. This is to Asi. You've committed to reporting on attendance 3 times a year. Councilmember White's bill, and I believe one of the others, asks that you report attendance monthly. We heard testimony during the roundtable in May that held Rhode Island as a leader in this field. They have a public dashboard with daily updated attendance data. Why shouldn't we strive for something like what Rhode Island has?
Thank you for the question. OSSI certainly shares your vision and goal for more timely attendance reporting, which is why we moved from the once a year reporting to the 3 times a year reporting. And I want to add that in addition to that public reporting, we do have daily dashboards that are available to OSSI and LEA and school users, because we know how important that up-to-date information is for the folks in our schools. I think it's important to remember that there's a cost and a burden associated with increased public reporting for both OSSI and LEAs. More frequent reporting from OSSI means more frequent data cleaning, certification from LEAs, and depending on the scale of the LEA and the size of their data team, this can be a pretty serious undertaking. So we're open to this, but we want to work together in conversation with council and LEAs about what the right trade-off is between the burden and the benefit of more frequent public reporting.
Well, what if we said unaudited, so to speak, reports on a monthly or daily basis, and then an audited or cleansed report quarterly?
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to explore, but we would want to do that with our LEAs. Right now, we're requiring the resolving of data errors in the certification 3 times a year, and so we don't want to publish bad data, and so we would have to work with LEAs about what is possible for cleaning up those errors in the meantime. Because it can be unaudited, but we would still want it to be high quality.
And are there a lot of errors that get cleaned up?
There are a lot of errors. Again, depends on the size of the LEA, the scale of their data team. We had an LEA whose data manager left very early in the year and had trouble connecting their data feed all year. Sometimes the registrar is responsible for switching the unexcused absence to an excused absence when they get the note, and they'll wait a couple of weeks and then do a bunch of them at once. And so varies by LEA to LEA, which is why we'd want to sit down and talk with them about what makes sense.
Mr. Matthews, since you're here for the executive, CFSA alone received 6,823 referrals for educational neglect in school year 2022-23. That same year, DHS received 293 referrals for PASS. It would cost $68 million based on the current cost per student at PASS to handle these referrals. How can DHS possibly expect to handle this many referrals?
I don't think I can speak for Director Zallinger because, again, I'm not really necessarily knowing the composition of the PASS team and really what their caseload standards would be. So I would have to defer that to Director Zallinger.
Mr. Matthews, earlier in answering one of the council members, you said referral to DHS after 10 days and then after 20 days to CFSA. So are you saying that you think 20 days is the right time to trigger an investigation?
Well, I think so, because what happens is, so everyone understands, it takes time for any worker to engage a parent and for them to work with their parent. So for anyone to think that just because I'm able to reach the mom or dad today, that they're going to be cooperative the next day it's not really my experience in how we work with families. So it may take time. I think what we're saying is that if DHS is engaged with that family within that time frame, if they accumulate up to 20, then it would be a referral to us. It may be that DHS worked with the family to resolve it and they may not get to the 20, which would be great. And then it wouldn't trigger that referral to us after they've accumulated 20 unexcused absences. If they do, we are saying that that should be referred to CFSA.
Ms. Ruiz or Ms. Hoffman, the mayor's bill expands what students could be suspended for to include, quote, behavior by a student that a school administrator reasonably believes constitutes a criminal act, unquote. What expertise gives school administrators the ability to say what constitutes a criminal act?
As part of if the legislation passes, we would be working to also revise the DCMR to make sure that there is clarity around that so that school administrators aren't making those determinations without, to your point, the appropriate guidance.
So the DCMR, municipal regulations or the regulations that the schools have, that's where you would give the detail.
We also will update our safe and positive schools policy as well. And we typically, whenever we have any changes, yes, that is correct.
Under the law, students in grades 6 through 8 may be suspended for threatening or actually causing bodily injury or emotional distress. Why do you need the authority to suspend middle schoolers beyond that?
Thank you so much for the question. I think that this is really important for us to have the opportunity to respond to. We deeply believe that the work that we have done in middle schools, the work that we're doing to proactively create environments where students are thriving is incredibly important, and it's moving us in the right direction. And we also have heard directly from school leaders that for a small number of students, an additional tool in their toolkit is necessary so that we can again decrease the likelihood that that behaviors like we're asking to be included in the legislation happen again. We take a very thoughtful approach with every student. And so this is not an attempt to undo any work that we've done. We're deeply committed and proud of all of the advancement that we've made, but our school leaders are asking for additional tools in their toolkit.
Well, what do you need beyond threatening or actually causing bodily injury or emotional distress?
I think that it's important for us to look at the context here. I think that one example could be drug dealing.
Could be what?
Drug dealing.
Mr. Matthews, I was looking at some data for different school years, number of referrals, accepted referrals. So school year 16-17, there were almost 1,100 referrals. 17-18, there were almost 1,500 referrals. School year 18-19, there were 1,200 referrals. I'm going to skip the pandemic. Last year, meaning in school year 22-23, there were 352. I'm sorry, I don't mean referrals, accepted referrals. There were 352 accepted referrals. How does it go from over 1,000 a year, 1,100, 1,500, 1,200? How does it go from over 1,000 a year to 352 that were accepted?
Are we talking specific, I'm sorry, are we specifically talking about educational neglect?
That's what I've got here. Number of referrals for educational neglect and then accepted referrals.
Can I see the data that you may be looking at?
You mean like that? I'll hold it like that.
Oh, well.
That's not going to work.
I mean, because I want to make sure I'm speaking to it in context, but I know what an accepted referral is versus what an accepted referral
It's just that it dropped by roughly 60%,
Mhm.
the number of referrals that were accepted.
So, I mean, the only way I can respond to that is an accepted referral is based on what we have identified in terms of evidence that will show that there's something going on in the home that could be neglectful or abuseful to the child.
Well, that seems completely out of character.
Out of character?
Yeah, 1,100, 1,500, 1,200, 352. That just seems like, maybe character is the wrong word, but give me another word. Outlier, inconsistent. Maybe you could get back to me on that.
Sure, once I see the data that you're looking at, sure.
I was comparing from year to year, the number of referrals that were accepted.
specifically for educational neglect.
That's what my table here says. Number of referrals for educational neglect.
And what years were those?
I was looking at school year 16-17, 17-18, 18-19. I skipped the pandemic, and then 22-23.
Okay. Once I look at that, I think there could be a number of reasons, specifically during and after the pandemic, that would explain that, prior to as well.
Any other questions? I think that's it. Thank you all very much. Let me close out the hearing. This has been, actually, let me look for the hearing notice. I managed to lose. This has been a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole on the issue of student absenteeism and discipline, and specifically four bills: Bill 25-740, 25-754, 25-758, and 25-791. The record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, July 10th. The time is 5:42 p.m. in this